Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kiss to Salvage by Anna B. Doe, narrated by Samantha Brentmore and Stephen Dexter. She was brave and strong and broken all at once. Anna Funder. Prologue. Jade. Senior year of high school. She's gone. Completely, irrevocably gone. I blink, staring at the dark ceiling. I can hear voices coming from downstairs. People have come to pay respects. How can they be down there, talking and laughing as if nothing has happened? As if she were still here? As if I hadn't lost the only parent I had left? Gone. Gone, gone. I cover my ears, trying to muffle the word that echoes on repeat in my mind. A gut-wrenching sob escapes me. It's so loud it makes my whole body shake. I grab the pillow and cover my head with it, but it's not enough. Nothing is ever enough to muffle the noises anymore. Not the sound of her soft wheezing as she was struggling to breathe. Not the beeping of the heart machine as it signaled the moment she was gone. Not the sound of people mingling around, living their life while she is dead. I grip my head, covering my ears, as I let out a frustrated cry. I have to make it go away. I have to stop thinking, stop feeling, and just breathe. Shoving the pillow away, I get to my feet, my eyes focusing on the bathroom. Not bothering to wipe away my tears, I cross the short distance to the bathroom while ripping the itchy dress over my head and tossing it on the tiled floor. With a quick flick of my wrist, the water is on, filling the big white tub, the one I begged my dad to install when we were remodeling my bathroom. Before my life fell apart, when we were still a family. But it's all gone now. She is dead and he left. Gone. Both of them. Gone. Taking the rest of my clothes off, I don't wait for the water to fill the tub before sliding inside. The hot water burns my skin, but I barely react. I'm too numb. I just want it all to go away. I want to silence these voices screaming in my head. That damn beep ringing in my mind day in and day out. So I do just that. The moment the tub is full, I turn off the water. Sliding deeper into the bathtub, I tilt my head back, closing my eyes. It's going to be okay, baby girl. My mom's last words ring in my mind, making more tears fall down. She was wrong, though. Nothing is okay. Nothing will ever be okay. She's gone, and she's not coming back. Gone, gone, gone. I sink under the water, letting the darkness swallow me whole. And then I scream.
Chapter 1. Prescott. You know that moment when you think everything is finally going well, and for a split second, you let yourself believe that this could actually be your life. You hope. You hope. And then life shows you just exactly how wrong you are. It smacks you in the head when you least expect it, and nothing will ever be the same again. That's how it feels as I stare at Jade's tear-stained face. My ears are buzzing, those 3 words ringing in my mind on repeat. I have cancer. The words I never expected to hear again. I have cancer. The words that already wrecked my life once. I have cancer. Those blue eyes are big and red-rimmed as they stare at me, her hand covering her mouth as she tries to hold in her sobs. Prescott, I'm so... Jade reaches for me, but I step back like she will burn me if I allow her to touch me. You knew, I whisper, the accusation evident in my voice. All this time, you knew. I'm sorry. I shake my head, not believing her words. You knew. She knew about Gabriel. She knew what had happened, and still, she kept this from me. She let me... No. Another shake of my head. No, I'm not going there. I look around the room. Grace is still standing in the doorway, her hand covering her mouth, while Nixon just stares at his sister, unblinking, as if he's standing in front of a moving train, glued to the spot and unable to move. Prescott, you have to... No! Another step back. What I have to do is get out of here. Turning on the balls of my feet, I do just that. Grace gets out of my way, and I make my way down the hallway, pulling the front door open so hard it bangs against the wall. I don't stop. I don't look back. I run. But no matter how fast I run or how far I go, I can't outrun her words. I have cancer.
Chapter 2. Jade. Wentworth! Nixon lunges after Prescott. It's like somebody snapped my brother from a dream. 1 minute he's standing still, utterly shell-shocked by my words. The next he's moving. Or he would be moving if I didn't stand in front of him, not letting him go. No! Nixon looks down at me, anger and hurt flashing in those eyes that are so much like my own. Mom's eyes. What do you mean, no? He can't just leave you like that. I press my palms against his chest harder. Just like I said, no. You won't go after him. You won't bully him or punch him or whatever else is currently going through your head because you're angry at me. Me, Nixon, not Prescott. You're angry at me. Oh, trust me, I'm livid with both of you. The one doesn't exclude the other. I don't doubt it for a second, but I won't let this ruin his relationship with Prescott. They've been best friends since they started college. I won't be the reason why they aren't any longer. I know, but I'm here, and we both know it's me who you're truly angry at. I'm the one who lied, so let him go. Let him go. I'm going to leave you two to it. Grace whispers from the doorway. My body goes still as I hear the hurt in her voice, and I can't turn to face her. So many people, so many lies told. They'll never forgive me, and they shouldn't. Yes, let him go. So what? You're good enough to fuck behind my back, but not good enough for him to stick around now that you're sick? My cheeks heat from his harsh words. It would have hurt less if he had slapped me. I know you're angry, Nixon, and it's completely my fault, but Prescott has nothing to do with this. I don't. No, you don't. I snap before he can say anything else. You don't know what he's been through and why he ran away, but I do. So when I say let him go, you let him go. You can't be serious. I am. You will let him be, or I swear to God. Nixon narrows his eyes at me. I expect him to keep asking about it, but instead he changes the subject. Why didn't you tell me? I shake my head, pressing my lips into a tight line to stop them from wobbling. There's a soft sting from the punch I got there last night, but it's nothing compared to the ache I feel in my heart every time I remember the look on Prescott's face. All this time, you knew. No, he'll never forgive me. Not after he opened up to me about Gabriel and what happened to him. Then again, why should he? So he can watch me die from the same disease that took his brother? I just couldn't. What the fuck, Jade? Nixon yells, the vein in his forehead popping. I flinch back. It's not even the fact that he's pissed at me. I'll take his anger any day of the week over this utter heartbreak that's written all over his face. That's my undoing. Because of this? I force the words out. They're so quiet they're barely audible. Because of this, Nix. You are happy. You are finally so happy, and I couldn't bring myself to break your heart all over again with my suspicions. Not this year when everything is finally going your way, and you have to focus your attention on football. Screw football, Nixon yells, waving his arms around in outrage. I don't care about freaking football. I care about you. I care that you've been keeping all of this a secret. What the hell, Jade? It's fine.
Stop saying that.
Nixon yells, running his hands over his face.
It's not fine. You're not fine. You've been a mess for months. For months I've been watching you do crazy shit from afar, unable to stop you. But the pit fight was the last straw.
How did you even find out?
From freaking Instagram. Some of the guys were there last night, and like the idiots they are, they posted it all over their stories. That's how I found out. I thought it was crazy. It couldn't be my baby sister who was fighting in some shitty bar, but something nagged at me to come and check anyway, to make sure that you're okay. The joke's on me, though.
He looks at me. Really looks at me. His eyes not missing a thing.
How long did you know?
Wrapping my arms around my middle, I look away so he won't see the tears burning my eyes.
For how long, Jade? How much time did we lose?
A knot forms in my throat, but I swallow it down, pushing the words out. Back in August. About the time when we moved in here.
2 months?
I close my eyes, unable to stand the devastation on his face.
You've been hiding this for 2 months.
Nixon runs his fingers through his hair, golden strands sticking up in all directions. My throat bobs as I swallow, but still no words come, so I just nod.
At least tell me you've been to the doctor, that you have a plan figured out on how to fight this.
I keep my mouth shut. There is nothing to say, is there? Nothing that I'll want to hear.
Jade?
The little hope that was there dies with that one word.
Fuck!
He turns around, his fingers curling into a fist. Shit. I move before I even know what I'm doing, my hands wrapping around his chest and pulling him back before he can slam his fist into the first available thing. Don't do this. Hitting things isn't going to help. You'll just hurt yourself.
It'll help me deal with this rage.
If you hurt yourself and can't play, then all of this was for nothing. I sink my teeth into my cheek so hard I can feel the coppery taste on my tongue. Please, just... I shake my head. Please. Nixon's body relaxes slightly, so I tentatively let go of him.
It was all for nothing anyway. You lost weeks, Jade. Weeks. You, better than most, should know how precious the time you have is. The sooner you start treatment.
I wasn't ready, Nixon. My brother takes a step back, his eyes growing wide at my outburst. I let out a shaky breath, my hand rubbing over my face. The pain meds have stopped working, and I could feel my entire body ache from last night's beating. I'm barely 20, Nixon. I'm barely 20. And I spent the last year of high school watching Mom deal with this disease. I watched it rip her apart, piece by piece, so I'm sorry if I wasn't ready to face the reality of what's in front of me. Sorry for not being ready to be poked and prodded and cut into. Sorry for not being ready to lose myself before I even had a chance to find who I am.
Smalls.
Nixon takes a step forward, his arms wrapping around me. I try to get out of his hold, but he pulls me tight and doesn't let go.
Maybe it's not.
It is. I know it deep in my gut, Nixon. The bruises on my side, the inflamed lymph nodes under my arm keep getting worse. The bump on my breast. I suck in a sharp breath, trying to calm myself. I tried to ignore it. I tried to fool myself that it'll all go away if I just don't panic, but the thing is, the cancer is back. 4 words that ruined my life 2 years ago, and now they're back, coming to haunt me. How is this happening? Why is this happening again? Why can't we just get a break? Nixon pushes me back, his hands cupping my cheeks.
It's okay. We'll figure it out. We have to call your doctor and see what the next steps are. You've lost.
I know very well what I've lost. I snap. The helplessness that's been eating at me since the moment I felt the lump is finally rising to the surface. Taking a deep breath to compose myself, I say softly, I'm going to deal with this. I need time.
You don't have time.
I know, but I need it anyway. Placing my hands over his, I push him back. Go home, Nixon.
You can't.
What I can't do is deal with this right now. My head is killing me, and every bone and muscle in my body hurt. I just need to forget. I need to sleep.
What you need to do is call the doctor.
It's the weekend. It's not like she'll answer anyway. Taking a step back, I get into bed. The still rustled sheets from how we awoke earlier when Nixon barged in. I place my hand over the pillow that Prescott slept on. Please, go home. I'm going to bed.
Fine.
Nixon rubs his hand over his face.
But this isn't done. I'm taking you to the doctor, and I don't care one bit if I have to do it while you're kicking and screaming.
He stops behind my back, his fingers gripping my chin and turning me toward him.
I'm still pissed as hell.
I know.
But you're my sister, and you're not alone.
Leaning down, he presses his mouth against the top of my head, holding on just a little longer than he usually does.
Whatever happens, Smalls, I'm here.
Nodding, I let a tear fall. Nixon brushes it away before taking a step back. Neither of us says a word as he leaves the room, closing the door firmly behind him. Letting out a shaky breath, I slide under the covers. Grabbing the pillow, I squeeze it to my chest and bury my face into it, inhaling Prescott's scent as I let the tears fall. I cry. For him. For me. For everything that could have been but never will. It was all just borrowed time.
Chapter 3. Prescott. I have cancer. I have cancer. I have cancer. I have cancer. The words echo in my head on repeat. Blue eyes filled with unshed tears, and so much sorrow burned into my mind. I have cancer. Pushing my apartment door open, I stumble inside and go straight for the kitchen, pulling open one of the cabinets. The door bangs against the other cabinet, the sound ringing loudly in an otherwise quiet room, as I grab the first bottle and yank the cap off. I bring it to my mouth and take a pull straight from the bottle. I have cancer. 3 words. How can 3 little words, 3 short seconds, shatter somebody's life completely? My eyes fall shut as the liquid burns its way down my throat, making my eyes water. Fuck. What the fuck, dude? Spencer asks as he enters the kitchen. Are you drunk? Not now, Spencer, I groan, swaying on my feet. I grab the counter to steady myself as the world continues spinning around me. Are you shitting me? You enter like Rambo, probably waking up half the building in the process. I have cancer. Turning on the balls of my feet, I throw the bottle at the wall. The glass shatters, amber liquid splashing everywhere. I said, not the fuck now, Spencer, I yell. Before he can say another word, I grab a new bottle from the cabinet and go toward my bedroom. I slam the door behind me, not bothering to turn on the light. I can hear Spencer calling my name, but I lock the door before falling to the floor. I have cancer. Oh, fuck you, Jade. Uncapping the bottle, I take a long pull. Fuck you. Fuck your half-truths and pretty little lies. But no matter how much I drink, I can't erase the look on her face as she admitted the truth. How long had she known? How long has she hidden it from me? I look back, trying to see the signs that I might have missed, signs that she's keeping secrets from me, but there is nothing, apart from her not wanting me to touch her boobs. Nothing else. She knew. She knew my secrets. She knew my nightmares. She knew about Gabriel. She knew what had happened, and still she decided to keep it from me. If I had known, you kill everyone you love. Maybe my dad was right after all. Curling my fingers around the bottle tightly, I drink more. I drink until the pain dulls to a distant throb. I drink until the image of her becomes blurry in my mind. But even falling into oblivion doesn't take the pain away. And those 3 little words that slammed like a wrecking ball into my life, they keep up the wreckage even as I sink into darkness. I have cancer.
Chapter 4. Jade. I stare at the message I sent at some point yesterday. Somewhere between living and dreaming the nightmare that's my life. But there is no reply to the 4 words I sent. The only thing left I could offer him. Not that I expected one. Me. I am so sorry. Letting out a sigh, I turn the phone face down before pushing from the bed. My whole body feels stiff from lying around all day, and my muscles are weak from unuse. Running my fingers through the mess that's my hair, I go toward the door and listen. The apartment seems quiet, so I open the door and slide out into the hallway, only to come to a stop when I reach the living room and find all my friends sitting there and whispering. Penny is the first to notice me, so I must not have been as quiet as I hoped for, and all the girls turn toward me, suddenly silent. "You know I'm not dead yet, right?" I ask, forcing a smile out. Grace's eyes widen and raised lips part in surprise. "So it's true? You are sick?" Penny asks, her hand landing on Henry's back, her fingers running over his soft fur. "Yeah." With a sigh, I look over at my friends, my eyes landing on Grace's. "I never wanted you to find out like that." "Did you ever plan to tell us at all?" Grace asks, her voice harsh. "Grace?" Ray chastises, but I shake my head. "It's fine. She has the right to feel angry. You all do. I planned to tell you, but..." "When? When did you plan to tell us? When you were actually dead? Oh, by the way, I had cancer. I hope you live a happy life. Love, Jade." "I would have told you." "Yeah, right. Just like you told us that you're hooking up with Prescott." I tilt my head back, the mention of Prescott making the bile rise up in my throat. Of course she'd bring that up. It was just another secret I'd been keeping from her. From all of them. "You and Prescott?" Penny's voice hitches in excitement, because only she could ever be excited about it. My stomach twists with unease. Of the 2 things, I'd rather talk about cancer than Prescott any day of the week. Cancer was straightforward. You either lived or died, but there was nothing simple or clear-cut about Prescott or the way he makes me feel. Pushing from the door, I cross the room to the kitchen and open the cabinet. I rummage through it until I find what I've been looking for. Tequila. Wrapping my fingers around the bottle, I grab a shot glass and join the girls sitting cross-legged on the rug in front of them. "Isn't it a little too early for that?" Grace asks, her brows raised. I wave her off, opening the bottle and pouring a shot. "It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Besides, if you want me to talk about this, I'll need some liquid courage." Tilting my head back, I throw the contents of the shot glass down my throat. The alcohol burns my mouth, making my eyes water, but I welcome it as I refill my drink and force myself to look at my best friend. We've been inseparable since the moment we were introduced to each other. She was my person, somebody who could discern through my bullshit and see me. But just like everybody else, she's overcome with her own demons, and the last thing I wanted was to bother her with mine. "I would have told you," I whisper, needing her to know I'm serious about this. Eventually. It was never my intention to hide it. I needed time. Grace watches me for what feels like forever before softly asking, "How long have you known?" The first time I noticed something was wrong was when we moved in, I admit. Weeks? Grace's mouth falls open. You've known for weeks and haven't said anything? It wasn't like that. I didn't want to know. Clasping my fingers around the glass in my hand, I tell them about it all. About the bruises, the lumps in my armpit, the one in my breast, the pain, the uncertainty, the fear. Only when all the words are out do I allow myself to let out a shaky breath. There. It's out now. No more secrets, no more lies. I thought the weight would be lifted off my shoulders, but I still feel empty. Tired. I'm so damn tired already, and the treatments haven't even started. When I look up, I find my friends watching me with trepidation and pity. It's that look of pity that makes me snap. I'm not dead yet, I repeat. My voice clipped as I grab the bottle and pour myself another drink, swirling the liquid in the glass. There's no need for those faces. Don't you dare joke about it, Jade Devaney Cole, Grace chastises, getting to her feet. If I don't laugh, I'm going to break, and I don't have the luxury of breaking. Not if I want to face the weeks and months to come. My words make her stop in her tracks. The reality of what's going on has finally hit her. What are you going to do? Penny asks softly, her hand placed on Henry's back, rubbing his thick fur. It's like the dog can feel her anxiousness, so he's sitting close to her, his head on her thigh. What's the process here? I have to call my doctor soon and try to set up an appointment for her to get a look at the lump. So it might not be cancer? There is so much hope in Grace's voice, and it hurts me to break it. It most likely is. The signs... I shake my head. Mom had them all. The silence settles over the room, making my throat tighten. This is why I didn't want to tell them anything. It hurts too much to have them look at me like this, like I'm going to break if they look at me the wrong way. Forget talking about it. So, what will happen then? I'll get an appointment. The doctor will probably do a biopsy to confirm it and to see how far along my cancer has progressed. Then we'll decide on the best course of treatment. The girls exchange a silent look, and it takes all that's in me not to snap. I don't want their scrutinizing, pitying glances. I don't want my friends to feel sorry for me. Shaking my head, I push to my feet. It's fine. I'll be fine. Eventually. There's no eventually about it. Grace jumps to her feet and wraps her arms around me. Why didn't you say something sooner? My body stiffens at the sudden nearness, a knot forming in my throat. I swallow, trying to push it down, but it's like the damn thing is stuck. I didn't want to believe it was the truth. I knew it could be. Ever since Mom became sick again, I've known there was a possibility, but I never thought... I guess I never thought it could happen so soon. I never thought life could be so cruel. I should have known better. It's going to be okay. Grace is right, Ray whispers as she joins us, hugging me from the other side. We'll be there every step of the way. Tears blur my vision, and I have to bite the inside of my cheek to prevent them from falling. Is there anything you need? Penny asks, getting to her feet to join us. The girls step back, and she gently places her hands on my shoulders before letting them fall around my waist and hugging me. Something we can do? Do you need us to go with you to your appointment? To go with me and have a front row seat to this train wreck? Yeah, I think not. I shake my head. I sniffle, rubbing my nose with the back of my hand. Please act normal. I don't want things to change just because... I wave my hand, not wanting to say those words out loud once again. I need something normal in my life right now, and if you all keep looking at me with those sad puppy eyes, I won't be able to do it. Hey now, Penny pulls back and frowns at me. The only puppy eyes you see are Henry's when he's trying to sneak an extra treat. Henry barks his agreement, his tail wagging excitedly. I think he wants a treat now, I chuckle, happy for the distraction, and lean back. Probably. Penny places her hand on his head, rubbing him behind his ears. You'll have to wait until we get back home, bud. Sorry. Or maybe not. Grace goes to the kitchen cabinet and pulls out a box. The moment Henry hears the rustling of treats in the box, he tilts his head, listening. Go on, get one, Penny says with a sigh. Before she even finishes, Henry makes his way to Grace, plopping his butt down as he waits for the treat. Such a good boy, Grace praises, giving him a cookie. He munches on it happily before returning to Penny's side. He so is, she agrees. And spoiled to the bones. And while we're on the topic of boys, don't think we forgot about the bomb Grace dropped. Right? Ray looks at me, her brow raised. You and Prescott? Seriously? The Prescott you can't possibly stomach to be in the same room with because you're instantly at each other's throats, Prescott? Our first kiss flashes in my mind, the memory like a punch to the gut. Quite literally, at times. What does that mean? I guess today's the day for truths. It was only a matter of time anyway. I could probably pretend I don't know what she's talking about. After all, there is nothing going on between Prescott and me. Not any longer. But I'm tired. So damn tired of all the secrets and lies. I told you guys they'd end up together. Penny clasps her hands, a smile forming on her lips. I swear you could cut the tension between them back in Hawaii. Prescott Wentworth? Grace shakes her head. Disbelief is clearly written on her face. Nixon's best friend and Jade's nemesis. I wouldn't have guessed it, not in 100 years. He's not my nemesis. Not any longer. Although I don't think he ever was. Not really. So what is he? I run my hand through my hair. We were just hooking up. You and Prescott, Ray muses, shaking her head. I guess now that I look back, things are slowly starting to add up. She sobers. Does he know? Yeah. I nod. He knows. And, Penny urges, what did he say? Nothing. Prescott and I shake my head. It was just a fling, temporary. That's all we ever could be. Temporary. I don't miss the look Grace and Ray exchange. I thought we agreed not to make this weird. We did, but nothing. Prescott and I aren't together. We never really were, so there's that. I let out a shaky breath. I'm sorry for snapping. It's fine. Grace reassures me. It's not, but I don't have it in me to contradict her. Can we please do something normal? Something that has nothing to do with cancer and random hookups? Or broken hearts? At that moment, my stomach decides to let out a loud growl. Hungry? Penny asks, chuckling. Maybe a little bit, I admit. I wasn't really in the mood for food before. How about we order something in, and then we can spend the rest of the afternoon lying here and watching Netflix? Yes, please. My stomach lets out another groan. Although maybe I should get something while we wait. I'll pick the movie. With a slight smile, I start to get up. Grace jumps to her feet, offering me her hand. We'll get through this, she whispers. I nod, hoping that she's right. Hoping by the end of this, I won't break any more hearts besides my own.
Chapter 5. Prescott. No. A loud sob follows the statement. I look over my shoulder to partially closed doors where our parents went to talk to the doctors. Dread spreads through me as the soft whimpers grow louder, making my stomach clench. I tilt my head to the side, trying my best to overhear the soft murmuring, but it's impossible to do so from all the machines beeping around me. There has to be something that you can do. Dad yells loud enough for us to hear him. Mr. Wentworth. Somebody, probably the doctor, says in a gentle voice. It should be soothing, but for whatever reason, it makes the bile rise in my throat. A loud cough snaps me out of it, making me turn my attention to my brother. Gabby! I slide my hand over his back, trying to keep my trembling hand steady. He's doubled over, his skinny shoulder shaking as he coughs for what feels like forever. "Are you okay? Do you need water or something?" Gabriel shakes his head. "I don't want to die alone, Prescott." I grab his hand, squeezing it for all it's worth. "You're not gonna die. You're not. We both know that's a lie. I'm not getting better." I shake my head, refusing to accept it. My brother, my twin, cannot die. "You'll get better, Gabby. You'll get better, and we'll play football together like we planned. We'll go to school and flirt with the girls, and you'll have to do it, Press." The corners of Gabriel's lips lift tentatively, but it's a weak smile at best. "You'll have to do it all, for both of us." "No." His cool hand slips out of my clammy palms, so I grab it again. "We'll do it. Together. You have to get better. You can't leave me." My eyes start to burn with tears, so I close them tightly, not wanting to let them fall. Gabriel is the one lying in bed, the one that's been fighting this stupid disease, not me, and he hasn't been crying. "You can't leave me." I grip his hand tighter. "We promised." When there is no answer, I open my eyes, and it's like I've been sucker punched, because lying on that hospital bed, hand in hand, isn't my brother, but Jade. "No!" I sit upright and almost bump my head into Spencer's. "What the fuck, Wentworth?" Spencer asks, watching me warily. "You're still drunk?" I lean back down, running my shaky fingers over my sweaty face. My heart is still galloping in my chest, my breathing ragged from the nightmare I just had. Jade, lying in a hospital bed, thin, weak, lifeless. I have cancer. "Oh, fuck," I mutter, just as Spencer pulls open the curtains. The sudden burst of light blinds me, making the throbbing behind my temples grow even stronger. "Oh, close that shit." "I'm not closing anything. It's 5 in the frickin' afternoon," he says, opening the window. "And it frickin' smells in here, and that's saying something." He turns to me, eyes wide, as if something just occurred to him. "Did you stay here all weekend?" I get to my feet, swaying a little from the sudden movement. "I'm going to my room." "You did, didn't you?" Spencer stops in front of me, crossing his arms over his chest. "What the fuck's going on, dude? First, you storm in like a tornado in the middle of the night, banging and smashing shit before closing yourself off, and now you spent the whole weekend drinking yourself to an early grave?" Everything fades to the background except his last words. An early grave. Gabriel lying dead in his hospital bed. Jade. Pushing Spencer out of my way, I run down the hallway. The door to the bathroom is ajar, so I shove it open, drop down to my knees on the tiles, and throw up. "Fucking hell, Wentworth!" Spencer curses somewhere behind me. My fingers wrap around the toilet seat as all the alcohol I've consumed the last couple of days comes out of me. Cold sweat spreads over my skin, my body shaky as my stomach rolls and tightens, trying to get everything out. That damn image is still stuck in my brain. I'm not sure how long I stay doubled over the toilet. Once the puking stops, I press my sweaty forehead against my forearm, forcing myself to take a deep breath, which isn't the best option since the wave of nausea hits me all over again, only this time there is nothing else left in my stomach. The faucet starts in the distance. I listen to the water run, trying to focus on it instead of the stench of the puke around me. "You're a piece of work. You know that?" Spencer mutters before a cold towel hits me on the head. I grab the towel and wipe my face, the cool cloth feeling good against my skin. "Couldn't you have waited to be at practice before puking? We won't get this funk out of the bathroom for days." Shit. What time is it? I ask, already pushing to my feet. Spencer looks at his wrist. 5:10? Why? Because Coach said he wants us at the facilities early. Look who finally decided to show up, Sullivan snickers as all heads turn toward me, including the positively murderous glares from my coach and best friend, by now probably my ex-best friend. Great. Just great. I open my mouth, ready to apologize, but Coach is faster. You weren't so quick when you needed to read the Sharks' line earlier, Sullivan. The sharp words erase Sullivan's smile instantly, his face going beet red even in the dark room. All the murmuring dies down immediately. Coach, I say, clearing my throat. Get your ass in your seat, Wentworth. Coach turns around and erases the play from the board. You're already late. You don't have to make us lose more precious time we could spend dissecting our next opponent's offensive line and the best way to breach it. With a nod, I look around, trying my best to avoid Nixon's probing stare, which is impossible since the only open seat is the one next to him. My usual seat, but still, fuck my life. Our gazes meet, and I can see the vein in his forehead throb, his fingers clenching and unclenching on the table as he glares at me. For every second you spend delaying, we'll add one more round of bleacher drills. Coach says, not even bothering to grace me with his attention. A collective groan spreads through the room. One is not enough? Let's make it two, shall we? He turns around, his arms crossed over his chest, and he taps his foot as he takes the team in, his eyes finally settling on mine. 36, Wentworth. Shit. Quickly, I make my way to my seat. My duffel bag falls from my shoulder with a loud thud that has me flinching. Although I took some Advil before coming here, my head is still throbbing like a bitch from all the alcohol I drank over the weekend. Okay, now that that's settled. Coach points the remote at the screen, and the play resumes. For the next hour, we stay in the little room, going over the plays, analyzing them to the smallest of details as we form a plan of attack for our next game. Stopping the video, Coach flicks on the light. I squint as a piercing pain goes through my skull at the sudden brightness. Suit up, Coach says, collecting his papers. I expect you out on the field in 10 minutes. Chairs scrape against the hard wood as people start to get up and exit the room. I follow suit, my body protesting the movement. Nixon walks past me, not once looking in my direction. What's up, Wentworth? You look a little bit green over there, Scotty chuckles. Long night? Fuck off, Scotty, I mutter, pushing past him and entering the locker room. But does he listen? Of course not. He follows after me, going to his locker and talking like I didn't say shit. What? Since when are you so secretive? Lately, Wentworth's too good for us, Nate, our kicker, comments. Since he started hooking up with the mystery woman, Sullivan smirks, making my back stiffen. A chorus of hollers and catcalls spreads through the room, making my headache worse. Great. Just great. There is no mystery woman. Oh, I don't know. You two seemed pretty cozy at the party a few weeks back. I open my mouth to tell him where he can shove his assumptions when there is a loud bang. All the voices die down as we turn around to find a pissed-off Nixon glaring at us. Shut up and get your asses to work. His eyes meet mine and hold. Thanks to a certain somebody, Coach is annoyed enough as it is, and you don't want to piss him off even more. He ain't the only one who's pissed, apparently, Scotty mutters. What crawled up your ass, Cole? Wife didn't give it up last night? Nixon's death glare moves from me to the linebacker. Scotty, the next time you bring up my wife, I'll make sure there's nothing left of your head to get out of your ass. Am I clear? Scotty shakes his head and turns to his locker. Whatever, dude. Hoisting my duffel bag higher, I go to my locker. I don't get why you're pissed at us, Sullivan says. If I remember correctly, we were all there on time. It's not our fault that Wentworth was too busy screwing around to pay attention to time. I wasn't screwing around. I was... My words trail off when I realize saying that I was passed out drunk doesn't sound any better. As a senior and one of the co-captains, I was supposed to set an example for the rest of the team. Otherwise indisposed, I finish lamely. Hear that, boys? Wentworth was otherwise indisposed. Sullivan makes the air quotes and shakes his head. Will you be otherwise indisposed when we're playing our next game? How about the championship game? I grit my teeth. I was just a few minutes late once. I put in my combination and yank open my locker with more force than necessary. I know you'd like me not to show up, since that's the only way you'd be able to play. But don't worry, it won't happen anytime soon. If I dropped a bomb, the silence that followed would be less deafening. But I was so fucking done with Sullivan and his constant jabs. He wants my spot, he better damn well take it because I wasn't handing it to him. Grabbing the back of my shirt, I pull it over my head and throw it into my locker before grabbing my jersey. You sure? Nixon asks. His voice is soft, so only I can hear it, but I don't miss the edge in his voice. Putting the shoulder pads on, I slide my jersey over my head before I turn to look at my best friend. What the fuck does that mean? Nixon shrugs, closing his locker. Just that you're good at turning your back and walking away. I clench my jaw. I guess it was only a matter of time before he brought it up. You don't know what you're talking about. Nixon chuckles humorlessly. Don't I? He takes a step closer, his voice dropping lower. Because the last time I saw you, I found out you have no problem fucking my sister. My baby sister. Behind my back. But you sure don't mind walking away when things get tough. Hushed murmurs spread through the locker room faster than a wildfire, but neither of us pays them any attention. My fingers ball into fists by my sides. She let me go. So that makes it fucking okay? He grabs my jersey, pulling me to him and getting all up in my face. I don't bother fighting him because I know he has every right to be pissed at me. I'm surprised it took him so long to come for me. I was expecting him to come find me that same day and beat the ever-loving crap out of me. I wouldn't have even tried to stop it. I'd relish it, really. Only the knock on my door never came, and a part of me hated him for it. Not nearly as much as I hated myself for walking away, though. Maybe if he had done it, I wouldn't feel this guilty now. As if that's even possible. Say something, damn it! Nixon shakes me, his eyes, that same blue shade of the stormy sky as his sister's, blazing at me. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't punch you right this moment for breaking her heart. I have cancer. I press my lips in a tight line, not uttering a word. There isn't one. There is no sense pretending there is. The vein in Nixon's forehead starts to tick, his eyes darkening the longer he glares at me. I have cancer. Come on, Cole. Do it, I taunt him. Punch me. Punish me for walking away, for breaking Jade's heart. We both know you want to. Nixon shakes his head. You're one sick son of a bitch. I run my fingers through my hair. One sick son of a bitch that screwed your little... I don't get to finish because Nixon's fist connects with my face. My head snaps back, a coppery taste filling my mouth. I can hear a ringing in my ears. My tongue slides over my lower lip. It feels tender to the touch, blood seeping from the split. Slowly turning around, I find Nixon watching me. He's panting, his fingers clenching and unclenching by his sides as he tries to rein in his rage. I let out a small chuckle. That's the best you've got? If I weren't living in my own personal hell, I'd have gone there for this. My words finally make my best friend snap, and he goes at me with full force. His fist connects to my gut, making me double over as Nixon keeps punching me. I don't bother stopping him or defending myself. There's commotion in the locker room. I can hear our teammates cursing and see shadows fall over us as guys try to pull Nixon back, but he's like a wild bull. "What the hell is going on in here?" Coach bellows, just as two linebackers haul Nixon away from me. Blinking a few times, I look up at Coach, who's scanning the locker room, waiting for somebody to explain, but all heads are ducked. His gaze falls on me before it shifts to still panting Nixon. "Cole, Wentworth, my office." His voice drops dangerously low. "Now, the rest of you, get your asses to the field." Without waiting for us, Coach turns on the balls of his feet and stalks out of the locker room. Groaning, I push to my feet, gripping the metal door for support. My stomach is sore, my head is throbbing at full force, and I can feel my eyes starting to swell shut. The guys let go of Nixon. His hands are still clenched, his knuckles bloodied and bruised. We must make a pretty pair. The locker room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some of our teammates look at us warily, as if they're waiting for us to pounce at each other all over again. With the back of my hand, I wipe my mouth. "You heard the old man. Get your asses out on the field." With that, I push from the locker and go toward the door. Nixon follows after me, neither of us saying a word as we make our way to the coach's office. His head snaps up the moment he hears us, eyes narrowing into tiny slits. "What the fuck was that? Why are my two star players, the captain and co-captain of my team, at each other's throats, throwing punches like they're in some bar brawl?" he asks, his voice rising with every word until he's yelling, his whole face beet red from exertion. We both keep our mouths shut, gazes locked on the wall behind him. Coach looks from Nixon to me, his jaw working as he grits his teeth. "Cat got your tongue?" he taunts. "I should bench both of your asses for the next game. Show you what happens when you fight in my locker room." My stomach tightens at the idea. The silence stretches, neither of us budging under his penetrating gaze. Coach shakes his head in disgust. "But that would hurt the team and me more than it would hurt you." After a few more moments, he lets out a dark chuckle. "Fine. Have it your way. You're both cleaning the locker room for the next month, and that's just for starters. But before that, I want to see you out on the field. Bleacher suicides. 200 each of you. And you better not stop, because the moment you do, you'll start counting again." He shifts his gaze from Nixon to me and back. "Both of you." Nixon opens his mouth as if he's about to protest, but changes his mind at the last second. Coach lifts one of his brows as if he's daring us to say anything. When we don't, he tips his chin toward the door. "Off with you two."
Chapter 6. Jade. The black screen of the phone beckons me as I stare at it from across the bed, like I've been doing for the past 30 minutes, as if it's a snake and I'm just waiting for it to attack me. "Don't be a wuss, Jade," I mutter, cracking my neck to relieve the pressure on my shoulders, the tension that's been building there ever since Nixon walked into my room. Okay, that might not be entirely fair. Yes, Nixon pissed me off and continued to do so over the weekend with his constant calls and text messages. But if I'm being completely honest, he wasn't the only reason for this tension, nor the cause. It was the fact that I have cancer. Now, if only I could confirm it and be done with this unknown that's messing with my head. Inhaling deeply, I force my hand to extend. Wrapping my fingers around my phone, I unlock the screen and go to my contacts, dialing before I can chicken out. My heart is beating so loudly that I can barely hear the beeping as I press the phone to my ear.
Massachusetts General Oncology Department, how may I help you?
Asks the perky voice from the other side of the line. Can I talk to Dr. Hendricks? My fingers are gripping the phone tightly as I wait for the answer. I've been putting this call off for as long as possible, but I can't postpone it anymore.
Who's asking?
The receptionist loudly asks so I can hear him over the noises of the hospital. Jade Cole?
Wait a second.
Sure thing. I say softly, but he's already put me on hold. I let out a shaky breath as I try to calm my nerves. Breathe, Jade. Just breathe. But it's easier said than done. Thankfully, I don't have to wait too long before the line picks up again and the familiar voice of Dr. Hendricks comes through the speaker.
What can I do for you, Jade?
Hey, Dr. Hendricks, sorry for bothering you, but... I slide my tongue over my dry lips before letting it all out. I tell her about the bruises and bumps in my armpit and about the lump on my breast. She quietly listens until I get it all out in the open.
I see. Okay. Here's what we'll do.
There's a soft clicking of the keyboard in the distance.
How about you come and see me tomorrow? I'll have a look and we'll run some tests, okay?
Tomorrow. I nod my head, although she can't see me. Okay, I'll see you then. I hang up, my hand shaking as I gently put my phone on the nightstand before running my fingers through my hair. Tomorrow. I'm unsure if I'm more nervous now that I have an appointment or when I didn't know anything. Both are a different form of hell. Shaking my head, I make my way to the kitchen. The apartment is quiet since Ray flew out for a competition and Grace has a class. This is the reason why I called my doctor now. I didn't want to risk my friends overhearing my conversation. Silly, since it's not like they don't know. But ever since I told them, they've looked at me like they're either waiting for me to flip out or fall apart. I couldn't deal with their worry on top of my own. My thoughts trail off as I open the fridge, taking in the contents, which aren't that many. I grab a can of Diet Coke, but my gaze falls to the other half bottle of Jack hidden behind it. My fingers tighten around the door handle. I could pull it out, get shit-faced, and call it a day. Maybe that way I'll actually be able to fall asleep for once. Maybe... Jade? A hand touches my shoulder, startling me. I jump back only to find Grace looking at me. Shit, I didn't hear you. I figured that out. Grace chuckles. You planning to take anything else from the fridge, or will you just keep staring at it? She tilts her head to the side, one short red lock slipping into her face, but she brushes it away. I shake my head, closing the fridge and turning my back to the temptation. This time, at least. I just spaced out for a bit. I force out a smile. How was your class? Good, tiring. Remind me why I scheduled my classes early in the morning. Because you were crazy? I pop open the can and take a sip of Coke, letting the cool drink slide down my throat. Optimistic, she corrects. I usually don't mind it, but this weekend was crazy busy. How are you? Did you... I give her a pointed look. I'm fine. I'm sorry. It's just that... She tucks a strand of her hair behind her ear. I can't stop worrying. See now why I kept quiet? Things change when people know you're sick. Might. She points her finger at me. When you might be sick. You haven't been to a doctor yet, so you don't know for sure if that's true or not. It's true, Grace. There were no mights here, just the delayed truth. I don't want you to get your hopes up. I don't want to get my hopes up. Well, go to the doctor so we know for sure. That was the plan. A plan I didn't want to talk about. Finishing my drink, I squeeze the can, making the metal crunch. I should go get ready for my class. Throwing the empty soda in the bin, I start for the door. See you later? Call the damn doctor, Jade.
Well, look who's still alive.
My back stiffens at the hard voice as I pull to a stop and slowly turn around to come face to face with a clearly pissed off Marcus. Then again, after what I'd pulled on him the other day, I can't even blame him. I'm still standing. I force out a smile, but I can feel the corner of my mouth twitch in pain. My lip was still tender, but at least I could open my eye fully, and the bruises have slowly started to fade.
The last thing I remember is you were passed out in the passenger seat of my car.
Marcus takes a step closer, his fingers slipping under my chin. He tilts my head back, inspecting my face. I put some foundation on this morning before leaving the house. Lots and lots of foundation. It helped somewhat, but some of the darkest bruises were still pretty visible. Marcus shakes his head, letting his hand drop by his side.
What the hell were you thinking, Jade?
I was thinking that I wanted to forget. It didn't matter how I would accomplish it or who'd end up hurt in the process. I needed this pain to go away. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Marcus. I should have never done it.
Hell to the no. If I hadn't been there, who'd have dragged your bloody ass back home? But that was some pretty messed up shit you pulled.
I'm sorry. I whisper, and I really mean it. The last thing I wanted was to worry my friends. That was the whole point of me keeping it a secret in the first place. Not that it did me much good.
Well, I'm glad you're in one piece. Just don't do it again.
No more pit fights. I promise.
Good.
His phone chimes, drawing his attention. He pulls it out, checking the screen before sliding it into his pocket once again.
I have to go. James is waiting for me.
Say hi to him for me.
Will do. I'll see you soon.
You know it.
Try not to get into any more trouble.
He calls over his shoulder as he starts walking in the opposite direction. With a shake of my head, I continue toward the cafeteria. The place is filled with students, so I get in line to wait. I pull out my phone, scrolling through my social media when a hand falls on my shoulder, startling me.
Have you called your doctor?
I turn around and glare at my brother. Hey, Nixon, it's so good to see you too, I muttered dryly. I'm fine. How are you?
Don't be sassy with me, Smalls. Did you or did you not call your doctor?
Huffing, I move down the line and grab a turkey sandwich and put it on my tray, although I've already lost my appetite. I've called my doctor.
And?
He prompts as we continue down the line. And, I drawl, looking pointedly around us, I don't want to talk about it. Not here. I'd prefer not to talk about it at all, but I don't think that will go over well. The frown between his brows deepens.
You know you won't be able to hide it forever. If it's...
There is no if, Nixon. I interrupt him before he can finish. Only when. Can I have at least that under my control? Can I at least choose when and how I'm going to tell people? He had already forced my hand once, and I didn't want it to happen again. It was hard enough to have my friends look at me like I might die at any moment. He shifts his tray into one hand and rubs his jaw, my eyes falling to the scrapes on his knuckles.
Because that went so well with me.
He's right, of course. I knew when Nixon found us that he would have killed Prescott for being with me, for lying to him, telling them I have cancer was rash and reckless. But it did the trick. None of this was Prescott's fault. Being with him was as much my choice as it was his, and I wouldn't change a damn thing about it. Not a damn thing. Blinking, I return to the present. It doesn't matter anyway. What's done is done. I don't want anybody else to know. Not until I have some answers of my own. Not until I know if I'm dying. I narrow my gaze at his hands. Not just scrapes, but his knuckles are raw. What happened to your hand? Nixon looks down at his hands for a beat as if he's surprised by the question.
Rough practice?
He shrugs before changing the subject.
What did the doctor tell you?
I let out a frustrated sigh. Sometimes he can be like a dog with a bone. She told me to come to her office tomorrow. She wants to see me and run some tests.
Okay. I have a class in the morning, but I think I can skip it, and...
Skip it? Hell no, you're not skipping shit. With a shake of my head, I turn on the balls of my feet and go to the register.
Jade!
Nixon calls after me, but I don't bother turning around.
You can't ignore this forever.
I can damn well try. And try I do. Not that it's easy to ignore my brother's looming height over me, but I'm adamant about doing it. Thankfully, he doesn't say anything else. A small blessing since he's known to be a nosy and bossy asshole more often than not. Aimlessly, I look for an available table, but Nixon nudges me in the opposite direction.
Yaz is over there.
He tips his chin, and sure enough, Yasmin and Callie are sitting opposite one another, chatting and laughing. Yasmin is the first who notices us, but the moment she sees me, that smile falls. "You told her?" I hiss, glaring at my brother in accusation.
Of course I told her. She's my wife. Besides, it's not like she wouldn't have figured out that something was wrong when I came home upset.
Nixon shrugs.
It's fine.
No, it isn't fine. But before I could fight with him about it, Nixon walks past me and sits down next to her, pressing a kiss to the top of her head.
Hey, babe, what are you two gossiping about?
Letting out a shaky breath, I join them at the table, Yasmin's eyes following my every move. Nobody?
Really?
Nixon quirks a brow.
The conversation seemed to die really quickly the moment we sat down. Gossiping about me, wife?
Yasmin rolls her eyes. Not everything is about you. Nixon wiggles his brows.
You didn't say that last night.
I make a gagging noise. Can we not? Some of us are trying to eat. I agree with Jade here. Callie chimes in. I open my sandwich half-heartedly. My appetite has been down the last few days. My stomach is too wound up to even think about food, much less attempt to eat it.
Don't try playing nice now. You're just saying that since Hayden's not here.
Guilty as charged, Callie sighs. And I just got back. Any idea when you'll see each other again? Yaz asks. Probably not before Thanksgiving. Football season is in full swing, and with midterms approaching, I don't think I'll have time to drive to his place. But enough about me. What about you, Jade? Found any nice guys? I let out a surprised chuckle at her question. No way. Nobody would ever describe Prescott as a nice guy. Not that he's my guy, or my anything, really. My brother lets out a snort.
As if she would ever settle for a nice guy.
I glare at him across the table, but he conveniently ignores me. Callie looks between the two of us, clearly confused. Why not? I don't have time for guys. I shrug, slipping a strand of my hair behind my ear. Which is true. In a way, I don't have time for guys, especially for nice guys. What would I do with a guy like Maddox? I'm too jaded for somebody like that. Too broken, I look up, my eyes scanning the busy room. I'm not sure what I'm looking for until I see it. See him. It's as if the air has been kicked out of my lungs. I would have probably been knocked on my ass if I hadn't been seated. Days. It's been 3 days since I saw him, since I've heard his voice, since he walked away, since I let him. I wanted to pick up my phone and call him so many times. Hell, I'd even settle for a text. I needed to explain everything to him so badly, but I knew there wouldn't be a point. Knowing what I knew, I understood there wasn't any chance for us. I don't want there to be a chance for us. I'm sick with a similar illness to the one that took his brother. Prescott went through too much as it is. He doesn't deserve to do it all over again. He already saw one person he loved die. He shouldn't have to go through it all over again. He never said he loved you. Maybe. But I love him too much to put him through it. I'm not sure exactly when it happened or how it happened, but it's true. I'm in love with my brother's best friend, and there is no escaping it. Prescott turns his head. It's like there's a pull between us, because his eyes find mine instantly, like he knew just where to look, where to find me. And for the second time today, I'm left breathless. Not because of the piercing heat of those dark eyes as they settle on mine, but because of the dark bruises marring his face. One of his eyes is half closed and his lip is split open. Nixon's scraped knuckles pop into my mind. Rough practice. The same practice where Prescott is every freaking day. Nixon? I ask slowly, my gaze still holding on to Prescott's, unwilling to let go.
Yeah?
What happened to your hands? I ask once again. My voice is unusually still, almost detached. Nixon must feel something's off because he turns to me.
I told you. It was a rough...
What happened to your hands? I ask slowly, forcing myself to turn around and face him. My fingers curl into fists on the table, all the pretense that I'm interested in finishing my lunch gone. Nixon looks around, searching for the cause of my anger. I know the exact moment he finds Prescott. His shoulders stiffen, lips pressing into a tight line.
Fuck.
Nixon runs his fingers through his hair.
Smalls,
This is the last time I'll ask, Nixon. What happened to your hands? He lets out a sigh.
You know what happened.
Of course I do. I want you to say it.
I punched Wentworth.
He lifts his hands in the air defensively.
Is that what you wanted to hear? I punched my best friend, my ex-best friend, for sleeping with my little sister behind my back and walking away from her. Are you happy now?
You had no right, I hiss, pushing to my feet. The chair scrapes loudly against the floor, drawing attention to us.
No right, he was fucking around with you behind my back.
I was fucking around with him too, I yell. Are you going to punch me too? Nixon pulls back, entirely appalled by the idea.
You know I'd never.
Then why do the same to him? What's the difference? I told you, Nixon. I told you to leave him out of it. You promised.
You were my baby sister.
And it was my choice. He was my choice. You had no...
He left you.
Nixon gets to his feet and tries to reach for me, but I pull back. I don't want him touching me. You didn't see me trying to stop him, did you? I told you to leave it alone. I told you to leave him alone. I shake my head. You had no right. Tears threaten to escape, so I bite the inside of my cheek. I can feel the coppery taste on my tongue.
Smalls.
I shake my head, noticing Yasmin and Callie watching us with wide eyes. I'm done here. I grab my backpack and throw it over my shoulder. Before Nixon can say anything else, I turn around and get the hell out of the cafeteria. But not before I find Prescott watching me. He's standing in front of his table, clearly conflicted about what to do. My steps falter as I drink him in. The need to go to him and curl my arms around him is almost overwhelming. I want to feel those strong arms wrapped around me, feel his familiar scent, and make sure he's okay. Have him reassure me everything will be fine. But it would all be a lie. So instead, I look away and walk out of there without a backward glance.
Chapter 7. Prescott. Letting Jade walk out of the cafeteria is probably one of the hardest things I've ever done. Even after everything she did, after she kept shit from me, the pull between us was undeniable. Seeing her completely threw me off. I don't know why. I knew it was just a matter of time. It's not like I could have avoided her forever. We're on the same campus. We live in the same building, for fuck's sake. There was no avoiding her. I have cancer. For how long, though? For how long would she still be here? Days? Weeks? Months? Years? How long did she have before cancer took her too? My gaze darts to Nixon, who's still standing by their table, his eyes locked on the door that Jade just disappeared behind. He must feel me watching him, because he slowly turns around. Our gazes meeting across the room. My fingers grip the tray tighter as I watch my best friend. Defeat, guilt, and fear written all over his face. I'm not sure how long we stare at one another before Yasmin elbows Nixon, drawing his attention. Her mouth is moving quickly, and a part of me feels bad for him. Wentworth! I turn around at the sound of my name to find a few guys from my chem class observing me. You plan on standing there the whole day, or what? I shake my head, sitting down next to Spencer, who's watching me with interest. He got to the cafeteria shortly after us and managed to charm his way into cutting the line so he could join us. Mind explaining what the hell that was? He asks, quietly enough so only I can hear him. Not that it's necessary, since the rest of our group starts talking about the pop quiz we just had. A pop quiz I most likely failed, since I hardly opened the book and barely pay us any attention. Explain what? I ask, digging into my food. I'm not hungry, but it seems like a safer choice than looking at my friend. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we should start with the bruises on your ugly mug? From the corner of my eye, I can see him tapping his finger against his chin. Or, I don't know, why you've avoided going to your best friend's table? There is a beat of silence as he waits for me to answer, but when I don't, he continues. Or maybe, he drawls slowly, how about why you looked at your best friend's sister like a sad puppy waiting for his owner to return? My head snaps up before I can think better of it. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? Spencer slowly raises his brow. Did you seriously think I didn't see the woman sleeping in your bed that morning? My stomach tightens at his words. He knew? All this time he knew and he didn't say anything? Not that I needed to see your naked asses, because it was plain as day to everyone who looked at you two that something was going on, with all the bickering and heated glances across the table. Were we really that obvious? We always fight. It's not like it's something new. Oh, you do. You became sloppier in hiding how much it turned you on when you two fought once you started hooking up. Seriously, dude, I don't know how Cole didn't see it at that party. You practically jumped her in the middle of our living room. Spencer shakes his head and dips his fry in ketchup. I thought you had better moves than that. I presume Nixon finally found out? I press my lips in a tight line, refusing to say a word, but Spencer continues without missing a beat. I figured as much, with you moping around, drinking your weight in alcohol, and all that jazz. By the way, that bottle you broke, you owe me a new one. That whiskey was too good to throw away. Oh, and you'll explain to our landlord the brown stain on the wall also. I'll do whatever the hell you want if you shut the fuck up. I jab my fork into the steak with more force than necessary. Where's the fun in that? He chuckles. I shove a piece of meat into my mouth, chewing loudly, although the beef tastes like rubber. Who'd have thought? Mighty Prescott Wentworth was brought down to his knees by his best friend's little sister. He's not wrong. She did bring me to my knees, just not how he imagined it. I have cancer. I stand up abruptly, the fork falling out of my hand with a loud clack that has all the heads around the table turning. I'm not hungry. I think I'll just go to the gym instead. Prescott! Spencer tries to call after me, but I'm already grabbing my things and leaving without a backward glance. Cursing silently, I grab the gym towel and toss it into the hamper I'm carrying. There's no way I'll put my hands on another player's shit for longer than necessary. I knew some of my teammates were nasty assholes, but this is another level, because I was pretty sure that brown smudge on one of the towels wasn't dirt. Trying not to gag, I go back into the locker room. The place is quiet, since everybody has left already. The door opens, and Nixon walks in. Well, except him. He looks at the hamper. Done? Just about. The equipment is all stored away, so I'm out of here. A grunt is my only response. Nixon picks up his duffel bag and throws it over his shoulder, disappearing out the door without another word. Because that's our relationship now, talking only when absolutely necessary. I knew we would have to have it out soon, because our game was off, and it showed. Coach was angry and had us running bleacher drills for the second day in a row. Our teammates were pissed, but that was the least of my worries. Shaking my head, I go toward the washing room, dropping off the hamper with dirty clothes. Then I grab my stuff and get the hell out of there. A part of me is grateful that I'm the only one around, because my leg is killing me. And that's after I've been icing it for a good 30 minutes after practice. Between the gym and training, I'm spent. So I drag my aching body to my car, going straight for the compartment and grabbing the pain meds. I open the lid, one lone tablet sliding into my palm. Shit. Running my free hand over my face, I look at the only thing that's my lifeline at the moment. Shit. Throwing my head back, I swallow the pill. My hand falls down, and I grip the steering wheel as I force myself to breathe. I could always take an Advil or something else for the pain. It's not going to cut it. It never does. Starting the car, I press my foot hard on the gas, speeding toward home, trying to focus on anything but the pain. The drive takes about 20 minutes, with a pit stop at the store so I can get Spencer off my ass about spilling his precious booze. As I kill the engine, I lean back in my seat, my gaze going straight for the building in front of me, zeroing in on the only open window. The dim light shines through the curtains, signaling that she's home, and once again, I'm hit with that mix of pain and anger at Jade. Because she lied to me, because she knew about Gabriel, and still she didn't say anything. Because I opened up to her, I told her something that I hadn't told anybody else, and she didn't. She fucking didn't. She made me feel. She made me open up and fucking feel, and now she'll be gone. Just like Gabriel is gone. Gritting my teeth, I reach for the whiskey on the passenger seat and crack open the lid, taking a pull directly from the bottle, my gaze still on that damn window, on the shadow moving behind it like a freaking ghost.
Chapter 8. Jade. Closing the book, I lean my head back and pinch the bridge of my nose. The headache that's been building for the better part of the day is now in full force, making me wish I could pull my hair out. I should probably call it a day and try to get some sleep before tomorrow's appointment, but I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can face my nightmares once again. A shower. That's what I need. A shower to help me relax. The window rattles as a shadow appears in the frame. No, not a shadow. Prescott. My heart kicks up at the sight of him, the ache so strong that it leaves me breathless. Except for that little glimpse of him I got when I was in the cafeteria, I haven't seen him since he stormed out of my room after I spilled my secrets. He watches me from across the room, his chest rapidly rising and falling as he tries to slow down his breathing. He looks awful. His eye is open, but an ugly purple-blue bruise surrounds it. His lip is still pretty swollen, and the dark circles under his bloodshot eyes match mine. He runs his fingers through his hair, mussing it. Wild and untamed. That's what he is. And I want him. I want him with all of his wild and broken pieces.
How long?
I pull my brows together, surprised by the sound of his rough voice. Surprised by the fact that he was actually talking to me. What?
How long have you been lying to me?
Prescott,
I need to know. I need to know if this was all a fucking game to you.
I scoot off the bed, needing to be closer to him, needing to do something to take away his pain. It wasn't a game.
What was it then, Jade?
Prescott moves closer, his fingers balled into fists by his sides as he looms over me.
Just a hookup? Screw your brother's best friend behind his back for fun? Well, you screwed me over, and screwed me well.
I didn't hear you complain, I yell back, shoving at his chest, just as the door of my room opens and Grace appears in the doorway. What is going... Oh. Her gaze bounces from me to Prescott and back. Wait, how did he get in here? Window, I mutter, still glaring at the man in question. Her green eyes turn into saucers as she switches her gaze to said window. I guess that explains a lot. Are you okay? I heard yelling and didn't know what was going on. Do you want me to stay? I shake my head. I'm fine. Well, if you need me, just yell. She goes to the doorway but holds back, her eyes narrowing on Prescott. You hurt her? I'll kill you. Not waiting for his answer, she leaves the room, closing the door behind her.
Can't hurt somebody who doesn't have a heart,
Prescott says softly. I don't have a heart? I scoff, shaking my head. Then what are you doing here? Why don't you just leave? After all, that's what you're best at.
Because I can't stop thinking about it. Because that day and your words ring in my head repeatedly. And no matter what I do, I can't push it out of my mind. Because I need some fucking answers so I can move on.
Oh, you didn't seem to have any problem moving on. You ran out of here before any of us could blink.
You have cancer,
Prescott shouts. His hands land on my shoulders, giving me a firm shake.
What the hell do you want me to do?
Nothing. I shove his hands away, turning my back to him. I don't want anything from you, so you can...
You're not leaving.
He grabs my hand, tugging me back. Gabriel, don't go. Don't leave me. I turn around, my chest crashing into his and kicking all the air out of my lungs. His hands slide to my shoulders, fingers digging into my skin as he shakes me. His pupils are dilated and he looks wild. Wild and scared and nothing like the man I've gotten to know these last few weeks.
You can't leave me,
he repeats. And something inside me breaks, just as his mouth crashes on mine. The kiss has no finesse, no gentleness, just pure aching need. He grips my face as his mouth ravages mine. My fingers slide into his hair, pulling him closer to me. Prescott shoves his tongue into my mouth as his hands roam my body. Grabbing my shirt, he tugs it up. We break the kiss, both of us panting hard as he pulls my shirt over my head and tosses it on the floor. I do the same with his. We're a mess of limbs as we get the rest of our clothes off, and then we're on my bed. He trails kisses all over my body, goosebumps rising in his wake. When his palms slide over my sides, I pull him back up, my mouth meeting his as my legs spread to fit his hips between mine. His hard length presses against me, making me suck in a breath as my hips lift and I rub against him.
Fuck, Jade,
Prescott mutters as he slides between my folds easily.
We can't keep on doing this.
No, we can't. I agree. I cup his face, my forehead pressing against his. Neither of us attempts to move back. His hands seize my hips, rolling them against him and torturing us. So close, so freaking close, yet so far away. One last time, I whisper, my throat bobbing as I swallow. We can't keep doing this, but we can have tonight. One last time. One more borrowed moment, because that's all we'll ever get to have. Borrowed moments.
One last time.
With that, he slides into me. My breath hitches as he fills me, a shudder running through me at the fullness. No matter what happens from here on out, I know for certain there will never be anyone like him. No one will make me feel the way Prescott Wentworth does. Tears burn my eyelids, so I close them shut, focusing on the pleasure spreading through me as I meet him thrust for thrust. Our mouths lock, tongues tangling together as we chase the high. And then we're falling hard and fast. The sound of our heavy breathing is the only thing that fills the silence. I half expect him to push me away and get the hell out of here, but his arms tighten around me, pulling me closer. Leaning my head on his chest, I drink in his nearness as my eyelids start to turn heavy. I wouldn't have done it, I whisper, the confession slipping from my tongue as I slowly drift to sleep. If I knew about Gabriel from the beginning, I would never let this thing between us go so far. It was never my intention to hurt you. The persistent buzzing wakes me up from a deep slumber. Blindly, I reach for my phone, turning off the irritating noise and burying my head deeper into the pillow, that familiar citrusy scent filling my senses. Last night flashes in my mind, Prescott sneaking through my window, fight, sex, falling asleep in his arms. My eyes snap open as my heart kicks into overdrive. I turn my head to the side, expecting to find Prescott's sleeping face next to me. but the bed is empty. Disappointment slams into me as I run my hand over the cool sheets. He left. He left like a thief in the night. The only sign that he was even here was his faint scent still lingering on the bedsheets. Another alarm starts to chime, signaling that I really need to get going if I don't want to be late for my appointment. Pushing the thoughts of Prescott to the back of my mind, I get to my feet and quickly go to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, I'm dressed and rushing down the stairs. Letting the door close behind me, I fish inside my bag for the key to Grace's car. She didn't think twice when I asked her if I could borrow it. Now, if only I could find the damn... There you are, I mutter to myself as I find them conveniently, of course, at the bottom of my bag. Keys clutched in my hands, I look up and stop in my tracks when I see my brother leaning against the hood of his black BMW. What are you doing here? I'm still pissed at what he did the other day. He had no right to get into it with Prescott whatsoever, especially after I specifically asked him not to.
You can be angry with me all you want, Smalls.
Nixon pushes off the hood and opens the driver's side door.
But you're not doing this alone.
I already have a ride? My fingers clench around the key in my palm, the cool metal digging into my skin. Nixon looks at me over his shoulder. He works his jaw, teeth grinding. I expect him to protest, but he closes the door.
Fine. You can drive then.
I bite the inside of my cheek. I didn't want anybody to go with me. It felt easier to go on my own and face this on my terms. But I also couldn't deny that a part of me felt relief at seeing Nixon here. Nixon looks around.
Where's the car?
Letting out a shaky breath, I walk toward him and pull the key out of his hand. I guess this will do, I mutter as I go to the driver's side.
Of course it will.
He groans, but doesn't try to stop me. Instead, he goes to the passenger side and slides inside while I finish adjusting the seat. We don't say much on the drive into the city. My whole body is tense, fingers gripping the steering wheel as I navigate the car through the busy Boston streets. Although I've managed to get a few peaceful hours of sleep with Prescott's arms holding me last night, I'm still bone tired. Keeping busy is a good diversion. I need all the distractions I can get so I don't overthink about what's to come. As soon as we get to the hospital, I'm hit by the scent of antiseptic and sickness. My stomach clenches with nerves, bile rising in my throat as the memories of all the times I've been here in the last 2 years come back to haunt me. So many appointments, needles, tests, and trials. All for nothing. Forcing myself to put one foot in front of the other, we make our way down the hallway to the doctor's office. I'm not sure how long we wait until the door opens and they call my name. Nixon gently places his hand on the small of my back.
It's going to be okay,
he whispers. He's wrong, though. After today, nothing will ever be the same again. Chapter 9. Jade.
I have your results.
Dr. Hendricks enters the room, a file in her hand. She's in her late 50s, I think. Her light blonde hair, streaked with grays, is pulled in chignon, and glasses are perched on the bridge of her nose. She had been Mom's doctor as she fought cancer. Fought and lost, a voice reminds me. With a shake of my head, I push it back, not wanting to go there. Not yet. Not until I find out what's hiding in that file. I was exhausted from all the probing and tests they ran today, but now was finally the moment of truth. My throat bobs as nervousness slams into me, making my palms sweaty. I shift in my seat, tucking my hands under my thighs to prevent them from trembling. There's good news and there's bad news. Dr. Hendricks looks up. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad, I say at the same time. Nixon interjects.
Good.
We look at each other and I give him a warning glare. I only agreed to let him sit in on this because I knew he'd drive me more insane with his meddling if he weren't here. But also because some part of me wasn't sure I could do this alone. Not that I'd ever admit it to Nixon. Okay. Dr. Hendricks places the folder on her desk, folding her hands over them as she faces me head on, her dark brown eyes staring into mine. I remember that from all those visits I did with Mom. I liked her directness and no-nonsense attitude, but also her kindness.
The mass in your breast is a tumor, Jade.
My eyes fall shut as her gentle words slam into me like a tsunami. I'm not even surprised. Since the moment I noticed the first bruise and lumps in my underarm weeks ago, I've known it. I tried to push it back and run away from it, but there is only so far you can run before it catches up with you.
Can we get a second opinion?
Nixon asks, breaking the silence. We don't need a second opinion, I say softly. Blinking my eyes open, I bite the inside of my cheek. I will not cry. I chant those words, focusing instead on the pain, and face my doctor. What's the verdict? What are my options?
Well, the bad news is...
I thought the fact that I have cancer was the bad news. I have had a laugh. Things were getting better and better.
It's part of the bad news, yes. The other part is that the biopsy has shown that the mass is malignant. Malignant?
Nixon looks at me before switching his attention to Dr. Hendricks. That's why it grew since I first noticed it. Not a lot, but... My words trail off as my voice grows weaker, the emotions swirling back to the surface before I can shove them down. I clear my dry throat and my tongue darts out to slide over my lips before continuing. It used to be just a little bump, but now it's more like a pebble.
Exactly, Dr. Hendricks nods. I know it all seems very scary, which is understandable. The good thing is you're still in stage 1. The cancer is localized in your right breast, and I'm pretty positive we can get this fucker out of your system with the right treatment.
Her words make me choke on a nervous laughter. I don't think I've ever heard Dr. Hendricks curse before. And something about this distinguished, serious doctor saying fucker just does it for me. Nixon looks at me like I've lost my mind, and maybe I have. I don't even have it in me to care.
Okay, that all sounds promising, right?
Nixon glances at me, but I bite my cheek harder.
So what are our options? Radiation? Chemo?
Dr. Hendricks holds Nixon's hopeful gaze before shifting her attention to me.
Considering your family history...
There is a hesitancy in her voice that I'm not used to hearing. I know what she's going to say even before the words are out of her mouth. A frown appears between Nixon's brows.
You think this is connected to our mom?
She doesn't think that. Nixon opens his mouth, but before he can say anything, Dr. Hendricks drops the bomb.
Mrs. Cole's breast cancer was genetic. Jade's carrying the gene.
There's a beat of silence as her words ring in the small office. The secret I've been keeping since Mom got cancer is now finally out in the open.
What?
Nixon whips his head toward me, his eyes wide as he tries to wrap his head around it. He just stares at me for what seems like forever.
You knew about this?
His words are soft, but I can hear the accusation in his voice. I guess I should have thought about this earlier. I should have warned Dr. Hendricks that she shouldn't mention this little tidbit, but now it's too late. I did. I hate myself for doing this to him. It wasn't supposed to happen this way, this soon. I clear my throat, forcing the words out. Before we found out that it was terminal, they ran some extra tests, and we found out that Mom's breast cancer is genetic. They tested me too.
You knew this?
He shakes his head like he can't comprehend it.
Why the fuck didn't you say something?
What was I supposed to say, Nix? Hey, bro, I know Mom's dying, but good news, I'm a ticking time bomb. It's just a matter of time before you lose me too.
I'm not going to lose you.
He grits through clenched teeth, his fingers wrapping around the armrest.
I'm not going to lose you.
He repeats, and lets out a shaky breath before turning his attention to Dr. Hendricks.
Now, what are our options?
Dr. Hendricks looks at me, and I nod, giving her approval to continue, knowing damn well Nixon's not nearly done with this topic.
My suggestion would be to do a double mastectomy, followed by chemo.
Double? The word comes out in a rush of air. I thought I was ready for it. I knew it was an option, but I wasn't. Not nearly enough. Dr. Hendricks places her hands over mine.
I know, this is scary. And it's not something any 20-year-old woman wants to think about or do. But again, considering your family history, I want to be safe, not sorry.
I know, it's just double mastectomy. It shouldn't hurt, not like this. They're just breasts, after all, tissues, muscles, a freaking part of my identity.
You don't have to decide this very instant, Jade. Go home and think about it. There are alternative therapies we could try, but based on my experience, this is the one that'll give us the best chance of success. However, considering what you've told me about how the lump has grown recently, I'd advise against taking too long to make a decision. The sooner we remove the malignant tissue, the better your chances are.
Do a double mastectomy. Soon.
Make the appointment,
Nixon says. What? My head snaps up. No.
What do you mean, no?
Nixon turns in his chair to glare at me.
She just told us that's your best chance of beating this thing.
But there are other options.
How about I give you a moment to discuss this?
Dr. Hendricks asks, getting to her feet. We glare at one another, but the moment the door closes behind Dr. Hendricks, I pounce on him. What do you think you're doing? You can't just call the shots, Nixon. This is my body, my disease, my choice.
The hell I can't.
He pushes out of his chair, running his fingers through his hair.
What do you think you're doing, Jade? She just told you what.
She told me she'll cut off a part of me. How can't he see it?
So you could live.
You don't get it. Jumping to my feet so he isn't looming over me, I wrap my arms around myself and walk to the window.
Which part don't I get, Jade? That she's giving you a chance to beat this thing? A chance to live?
For you, it's about life and death. For me, it's everything. Tears slip down my cheeks, and I wipe them away. I'm not going to break. From one day to the next, my life has been turned on its axis, and nothing will ever be the same. Whatever I decide, my whole life will be bound to this hospital for months, years, really. I will be poked, probed, and cut open. Everything I was, everything I am, will be ripped away from me.
Jade.
This isn't my first rodeo with cancer, Nixon. I've seen what it did to her mom. I watched it eat her alive, day in and day out, so don't you dare tell me you know what it's like. Nixon turns me to face him and wraps his arms around me, pulling me into his strong chest. A sob rips out of my lungs, and for the first time I realize my whole body is shaking, and big, ugly tears are sliding down my cheeks. So much for not crying. I wrap my trembling arms around Nixon's middle, burrowing my head into his chest as I let the admission out. I'm scared, Nixon. My big brother soothes his hand down my back.
Me too, Smalls. Me too.
I don't think I can do this. I don't know how. I shake my head, my fingers clenching around his shirt. I wish she were here. She would have known what to do.
I know she would. We'll find a way. I promise you, Jade. We'll find a way.
He whispers, his arms tightening around me to the point it's hard to breathe, but I don't ask him to let go. I'm not sure how long we stay like this, just holding on to one another. Now that all the anger and frustration have left me, I feel empty and tired. So damn tired. The door creaks open and I take a step back, wiping away the tears from my face.
Is everything okay? I'd give you more time, but my next appointment is here.
Sorry for occupying your space and time. I take the tissue she offers me, wiping at my tear-stained face.
No problem. These things can get really emotional. Like I said, you don't have to.
I shake my head. I'll do it.
Are you sure? Jade.
Nixon grabs my hand, but I stop him. No, I want to do it. I have to do it. I just need a little time to come to terms with all of this, that's all. I nod at Dr. Hendricks. I'll do the mastectomy. She nods.
How about we schedule you to come in next week? We'll run some more tests and discuss the logistics of it.
Discuss the logistics of it? That's about the last thing I want to do. I don't think...
There are things you need to think about, Jade.
What kinds of things? I don't want to think or listen. I just want to be done with all this.
Your future? I know it's easy to focus on right here and right now. So easy to get lost in the pain of now that you lose sight of your future. Cancer is a nasty disease. It takes so much out of the person, but it doesn't have to take it all.
I brush the tears away from my cheeks. I'm not sure I'm following.
Do you want a family one day, Jade?
Family? I mean, yeah, down the road. Dr. Hendricks gives me a soft smile. And even before she says the words, I can already see where this is going.
You're young. It would be good to consider cryopreservation prior to starting the chemo. Look it up, and we can discuss it at our next appointment, okay? What the hell is cryopreservation?
Nixon asks.
It's a way of preserving the fertility of young women before they start chemo.
Dr. Hendricks gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze.
Think about it. And I'll see you next week.
Chapter 10. Prescott. "That's how you do it, boys!" Scotty yells as we make our way to the locker room. If you listen hard enough, you can still hear the buzz of the crowd as they leave the stadium after the game. My ears are ringing from the yelling fans and the crushing of the pads, the adrenaline still running high in my veins. "Motherfucking champs, that's what we are!" somebody screams, choruses of agreement going through the room. I don't bother pointing out that there are still way too many games to play, and everything can change. Even my dark heart feels a flicker of hope that maybe the championship isn't that far out of our reach. My eyes meet Nixon's, and for a split second, a silent understanding passes between us. Then the reality sets in. Everything that has played out in the past week comes rushing back, making him scowl. "You're still far from being champs," Coach chastises loud enough to be heard over the racket in the locker room. I turn away from Nixon and concentrate on Coach instead. "The Saints surprised us with that interception." Somebody groans in the background. "Seriously?" Coach must hear it too, because his eyes narrow at whoever said it. "Yes, seriously." One thing's for sure, he doesn't share our enthusiasm. "However, you recovered really well. That doesn't mean you can relax now." He isn't wrong. Today's game was tough. The Saints didn't want to go down without a fight, and that's exactly what we gave them. We looked like we'd gotten off a battlefield, our black and gold uniforms stained with a mix of sweat, grass, and mud. In the end, we won by 1 touchdown, but it was a close call. Coach continues talking about the game, dissecting some of the key moments like he always does, but I'm only half listening as I take off my shirt and shoulder pads. Jimmy, our PT, walks around the room, handing out ice packs left and right. "Damn, that looks nasty," he says as his eyes fall on me. I glance down, noticing the shadow of a dark bruise forming over my ribcage. "Need me to look at it?" "Nah," I shake my head, grabbing 2 ice packs and placing one against my side and the other on my knee. "I'm good." I sit down, a jolt of pain going through my body. At this point, I'm not sure what hurts more, my knee or ribs. "You sure?" Jimmy gives me a doubtful look. "Yep." I try my best to hide my grimace. "Peachy." There is no way I'd admit out loud that I'm in pain, especially not in front of the coach or the rest of my teammates for that matter. We're halfway through the season, and the team has a shot at going all the way. I'm not about to lose it all because of a little pain. "Clean up." Coach looks around the locker room, giving us a warning stare. "Don't party too hard. I'll see you all tomorrow morning so we can go over today's game and start the prep for our next away game." With that, he leaves us to patch up and shower. Pulling off the ice pack, I inspect the bruise. I got it when a defenseman crashed into me in the 4th quarter. It's gonna be one nasty motherfucker, that's for sure. Placing my hand against my side, I push to my feet. Holy shit. Intense pain spreads through me, making my breath hitch and my knees buckle. I'd probably end up on my ass if I weren't expecting it. Bruised ribs, probably. "You should let Jimmy look at that," Nixon mutters by my side. I let my hand drop, not wanting to show any weakness. "I'm fine." Nixon's eyes narrow as he watches me. "You don't look fine." "I don't remember asking for your opinion." Nixon glares at me. "Whatever." Things in hand, he slams his locker shut. "It's your funeral." With that, he marches toward the bathroom, leaving me alone. Or as alone as one can be in a room full of guys. Taking a step closer to my locker, I slide my hand into the duffel bag stashed inside. "Listen up, assholes!" Scotty yells. "There's a party at my place. I expect to see you there. Spread the word." Tossing my towel over my shoulder, I prowl through the bag until my fingers wrap around the plastic bottle. I flip off the lid, only to find it empty. Motherfucker. "Wentworth!" My back stiffens at the sound of my name. I force myself to swallow down the knot in my throat before turning around and finding a few teammates watching me. "You coming?" "Yeah, sure." I lift my shoulder in a shrug. "Gotta shower first." Dropping the bottle into my bag, I grab my phone and scroll until I find the familiar number. Me. I need more. I don't even get to lock the phone before the reply comes through. Unknown. "I'll see you at Scotty's in an hour." Talk about fast. "That was one seriously awesome game, Wentworth." A hand slaps me over the shoulder so hard I feel every bone in my body rattle. "Loved that catch in the third. It was a beauty." "Thanks, dude." I nod at Xander, who's already engrossed in something his date of the night is whispering to him. "Spencer around?" "I think he went to grab drinks." God, I need something to drink. With a slap over his shoulder and a quick thanks, I make my way toward the kitchen. I scan the space, trying to find Manolo somewhere in the crowd. Every step I make hurts like a bitch, and if I don't take something soon, I think I might puke. I notice a few of my teammates are already here, solo cups in one hand and girls under the other. I nod in their direction before slipping into the kitchen, where Spencer is flirting with two girls. He notices me first, pulling another shot glass and filling it to the brim with amber liquid. I guess alcohol will have to do. "Great game, dude," Spencer grins. "You weren't even at the game," I point out, tossing down the drink. The alcohol burns its way down to my stomach, leaving warmth in its wake. "It's the only thing people are talking about. Kinda hard to miss." "When did you get back?" Placing the glass on the table, I wait for him to refill it. "An hour ago. Enough time to drop my stuff at home and come find some entertainment for tonight." He winks at the girls. "Right, ladies?" "Are you charming poor unsuspecting women again, Spencer?" The hair at the back of my neck prickles at the sound of the familiar voice. Spencer looks over my shoulder instantly. Something I'm not sure how to name flashes on his face before he hides it behind his usual smile. "They're not poor, unsuspecting women if they don't mind being charmed, Red." I down the second shot before looking over my shoulder to find Grace standing behind me, alone. She's not here. I'm not sure if I'm disappointed or relieved. I shouldn't want to see her, but I do. I really fucking do. I couldn't get her out of my head. It's like when she's not here, I can't breathe properly. I couldn't stop thinking about that damn doctor's appointment and how it went, because maybe, just maybe... I give my head a shake. You're not going there. It's done. Jade and I, we're done. I guess there is that. Jade's red-headed roommate glances at the girls before shifting her gaze to me. Her eyes narrow disapprovingly before she focuses her attention on Spencer. Know if they maybe have any water around here? Without waiting for an answer, Grace goes to the fridge and looks inside. Since when are you not drinking? It's not for me. She crouches down, moving some stuff around. Found it. Loud cheering comes from the back of the house. Grace looks toward the doorway and shifts from foot to foot. I guess I better get back. Before they move to Spencer, her eyes meet mine for a split second, and if looks could kill, I'd be gone. I'll see you around? What the hell is her problem anyway? Sure, he says as he watches her go. I grab the bottle from his hand, pouring us both a drink. What's that about? I ask him, tilting my head toward the doorway. Spencer turns to me. What? That. Not sure what you're talking about. Bullshit. I toss the shot back. You want to tell me what that's about? He raises his brow. I shrug. I'm having a drink at a party. The third drink in 3 minutes since you've been here. Because I fucking hurt, and that's the only thing that's keeping the pain at bay. You counting my drinks now, Mom? Fuck off, Wentworth. More cheering comes from the back. I narrow my eyes at the doorway, remembering how Grace was fidgety. I don't think I've ever seen the girl squirm. Somebody sure seems to be having fun. Yeah, they do, I say absent-mindedly, my attention still on that doorway. It's not like I can see through the walls to figure out what's happening. I'm going to take a piss. All those shots getting to you, Wentworth? You're getting old. Old, I huff. Remind me again who's the one complaining like a pussy after a rough game? Spencer's mouth falls open. I've been shoved into the plexiglass. In full equipment, which includes padding. Talk to me when a 200-plus-pound linebacker runs into you and knocks you to the ground, old man. I throw over my shoulder as I make my way into the hallway, where I almost knock into a couple. I move to the side, letting them pass, my eyes zeroing in on their locked hands. That familiar ache that's been gripping my chest ever since I walked out of Jade's apartment is front and center, but I push it away, making my way into the back of the house where all the cheering is coming from, loud enough to be heard over the beat of the music. I'm about to head in that direction when Manolo pops out of nowhere, an amused smirk on his face. Missed me? I look left and right, but by some miracle, we're alone in the dim hallway. Are you insane? I hiss, my back stiffening. What if somebody sees us? They'll see two guys talking. Chill, dude. He slaps me over the shoulder. Good game today. I heard you were quite the hero. I'm no one's hero. The dude inspects his nails. That's not what they're saying. I clench my teeth. What little patience I had left was swallowed by the pain hours ago. I'm not interested in playing your games. Did you bring what I asked for? Manolo rolls his eyes. Is that even a question? Apparently. I pull the money out of my pocket. I'm not in the mood for chit-chat. Are you ever? He sighs dramatically. I let out an irritated growl that has him smirking. Don't get your panties in a twist. He clasps my hand, exchanging the wad of cash for a bag with pills. As always, it was nice chatting with you, Wentworth. My fingers tighten around the plastic, feeling the pills shift in my grasp, and a sense of relief washes over me. Finally, I'll get some relief. I could practically feel the effect of the drug, and I hadn't even taken it, which is all kinds of messed up, but ask me if I care. A loud cheer erupts from the living room, making me look at the space. There were dozens of people standing in the doorway, obscuring whatever was happening inside that had all their attention. What the hell is going on in there? Did somebody order strippers or some shit? Even better. He wiggles his brows. Co-eds are dancing on the tables. There is nothing like some fresh meat to taste. There's this one brunette, and her rack is top-notch. I think I might go for her myself." Brunette? My stomach sinks as the image of Grace in the kitchen earlier flashes in my mind, the way she looked toward the doorway as if she was waiting for something to happen, how she disappeared out of the room like the devil was at her heels with a water bottle in her hand. Shit. Turning on the balls of my feet, I go for the door and start pushing through the crowd so I can get inside. People aren't happy when I shove them out of my way, but I ignore curses thrown at me. A guy that's about my height refuses to budge, so I grab his shoulder and pull him hard. "Hey, what? Wentworth, what the hell, man?" "Get out of my way," I bite out, moving past him before he can say anything else. That's when I see her. Jade. I suck in a sharp breath as she appears in front of me, hands raised in the air, her head thrown back, and all that gorgeous hair is cascading down her back. She's dancing on a freaking table, just like Manolo said. Some guy tries to grab her, and my fingers clench into fists by my sides. Fucking hell. Before I can think of what to do, I'm already moving forward, pushing the last people out of my way until I'm standing in front of the table. "Get your dirty hands off of her," I mutter. The guy doesn't even have enough time to process what I said before I rip his hand from her and push him back. "Get the fuck down, Jade," I hiss, looking up at her. She blinks a few times, her brows pulling together in confusion. "Prescott? What are you doing here?" Even in the dark, I can see her dilated pupils. She sways on her feet, the movement having nothing to do with dancing and all with clumsiness, the consequence of her being totally wasted. "Come on, Jade, let's go home." I look up to see Grace standing on the other side of the table, a water bottle in her hand. Our gazes meet for a second before I shift my attention back to the woman who will be the death of me. "Oh, she's going home all right. The better question is, what are you doing on top of that table?" Jade must realize I'm pissed because her gaze narrows, defiance shining in her eyes. "I'm having fun." She flips her hair back, the motion making her sway even harder in those heels. "Besides, you're not the boss of me." Not the boss of her? We'll see about that. The moment I get her off that table, I'm going to strangle her and show her just how much of a boss I can be. I look around, noticing a few people pointing in our direction. We're making a scene. Not that she cares in the slightest. Jade continues to dance, or she tries to, at least. She swirls her hips, but somebody bumps into the table, making her lose her footing. "Jade!" Grace yells in a warning. "Fuck!" I step forward, catching her before she falls to the ground. My knees buckle underneath me from the force of the impact. Jade's eyes widen, and my own heart stops in my chest. The stab of pain goes through my leg, making me freeze for a moment. But I grit my teeth, tightening my arms around her as I fight through the pain while trying to keep us upright. "Damn, that was close," Grace mutters as she joins us. "Are you okay?" "No, I'm not okay." She tries to wiggle out of my hold, but I don't budge. "Let me go!" "Not a chance in hell, doll." "Let me go, or I'm gonna scream." "Maybe you should." Grace tries, but I give her a warning glare that makes her shut up, so I turn my attention to the woman in my arms. "Since you're already making a scene, I don't see how you can do any more damage, but I invite you to try." I grunt and toss her over my shoulder. Securing my hold, I start toward the door, daring anybody to get in my way or say anything. "Ugh, I hate you!" She punches me in the back. "You can hate me all you want back in your room." "You take me home, and I'll just go back out once you leave. Because that's what you do, right, Wentworth? You fucking leave." Her words are filled with anger and something else that sounds a lot like hurt. "You're drunk, Jade." "Not drunk enough to not know what I'm saying." The cold air hits me as we leave the house. I inhale some fresh air, and I walk us to my car. Only then do I let her slide down to the ground. All those lush curves of hers brush against me as I put her on her feet, making me ache in a whole different kind of way. She's not yours to have, I chastise myself. You shouldn't even be doing this. But there is no way I'll leave her here like this with a friend who obviously can't get her home safely, like prey for the vultures. Vultures like Manolo and the likes of him. Jade shoves her hair out of her face and glares at me. You have no right to manhandle me, Wentworth. She jabs her finger into my chest. I already told you, I don't need you to save me. And I already told you, I'm nobody's savior. I pull open the door. Get in the car, Jade. I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm going back inside where I'm going to get another drink and have fun. Jade tries to walk around me, but I step in her way, caging her against my car. Get in the vehicle, Jade. Why do you even care? She stomps her foot, and if things were different, I might even find it cute. But there is nothing appealing about this situation we're in. Go back and do whatever the hell it is that you do, and leave me alone. I can't do that. Why not? You didn't seem to have a problem leaving before. And there it is, that tone, the crack in her voice, those words. Jade, I take a step closer, reaching for her face, but she looks away. You should leave, Prescott. Things are only going to get worse from here. You don't. I have cancer, okay? She snaps, biting the inside of her cheek. This is my life now. I have cancer, and there is nothing that can change that. So excuse me if I want one last night of fun before my life completely falls apart and I die. Her words shouldn't hurt. After all, it's not like I didn't know already, but I've been trying to convince myself it's all one horrible dream, and eventually I'll wake up from it, and things will go back to how they were. Only it's not. What she said is true. This is our life now, and every time she says those words, a little part of me dies along with her. I shake my head. You're not dying. I'm not accepting that. Not now, not ever. Because there can't be a world in which she isn't there. There just can't. I'm dying! Her palms connect with my chest, pushing me away. Or at least trying to, but I wrap my fingers around her wrists and hold her tight. I'm dying, and there is nothing that anybody can do to stop it. No. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to live in a world in which she doesn't exist. She doesn't have to be mine. I can live with that. But she has to be. Damn, I lost you there for a moment. Grace looks from Jade to me and back. Is everything okay? Peachy. Jade crosses her arms over her chest. Prescott was just leaving. Prescott is driving you home. I pull open the door. Get in. Jade's eyes narrow on me, and for a second I think she might try to slap me, but before she can do it, Grace says, Let's just let him take us home. It's late. Jade clenches her jaw, that fire burning bright in her eyes. Fine. She sways a little as she turns on the balls of her feet, but before I can try and catch her, she's inside the car and pulling the door closed, almost slamming my fingers in the process. Grace lets out a sigh. That went well. I look up, my eyes narrowing on her. What? It did. Grace shrugs and makes her way to the back seat. I didn't expect her to give in this easily. She's been all over the place since she told us. It made sense. When your life is spiraling out from under you, the only thing you want is to have some control, which usually leads to making some pretty bad decisions. I should know firsthand, since I'm a master of making bad decisions. With a shake of my head, I follow after Grace and slip into my car. My leg still hurts like a bitch, but the pain meds will have to wait until Jade is safe in her apartment. You shouldn't be doing this, I say as I start the car and check my rearview mirror as I slowly start maneuvering between the cars. You'll need all your strength once you start your treatment. Well, your opinion hardly matters, hotshot, Jade murmurs, her head touching the window. Want it or not, I'm dying. My hands tighten around the steering wheel. Did you go to your doctor? She huffs. Now you sound just like Nixon. I'm sure your brother will be happy to hear that. There is a beat of silence as I wait for her to tell me something, anything, but there is nothing. So, did you? I did. They told me exactly what I told you. I'm dying. Although I'm not sure why you care. You've left before, and you'll leave again. I press my lips in a tight line. She's right. There is no denying it. I left. Nothing else was an option, not at that moment, not when the idea of the past repeating itself was right in front of me. Everybody leaves, she continues, her voice softer. One way or the other, everybody leaves. There is no stopping it from happening. No, there wasn't. We both knew it better than most. Some people have left of their own volition. Others who want to stay are ripped from you against their will. That's why I promised I'd never fall in love again. The only thing it ever brings you is heartache. Want to know something? I open my mouth, but before I can utter a word, she continues without waiting for a reply. I went and did it anyway. Not that it matters. You'll leave anyway, and I can't even blame you. Two sides of the same coin. That's what we are. You and me, Prescott, we're broken, damaged goods. My mouth falls open, but no words come out. That's why I promised I'd never fall in love again. The only thing it ever brings you is heartache. I went and did it anyway. I'm pretty sure Jade just told me she loves me, but I'm completely speechless. What does one say to something like this anyhow? If I were a different man, a less damaged man, I'd say it back. I'd do whatever she needed of me. But I'm not a different man. Damaged goods. She's right about that. And she deserves better, because I'll never be able to be what she needs, who she needs me to be. I went through this hell once before, and it swallowed me whole. To do it again, no, I couldn't do it, not even for her. Just then, our building appears in front of me. I pull into the parking lot and turn off the car. Jade, I turn around to look at her, my mouth completely dry with nerves, but before I can attempt to find the right words to say, I realize that she's fast asleep. I let out a shaky breath as I stare at her face. Even when she's sleeping, there's a frown between her brows. I'm dying. I'm not doing this. Not again. I can't. I'll carry her up. Open the door for me. Not waiting for an answer from Grace, I get out of the car and make my way to the passenger's side. As gently as possible, I get Jade into my arms and straighten. Thankfully, Grace doesn't say anything as she heads to the building and holds the door open for me. In silence, we climb up the stairs to their apartment and into Jade's room, where I gently lie Jade on her bed. I skim the back of my fingers over her cheekbone, pushing a strand of her hair out of her face. I'm sorry, but I can't be what you need, doll. I whisper softly as footsteps come behind me. Stay with her tonight. She shouldn't be alone. Pushing upright, I walk toward the door, but Grace steps in my way, her arms crossed over her chest as she stares me down. You don't need to tell me what to do, but we both know who she wants to be here. I shake my head. I can't be here. Can't or won't, she challenges, her voice steely. I grit my teeth, the irritation and pain brewing inside of me. I'm not doing this with you. Fine, but if you're not planning on staying, you should leave. For good. You're just hurting her otherwise. What do you think I'm trying to do here? I yell as I shove past her and make my way for the door. Jade was right, Grace calls after me. Go! That's what you're best at. Pushing open the door, I get out and let it slam after me. My leg protests every step I take as I descend the stairs and get outside. My hand slips into my pants pocket, my fingers wrapping around the plastic bag. I rip into the bag, 3 pills falling into my open palm. I throw them into my mouth and swallow them in one go. Jade's words still ring in my head as I make my way home. That's why I promised I'd never fall in love again. The only thing it ever brings you is heartache. I went and did it anyway.
Chapter 11. Jade. I turn in bed, my stomach clenching uncomfortably as the bile rises up my throat. Groaning, I pull my legs closer to my chest as the stab of pain goes through my skull, making my whole body tense. Oh my God. I bury my head deeper into the pillow, my voice making the throbbing behind my temples intensify. What the hell happened last night? Good, you're awake. Grace's voice echoes in my head, not helping in the least with the headache I'm sporting. Did I bang my head against the wall? Because it sure feels that way. I wish I wasn't. I grab my head, willing the pulsing pressure to go away. I can imagine you do. You drank quite a bit and didn't throw up. My stomach rolls at the mere mention of throwing up. I try to swallow, but my mouth is as dry as a desert. It's still a possibility. What time is it? Just past noon, but I figured it would be best to let you sleep it off for as long as possible. You'll be miserable one way or the other, no sense in hurrying it up. Thanks. You're the best. If I were the best, you wouldn't feel like shit right now, Grace mutters. There's a beat of silence before she asks tentatively, Do you remember anything about last night? My brows pull together as I try to search through the fog that's clouding my mind. A little? I rub at my temples as I try to remember what actually happened. I remember the two of us going to the football game, and then somebody posted about a party, the pre-gaming at the apartment, the dancing, lots and lots of dancing and drinking, dim lights and loud music pulling me into that familiar oblivion I'd been craving, and then flaring brown eyes flash in my mind, the anger and hurt and desire swirling inside them as he glares at me. That's why I promised I'd never fall in love again. The only thing it ever brings you is heartache. I went and did it anyway. Oh my God. My eyes snap open as my shaky fingers cover my mouth. The words I'm pretty sure I said out loud yesterday ringing in my head. Please tell me I didn't say what I think I said. That you're in love with Prescott? My whole body turns to ice as Grace says the words out loud. I didn't say that. I never said those words, not since my mom died and my life fell apart. Not out loud, anyway. Not in so many words, no. God, why is this happening to me? Is there any other moronic thing I can do when it comes to this man? Why did you let me speak to him? I couldn't stop you. I tried reasoning with you, get you home on my own, but it didn't work, so he hauled you off that table. The only thing I'm grateful for. Did he... Grace raises her brows. Did he what? I clear my throat, pushing the words out. Did he say anything? Those last few minutes in Prescott's car are extremely blurry. I guess the mix of tiredness and drunkenness will do that to a person. Oh. Grace's face softens, and I know the answer before she even says the words out loud. No, he didn't. He brought you up because you passed out in his car and asked me to stay with you. That's it. Of course he did. Because he's a stubborn asshole who thinks he can get his way. You didn't have to stay the night. And risk you dying in your own puke? I think not. I would have stayed either way. I don't need some football player to boss me around and tell me how to care for my friends. Grace's hand clasps mine, giving it a firm squeeze. I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere. Everybody leaves. One way or the other, everybody leaves. There is no stopping it from happening. Grace's hand tightens around mine, turning my attention to her. You know that, right? I let out a shaky breath. I do. It's true. I never thought my friends would turn their back on me if they found out about the cancer. Quite the opposite, really. Which is why I didn't want to tell them in the first place. There were two kinds of pain. One from watching people leave and the other from watching them stay and worry about you. At this point, I wasn't sure which one was the worst. Good. Grace nods her head, her free hand slipping under her cheek. Then will you finally tell me what happened at that appointment the other day? Because that's why you've been acting all crazy, right? I tried giving you time to collect yourself because I know how hard this is for you. But I can't help. We can't help if you don't tell us how. How did you know? Oh, please. She rolls her eyes at me. You never asked for a car, so I figured you were going to your doctor's appointment in the city. You didn't really think you could hide it from us, did you? We failed you once. We're not about to do it again. You didn't fail me. My tongue darts out, sliding over my cracked lips. But you're right. I had an appointment with my mom's doctor. She did some tests which showed I'm stage 1. The corner of Grace's lips turns upward. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, but I don't like that word. I let out a small chuckle, which makes me wince when the jab of pain goes through my skull. Me neither, but because of my family history, she wants to do all she can. I'm going back for more tests and an appointment with the fertility specialist next week. Fertility specialist? Why would you... Chemo. That light dies in my friend's eyes, just like it died inside me when Dr. Hendricks told me the very same thing. She wants to do 6 rounds after we do a double mastectomy. But that's... Her throat bobs as she swallows. Wow, is that really necessary? You're only It's necessary. Just saying it out loud makes my heart ache. But there is no sense in hoping for the impossible. I'm carrying the gene for breast cancer, Grace. I've known it since Mom got sick. Hurt flashes on Grace's face at my words. I didn't tell anybody. Mom and Dr. Hendricks were the only people who knew. I didn't want to worry anybody else for nothing. It's not for nothing. It was. Everything was just so raw back then. Mom was sick, Dad left, Nixon was, well, Nixon. And then they tell me I'm carrying a ticking time bomb inside me. I might have never gotten breast cancer. But you did. But I did. I agree. And now Dr. Hendricks is doing everything she can to help me. Grace nods. How do you feel? Angry? My eyes burn from the unshed tears, but I blink them away. Helpless. Scared. I feel so damn scared. It's going to be okay. What if it isn't? Grace shakes her head, her eyes shining with unshed tears, but stubbornness is also etched into every line of her face. It's going to be okay. We'll figure it out. All of it. You're not alone. You have Ray, Penny, Yasmin, Nixon, and me. We'll help you through this. But not Prescott. He left and he isn't coming back. Maybe it was better this way. At least one person won't watch me go through hell. At least one person will be spared the suffering, no matter how much I need him to be here. Thanks, Gracie. I mean it. She brushes a strand of my hair behind my ear. We'll get you through this. I can only hope that she's right.
Chapter 12. Prescott. You should have gone on the trip, Gabriel says, his eyes focused on the cards in front of him. I didn't want to go on the trip. I shrug nonchalantly. Liar! He throws back without missing a beat as he places a draw 4 card on the pile. Red. Am not. Rolling my eyes at him, I draw the cards, spreading them wide in my hands so I can see all my options before adding 1 to the pile. School trips are boring anyway. Says you. I'd loved to have gone. Gabriel hums as he places a card on top of mine. What do you think they're doing? Of course he would. Gabriel would love the field trip our teacher, my teacher, has organized. He'd be the loudest on the bus, the first to ask all the silly questions nobody dares to ask in order to avoid sounding stupid. Because if you ask Gabriel, there are no stupid questions, just people too stupid not to ask them. I don't know, I shrug. Who cares? At least they don't have to be in school, and we can spend the day together. You better remember that when, I prompt, dropping my card on the table. There is a crooked smile on Gabriel's lips as he drops not 1, not 2, but 3 +2 cards. Ah! Are you shitting me? How? My brother smirks. Luck, I guess? The strong vibrating of the phone wakes me out of my dreams. My head snaps up, pain shooting through my neck. I rub the back of it, looking around as I try to figure out where I am. My room, not the hospital. I'm in my room. Soft light is peeking through the drawn curtains, signaling that I'd fallen asleep at some point during the night while I was studying. The little lamp is shining dim light over the desk. Books and papers are scattered around, and my laptop has long gone to sleep. The screen of my phone lights up once again as it continues buzzing. I grab it, hitting the answer button as I rub my hand over my face. Yeah, I croak, my voice hoarse from sleep. I should have figured you'd still be asleep. Dad booms from the other side of the line. Letting out a sigh, I lean back in my chair. Good morning to you too, Father. Morning? It's practically noon. Don't you have a practice to go to? If I were your coach... I shake my mouse, glancing toward the screen as I tune out his rant. It's not even 7:30, hardly noon, except to Benedict Wentworth. Seriously, that man would find something to complain about if he called me at midnight and found me asleep. Did you need something? I interrupt him mid-sentence. If not, I have to go. I have classes to get to. Of course I needed something. What do you think, that I have time to waste? Of course he did, because what other reason could a father have to call his son if he didn't need something? Did you apply for your MCATs? I look at the top of my screen, noticing the date. Fuck, I almost forgot. No, Dad, I didn't apply yet. The site isn't opening until later anyway. Which date will you take? I try to hold back my groan. I already told you, Dad. I'm going to take one of the March dates. It makes the most sense, since... What makes the most sense is for you to take the first available date. Knowing you, you'll probably fail anyway, because that's what you do. You fail, Prescott. You fail people around you. You fail at football. You fail. This way, at least you'll have the time to retake the test if you want to be able to apply to med schools come spring. Apply for the first available date. Knowing you, you'll probably fail anyway. He's right. I fail people. I failed Gabriel. I failed Jade. and I'll fail my teammates if I'm not able to play. Just listen to me. Fine. I'll take the first damn date. Happy? I yell, unable to continue listening to him go on and on about how big of a disappointment I am. I know that damn well without having to hear him say it on repeat. Did you need anything else? There's a beat of silence. For a moment, I think he might have hung up on me. But then he says, Your mother wants to know if you're coming home for Thanksgiving. Home? The word was laughable. There was no more home. There hasn't been one for a long-ass time. Besides, it's been weeks since we last talked. If him coming to my game drunk and punching me in the face can even be considered talking, I see how much they missed me, considering they waited to reach out. Coach asked us to stay around because we have an important game. Well, you better be home for Christmas. You know how upset she gets. She'll get upset one way or the other. Mom can barely stand to look at my face these days, not after everything that had happened with Gabriel. I'm not making any promises. Prescott? There's an edge to his voice. Maybe I should care, but I don't have it in me to do so. Not any longer. Championship is on the line, Dad, and the Ravens have a decent chance to play in the finals. There's no sense in flying all the way to Michigan if I'll have to be back in a few days. And now I have MCATs to study for on top of everything else. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a class to get to. Not waiting for an answer, I hang up. Turning around in my chair, I throw the phone on the bed, rubbing my hands over my face as the frustration simmers inside me like it always does. The need to go to the gym and work this anger out of me is tempting, but I didn't lie. I do have a class I can't skip if I want to remain eligible to play. Letting my hands drop down, I push to my feet. Class first. The gym will have to wait. Dude, you look like shit, Spencer says as he joins me. My class just finished, and I've barely survived. I need some caffeine, stat. I rub my hand over my jaw, the scruff scratching my palm. Gee, thanks, dude. Hey, I'm just calling it as I see it. I need coffee. It's been a long day. And an even longer night. My class dragged on, which definitely didn't help keep me awake. At one point, I started to doze off, only for my professor to ask me a question. I managed to pull it off, but we both knew I was barely holding on. And that was just class number 1. I have to be at the lab in half an hour, so I figured I might as well get some caffeine in me beforehand. Spencer gives me a once-over. Have you even slept? The light was still on when I came home around 2. Yeah, I shrug, pushing open the door to cup it up. I just had some work to do. One good thing about this particular class, it's barely a few minutes' walk from the coffee shop, making it easy for me to grab the good stuff quickly before rushing to my next class. The bell chimes as I step inside the coffee shop, only to stop in my tracks when my eyes fall on her, Jade. I'm not sure if she heard the door, or if she can feel me the way I can feel her the moment she enters a room. But slowly, she looks up, those baby blues meeting mine, and it's like I've been kicked in the nuts. So close, and yet so far away. The last time I'd been this close to her was the night I took her off that table and drove her home, which was 10 days ago. I know because I've been counting them off. 10 long-ass days, and every one of them I thought about her, about what she told me that night. That's why I promised I'd never fall in love again. The only thing it ever brings you is heartache. I went and did it anyway. She's standing on the side with Yasmin. Nixon's wife sees me, a sad smile flashing on her face before she returns her attention to Jade and whispers something softly to her, to which Jade nods. You're pathetic. Spencer pushes me further inside, the door closing firmly behind him. Why don't you just go to her? I shake my head, forcing myself to look away. It's not that easy. The guy standing at the counter moves to the side, so we step forward, placing our order. That prickly sensation at the nape of my neck is as insistent as ever, and it takes everything in me not to turn around and seek her out. It's exactly that easy. You go to her, you talk like the two freaking adults you are, and you make shit work. Seriously, I glare at Spencer. You think you're the right person to give relationship advice? A guy who runs from commitment like the devil is at his heels? Takes one to know one, man. My back stiffens as footsteps near. My heart speeds up, and I swear I can smell lavender. My eyes fall shut, and I inhale deeply, wanting to fill my lungs with it, memorize it. Pathetic, Spencer mutters as the bell chimes again. A whoosh of cold air sends chills up my spine. Then she's gone. Fuck off. The guy behind the display case places our coffees on the counter. If you would listen to me, you'd be singing a different tune. Hardly. There is no amount of talking that could help us. Maybe, if things were different. I have cancer. I shake my head, refusing to go down that road. I lost one person I loved to cancer. I watched him die before my very eyes. I can't do it again. Slapping the money on the counter, I grab my coffee. I have to get to the lab. I'll see you later. Spencer slaps me on the shoulder as I walk toward the door. Try not to fall asleep, will ya? Fuck off, Monroe. After the coffee, the rest of my day improves. Or, at least, I don't fall asleep. Between my classes, I get my ass to the gym, where I sweat off all my frustrations. I'm halfway through my leg workout when Coach stops in front of me. Gage, our backup quarterback, is a few steps behind him, looking uncomfortable as fuck. I grit my teeth as I push through the last 2 reps before lowering the bar back into place. My breathing is ragged, and I'm a sweaty mess, so I grab a towel, wiping some of it away before pulling my earbuds out of my ears. Need something, Coach? I want you to work with Gage. I narrow my eyes at the kid, who shifts awkwardly from one leg to the other. Our other backup quarterback transferred schools at the end of last season because he got an offer to play first string. Our third-string quarterback broke an arm after doing a keg stand drunk. Idiot. So now, we were relying on the rookie to step in if anything happened to Nixon. Not likely, but still. Sure, I say reluctantly. It's not like I can tell the coach to fuck off and find a different babysitter for the guy. Is something going on? Just figured it would be good for you two to work together and get a feel for each other before today's practice. That's all. Today's practice? I pull my brows together. And what happens at today's practice? Gage will be filling in for Nixon. Filling in? Why? Coach narrows his eyes at me, clearly not amused by my questioning. Well, screw him. Nixon had a medical emergency. Coach's statement draws the attention of a few guys on the team who've been working out, but I can barely hear their questions over the buzzing in my ears. Medical emergency? Jade's face flashes in my mind as the dread spreads through me, making my gut twist. I have cancer. No, I shake my head, refusing to believe it. It can't be. She was fine. I just saw her a few hours ago. She was fine. You better than anyone knows how quickly things can change. The little voice at the back of my head taunts. He's fine, Coach bellows, his words pulling me out of my mind. It's a family thing. He'll be at practice tomorrow, and all will go back to normal. But today, Gage will take Nixon's place, and we'll use this as an opportunity to improve our team. Now get back to work. A family thing. I stumble back. No. Wentworth. Coach's piercing gaze meets mine. Are you okay? Okay. How the fuck can I be okay after what he just said? How can he be okay? I shake my head, taking a step back. I have to go. That frown between his brows deepens in confusion. Coach opens his mouth, but before he can say anything else, I'm turning on the balls of my feet and running out of the room. I barely take time to stop by the locker room, hastily grabbing my backpack and duffel bag before I get out of there. My mind is reeling with possibilities as I sprint across the campus, because today, of all days, I had to park all the way on the other side of the lot, while at the same time trying to dig the keys out of my backpack. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe she's fine. She has to be fine. But Coach said medical emergency. She was fine just hours ago. I'm panting so hard by the time I get to my car, but I don't slow down. Tossing the bags inside, I slide into the driver's seat and start the car. Usually, it takes about 15 minutes to get from campus back to our building, but today I made it in 8. The moment I'm in front of our building complex, I just leave my car by the curb. Thankfully, somebody left the front door open, so I didn't have to ring the bell. Instead, I take 2 steps at a time. My leg protests, but I ignore the pain, focusing on my goal. Find Jade. Figure out what's going on. She has to be fine. She has to. I'm a sweaty mess by the time I make it to Jade's door and start knocking. She's here. She has to be here. It's not... I'm coming. Hold your horse. The door opens, and I stop my hand just in time so I don't connect it with Grace's head. Prescott, what? Where is she? I look over Grace's shoulder as if Jade might pop up out of nowhere, but of course she doesn't. Who? Grace, is that the delivery? Grace's boyfriend comes from the bathroom, rubbing his wet hair with a towel. He stops in his tracks when he sees me. Wentworth, what's up, dude? I'm looking for Jade. I narrow my eyes at Grace, my fingers gripping the doorway so I'm not tempted to push her out of my way and look for Jade myself. Where is she? I don't think... Where is she? Massachusetts General. I push from the doorway, my fingers curling into fists before I connect my hand with the wall. Fuck! From the corner of my eyes, I can see Grace flinch. Without another word, I turn around and head for the stairs. Prescott, I don't bother listening. No, before she can finish, I'm running once again. Chapter 13. Prescott. Time moves differently when somebody you know or care about is hanging on by a thread. I know that firsthand, or at least I thought I knew. But the last time I was in this situation, I was just a kid. Now I'm a grown man. It's the same, but different. My body is in the car as I drive to Boston, my limbs making all the right moves to get me there as fast as possible. But it's like my spirit is detached from the reality of it all, like I'm hanging in the air, watching and waiting for what's about to happen. I thought staying away from Jade would help take away the pain, but the only thing on my mind was, what if this is it? What if the last time I saw her, I was too chicken shit to tell her how I felt? What if... No. I shake my head, fingers tightening around the steering wheel. I'm not going down that road. Those are the words I chant on repeat all the way to the hospital. My tires screech as I slam my foot on the brake, pulling my car into the first open parking space I see before rushing out and into the hospital. The smell of antiseptic hits me the moment the door slides open. I have no idea where I'm going or what I might find. I should have grabbed my phone, but it's somewhere in my bag back in the car. Shit, I mutter, running my fingers through my hair. An older lady gives me a once-over before she pulls away, clutching her bag tighter. Ignoring her judging stare, I look around, my gaze falling on the map of the hospital and all its departments. I start toward it, trying to form a plan. Maybe I should go to the ER and ask around. although what are the chances of them telling me anything? I scan the map, my eyes falling on the oncology department. I note the floor number just as the elevator pings. I turn around, taking a step toward it, only to come face to face with Nixon. I look behind him, needing to see her, needing... "She's not here," Nixon says softly. It's the first time since this debacle came to light that he sounds like the old Nixon, like my best friend. My throat bobs as I swallow, forcing the words out. "Where is she?" "Surgery." With one word, just one single word, the ground parts between my feet. "No." I shake my head. All the moments we had started flashing through my head. Not enough. It wasn't enough. Nixon watches me for a moment, the realization dawning on him. "She didn't tell you." "We haven't really been talking," I snap at him, but it's not Nixon I'm angry at. It's me. I shouldn't have walked away. I shouldn't... What happened? Is she all right? Is she alive? God, let her be alive." "She's fine. Or, well, as fine as she can be. Her doctor recommended she do a double mastectomy." "A double?" I run my shaking hand over my face. She's not dying. She's fighting to live. "How?" My voice breaks, so I clear my throat before trying again. "How long has she been in surgery?" Nixon doesn't even bother looking at his watch. "A little over 3 hours. If we're to believe her doctor, it could be anywhere between 4 and 6 hours. 3 more hours. I was in the waiting room, but..." Nixon shrugs. He doesn't have to say anything else. I've been in his place, waiting for some news or to hear that the person I love made it, and if they're going to get better. Not that he knows that. "We can go back upstairs if you want." Unable to form the words, I just nod. Nixon hits the elevator button, and we wait in silence. When the elevator arrives, we load in with the rest of the people. It feels like the damn thing is stopping on every fucking floor before we finally make it to oncology. "How did you find out, anyway?" "Coach," I mutter as I sit down. "He came to the gym and told me to babysit Gage because you had a medical emergency." "Shit." "Yeah," I agree, leaning back and rubbing my hand over my face. "Shit." "I just couldn't let her do this on her own, not after everything that happened with our mom. She always pushed me to put football first, so it all fell onto Jade, and she resented me for it." I shake my head. "She could never resent you." Jade loved her brother. Yeah, sometimes he irritated her, but even then, she loved him. "She did. At least a part of her. She told me so herself. After..." He sucks in a breath, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. "After Mom died. Not that I blame her." He rushes the words out. "I should have been there. I should have ignored what Mom told me and been there for her and Jade. Now she's gone, and it's like the past is repeating itself." Nixon leans forward, his elbows touching his knees as he buries his face into his palms. "Apart from Yaz, Jade's the only family I have left. I can't lose her." My throat grows thicker with every word he says, making it hard to breathe. "I can't lose her." The feeling is mutual. "I thought it would help," I confess softly. Nixon gives me a side glance. Help what? Staying away. I thought it would help me stay detached, but it's always the unexpected ones that bring us to our knees. Nixon glares at me. Not that that excuses what you did. I never thought it did, but if it makes any difference, I never saw it coming. I don't think either one of us did. And yet, you walked away. I open my mouth, wanting to tell him about Gabriel, about our past, but it's like the words are stuck in my throat. Nixon shakes his head, clearly irritated. If you're not planning to stick around this time, go home now. Jade doesn't need another person walking away from her, not when she's dealing. I'm not going anywhere. I interrupt him before he can finish. The words slipped from my tongue easily, the decision already made before I even had enough time to think about it. It's too late for that, because, want it or not, planned or not, I'm in love with Jade Cole, and no amount of staying away can make losing her bearable. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. I watch the needle make its way around the clock, time passing impossibly slowly. It seems to drag on for an eternity, one slow tick at a time. Nixon and I don't say much as we wait for the doctor to arrive and give us some news on how the surgery went. It feels like it's been years since I rushed to come here, when it's barely been a couple of hours. The curse of being a doctor, or studying to be one, you know exactly what is going on behind those double doors. While Nixon is blissfully ignorant to a point, my mind is reeling with all the information regarding breast cancer and mastectomies. Granted, it isn't much, but it's enough to make me nervous. At one point, Yasmin arrives. If she's surprised to see me here, she doesn't say anything, just goes to Nixon. He grabs her hand, pulling her into his lap and wrapping his arms around her waist. A pang of jealousy hits me. I've never, not once, been jealous of what my friends have, until now. Until I might lose the one person I've fallen for before I even got a chance to be with her. Jade's not dying. Any news? Yasmin asks, her voice muffled as she returns his embrace. Not yet. She runs her fingers through his hair. Jade's a fighter. She's going to be okay. She has to be. Nixon's arms tighten around her. You didn't have to come. Yasmin scoffs. As if that's possible. Jade's my family, too. Besides, I didn't come alone. As if she called them, Grace, Mason, Ray, and Penny appear in the waiting room. There you are, she says as the group joins us. Grace glances at me before shifting her gaze to Nixon. Any news? Not yet, Mr. Cole. Nixon and I instantly look up at the doctor coming from behind the double doors. I jump to my feet, a zap of pain going through my leg from sitting so long. How is Jade? Nixon asks, joining me. The doctor, an older woman with serious brown eyes, glances over our group before focusing her attention on Nixon. The surgery went well, and Jade's currently being transferred to the ICU, where she'll stay for at least the next 24 hours so we can monitor her. Thank God. Nixon lets out a long sigh, his head falling back as he covers his face with his hands. My own heart is beating furiously as relief slams into me. She's okay. She's out of the surgery. She's okay. How did the surgery go? The doctor glances at me, clearly wondering who the fuck I am to meddle, but still, she answers. The surgery went as planned. Jade was a champ the whole time, and we managed to remove both breasts without any issues. I'll be sending the tissue for more testing, but so far, everything looks good. Nixon lets his hands drop. What comes next? Can we see her? This comes from Grace. As I mentioned, Jade is currently being transferred to the ICU so we can monitor her, but if everything continues this way, she should be discharged within the next few days. She'll need some help at first, since she won't be able to move her hands a lot, and in a month, I'd like to start chemo. The doctor looks around the group. If you'd like to see her, you can do it once she's settled, but only 2 people can be in the room at once. Nixon nods. Thank you, Dr. Hendricks. The doctor offers him a small smile before going back to her job. Nixon turns around. She's going to be okay, he says, pulling Yasmin in for a hug. My eyes fall on the door. She's here, just mere feet away. Go. Yasmin gives Nixon a little push toward the door. Her hand falls on my shoulder, startling me. Both of you. Nixon and I exchange a look, but we don't have to be told twice. We go toward the nurse's station. It takes a few minutes for her to check if Jade's settled, but then she takes us toward the back. Our footsteps echo in the quiet hallway, the smell of antiseptic bringing back memories I don't want to face. The nurse stops in front of the door, pumping some disinfectant onto her hands before she pushes the door open. Nixon follows after her almost immediately. Not me, though. My heartbeat grew faster with every step we took closer to Jade, our footsteps echoing in my eardrums. Sweat coats my palms as the past flashes in front of my eyes, mixing with the present to the point I don't know what's true and what's a memory. The shake of the doctor's head, a loud, almost animalistic cry comes from my mother. I'm sorry, there was nothing we could do. I swallow hard, brushing my palms against the side of my legs, forcing myself to take a step closer. Jade's not Gabriel. She's fine. She made it out. She's fine. Almost on autopilot, I reach for the little dispenser by the door, drenching my palms in disinfectant before I enter the room. The loud beeping of the machines breaks me out of my thoughts, and then my eyes fall on her, Jade, and it's like I've been hit by a train. She's lying in bed, covers pulled to her chest, and her arms placed by her sides. Different wires and tubes are connected to her. She looks so small, so fragile. Seeing her like this, she's nothing like the girl I know, nothing like the girl I fell in love with, and yet she's all that and more. Nixon smooths her hair away from her cheek. The dark strands are loose, face free of makeup, and her skin is so pale it's almost the same color as the bedsheets. So freaking fragile. Nixon sits beside her, gently taking one of her hands into his. His lips move as he says something, but that damn beeping is the only thing I can hear. Unable to look at her, my eyes scan the small room, going over the machines and looking at her stats. Officially, I still might be a far cry from a doctor, but after years spent in the hospital by Gabriel's side, I knew how to read every single one of them by heart. Heartbeat, oxygen levels, blood pressure. A hand falls on my shoulder, snapping me out of it. I look down to see the nurse watching me. "You can go and sit down," she whispers softly. "Thanks," I rasp, my voice too tight to say anything else. When she walks out of the room, I shift my attention back to that bed and Jade. But it's not Jade I see. Gabriel's small body, too skinny and weak from how the disease ate at him, flashes in my mind. I blink, pushing the memory back, only to find Nixon carefully watching me. "Are you okay?" Yeah. Nodding, I cross the room, taking the chair on the opposite side of the bed, gently putting my hand over Jade's cool fingers, placing my other palm on top of it to transfer some warmth into her icy skin. I concentrate on Jade, willing the demons of my past to stay back, while at the same time knowing it's impossible. Leaning closer so my lips are pressed against the side of Jade's head, I whisper softly, "Hey, doll, I'm here. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere."
Chapter 14. Jade. The constant beep, beep, beep pulls me out of my slumber. It's a distant noise I can barely decipher, but soon it grows louder, more insistent. Letting out a soft groan, I try to shift, but a jolt of pain goes through my body, pinning me to the mattress. My eyes blink open, only to fall shut almost instantly, as the bright overhead light blinds me. Holy hell. At this point, I'm not sure what hurts more, my body or my head. Forcing myself to stay still and breathe, I wait until the pain subsides before trying again. Slowly, oh, so slowly, I open my eyes. At first, it's only a smidge, barely enough to see anything, but enough to let them adjust before I fully open them, taking in my surroundings. White ceiling, the bed, a hospital bed. Machines surround me as that beeping sound grows louder, more incessant. Hospital. I'm in a hospital. As the realization dawns on me, so does the reason for my stay. Mastectomy. I look down at my chest as panic spreads through me, but the blanket is placed over my body, preventing me from seeing anything. Not like there's anything to see, but... A soft moan snaps me out of my thoughts, enough to notice the person sitting in the chair next to my bed. The shaggy dark blonde hair and broad shoulders. Nixon. I want to let out a sigh of relief. He's here, just like he
Jade.
No, not Nixon. Rubbing the back of his neck, he lifts his head, sleepy dark eyes taking me in. Brown, not blue. Prescott. What? My voice is raspy from sleep, so I clear my throat. But before I can try again, Prescott jolts upright, as if he finally realizes that he's not sleeping.
Shit, you're awake.
He looks around, but we're the only two people in the room.
How are you feeling? Do you need me to give you something? Water? Maybe I should call a nurse.
Noticing the weight of his hand over mine, I tighten my fingers around his. My grip is weak, so painfully weak, but it does the trick, making him shut up and turn his focus on me. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Prescott's tongue slides over his lower lip.
You're here.
You're here. As if it's that simple. As if nothing has happened between us. As if these last few weeks didn't exist. You're here. How did you find out?
Coach. Fuck, Jade. When I heard...
He shakes his head, his face twisting in pain.
When I heard you were in the hospital, it's like something fucking broke inside me.
Prescott.
No.
He stops me, the desperation in his tone almost palpable.
I saw it all. All that we were, all that we could be. And then it's like you were ripped away from me before we had a chance to do anything, be anything. I lost you before I had you because of some stupid idea that if I walked away I'd be safe. Well, I wasn't fucking safe.
Another shake of his head.
I wasn't fucking safe, and when I heard you were in the hospital, I realized I could lose you. Actually lose you. And you'd never know.
You're not losing me, I whisper, my heart breaking a little bit, his pain almost like my own. His hand cups my cheek, Rough calluses skim over my skin as he presses his forehead against mine.
You don't know that.
Well, I'm damn well trying to do everything in my power to live. I want to live. I need you to live, Jade. Even to this day, Mom's parting words ring in my mind. They were barely audible as she was struggling to breathe. I need you to live, baby. Live, laugh, love. Do all the amazing things you want to do. Be happy. I want to live, Prescott. I whisper once again, letting those words out for the first time since I realized I have cancer. My admission. Prescott watches me with those dark eyes. I can see the demons in them, the uncertainty, the fear. I can see it all because they're mine too. We don't make false promises. It would be just meaningless words, and we both know it. We've both lived it.
Jade,
Prescott whispers, his thumb caressing my cheek as he just stares at me. And then his mouth is on mine, slow and gentle. He kisses me like I'm the most precious thing in the world, as if he might lose me, as if I'll disappear between his fingers like sand scattered by the wind. My lips parted, his tongue sweeping inside my mouth. At the first touch, I let out a soft moan. God, I missed this. I missed him. I missed his touch, his kisses, his taste. I try to raise my hand to pull him closer, but once again, that ache shoots through my arm and chest. The pain is so strong, I see white dots flash before my eyes. I let out a soft whimper, Prescott pulling away almost instantly.
what?
Panic flashes on his face. His eyes roam over my body.
Are you in pain? I knew I should have called the...
Sweat coats my skin. My hand shakes slightly on the mattress, but I try to brush it off. Damn, when was the last time you showered? I ask as he grabs the call button, stopping him mid-stride.
Seriously?
What?
You're joking, right now?
Hey, it's not my problem you stink. I so don't envy your teammates.
How can you joke about this shit when you're lying in a hospital bed?
I don't see how the two are relevant. I let out a small chuckle, the motion making pain shoot through me. No laughing. Got it? Prescott's scowl deepens.
Damn it, Jade. You're in pain. I'm calling the nurse.
It's not that bad. I try to protest. I didn't want anybody else to break this bubble we were wrapped in. Not yet. I could suffer through a little bit of pain.
The fact that you're white as a sheet would disagree. I swear, you dry.
Whatever he wanted to say was interrupted by the opening of the door. That was... My words die on my lips as Nixon enters the room. He stops in his tracks when he sees me, his lips parted in surprise.
You're awake. She woke up a little bit ago.
Prescott fills him in.
I just called for the nurse. She's hurting.
She's awake and can speak for herself? I protest, trying to push upright, which is a mistake. The pain must show on my face because both men move into action immediately.
Damn it, Jade. You shouldn't move. What's wrong? Does something hurt?
Nixon asks, placing 2 coffees on the table in the corner before his tall frame looms over me. Everything hurts. What hurts is to have you 2 dumbasses hover over me while I can't do shit to sit upright. I mutter. Can someone adjust the bed? I don't want you looming over me like I'm a helpless child. Both Nixon and Prescott look at me like I've lost it. Maybe I have, but if this is any indication how the next few weeks will go, I'm already done. Hello?
Good to see the spunk hasn't left you, Smalls.
Nixon says, the corner of his mouth lifting in a smile. I've lost my breasts, not my wit. The words are out of my mouth before I can think better of them, making them stop in their tracks. My tongue darts out, sliding over my lips as I meet their gazes. What? It's true. I shrug, trying to play it off, but regret the movement almost instantly.
You seriously need to stop moving, doll, before I tie you to that damn bed.
Prescott growls. He grabs the remote for the bed and presses a few buttons. There is a soft buzzing as the top part of the bed starts to lift. Kinky. Nixon lets out a long groan.
I do not need this shit in my life.
That's payback for all the mushy stuff I had to suffer through with you and Yaz. Before he can answer, the door to my room opens and the nurse walks inside. It seems like somebody woke up, she says cheerily as she stops at the bottom of my bed, looking at the chart before checking the monitors. How are you feeling?
She's in pain,
Prescott says before I can even open my mouth. The nurse moves closer, picking up my wrist and monitoring my pulse, then scribbles something down. I'll go and grab some pain meds and call the doctor to give you a look.
Can't you?
Nixon starts, but I give him a death glare before shifting my attention to the woman. Thank you. The moment the door closes behind her, I look at the two of them. You have to stop this. It's irritating.
We're just worried about you.
And I appreciate it, but you're being annoying too. Let them do their job.
We'll try.
I let out a sigh. I guess that's the best I can ask for.
Chapter 15. Prescott.
Wentworth, Coach yells the moment I enter the gym. My office, now!
Running my hand over my face, I let out a sigh. Some of my teammates that are in the gym give me wary looks, but I ignore them as I follow after Coach. I didn't want to leave Jade in the hospital, but she and her doctor insisted that Jade was doing well and she'd probably sleep the rest of the day since they hooked her up on more meds to help manage the pain, so there was no need for us to stay huddled in her room. Besides, Yasmin promised she'd visit her with her other friends after her classes concluded, and it's not like we can all stay in her room anyway.
Where the fuck were you yesterday?
Coach bellows the moment I close the door behind me, and then, not giving me a chance to answer, he continues.
I specifically told you to work with Gage, but you up and left without a backward glance. What kind of example does that set? Co-captain ignoring my instructions, fighting with his teammates, and missing practices.
I should bench your ass right this moment. I went to the hospital. The man's eyes narrow at me, so I lift my hands in the air in surrender. It's not an excuse. If you want to bench me, go ahead and do it. It'll suck, but God knows I deserve it. I wanted you to know where I was.
What hospital?
His eyes go instantly to my leg.
Don't tell me you messed up your leg again.
No. I went to find Nixon.
Nixon?
If possible, his frown deepens. I shift my weight from one leg to the other. Jade and I feel the heat rise up my neck. Ducking my head, I rub the back of my head and shrug. Talk about awkward. There's a beat of silence before Coach murmurs.
I see.
Just that. 2 words, followed by more silence. I look up to find him watching me. Does that have anything to do with your and Nixon's brawl from a few weeks ago? I press my lips together, not saying a word. We just stare.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
One another, and neither of us speaks for a while. After the fight, both Nixon and I kept our mouths shut. There was no sense in pointing the blame, and it's not how this shit is solved anyway. Idiots, Coach murmurs. Get your ass out of my office and get to work. I nod my head in understanding and turn on my feet to leave, but he stops me before I can make 2 steps.
And Wentworth?
I look over my shoulder. Yes, Coach.
The next time you don't show up for practice without notice, I will bench you. Am I clear?
Perfectly.
Jade. You're annoying me.
I didn't say a word.
Nixon protests, stopping in the doorway. You didn't have to. Letting out a sigh, I push myself upright, making sure to keep my expression as neutral as possible. People in my life don't deal well with pain. Me being in pain, most specifically. Especially not men. This is the 3rd time today you're at my place, Nixon.
Can't a brother check in on his little sister who's recuperating from surgery?
I roll my eyes at him. At this point, you might as well move in.
Well, about that.
No, I shake my head. Don't you even dare go there, or I might call the cops on you.
First, you need to be able to reach your phone.
I can reach my phone just fine if properly motivated. Nixon lifts his brows.
So why haven't you answered my texts?
Because you're annoying me. This morning I was discharged from the hospital with clear instructions to take it easy. No lifting my arms, no carrying heavy weight. Don't do anything with repetitive motions, which includes most housework activities. The only blessing that has come from this. I was still feeling pretty tired and in pain. I was itching, and there was this strange pull every time I tried to move my arms, which didn't help. I had yet to look at myself in the mirror. I couldn't bring myself to do it, though. I couldn't look at my chest. I wasn't ready. Nixon lets out a sigh as he enters the room. The bed creaks as he sits down.
I'm just worried about you.
The doctor said everything is fine. There is no...
I don't care about what the doctor says.
Nixon interrupts me.
How are you feeling?
I open my mouth, the lie on the tip of my tongue, but the words don't come. Pressing my lips together, I clear my throat and try again, this time settling for the truth. Tired and bored out of my mind. At this point, going back to classes and listening to my lit professor talk bullshit about long-dead men sounds appealing. Nixon lets out a soft chuckle.
Then you must really be bored.
I am. That's why I've been thinking...
No.
What do you mean, no? I narrow my eyes at Nixon. I haven't even finished.
You don't have to finish. The doctor told you to take it easy, so take it easy. You talked to your professors and they agreed you can hand in the assignments left by the end of the semester and show up for midterms and finals. Am I right?
Yeah, but...
So no buts. You don't want to end up in the hospital again, do you?
I'm going to end up in the hospital one way or the other. Before she discharged me, Dr. Hendricks told me I should come in a week so she could look at my drain and incisions. If everything is going along nicely, she should be able to take the drain out, and I should continue with the recovery at home before my first dose of chemo, which is coming in less than a month. 1 month. Meaning just before Thanksgiving. Happy holidays to me. Not.
But if you get some kind of infection, you won't be able to start chemo on time. Please, Jade, just let it be.
How can I fight him when he's being so rational? I can't. That's how. Fine, I sigh. Can you go home now? Your wife is waiting for you.
Yasmin knows where I am. She wanted to come.
Of course she did. Nixon ignores my interruption and continues as if I haven't said anything.
But I convinced her it's better to give you some space.
I give him a pointed look. Now, if only you'd listen to your own advice.
Don't be a smart-ass, Smalls. There is actually a reason why I'm here.
Oh? Is there? Nixon ruffles my hair gently, as if I'm a porcelain doll that'll shatter if he's not careful.
Always being a smart-ass.
He tisks, but the playfulness that was there only a moment ago slowly disappears.
I wanted to check if you needed any help with anything. Drains?
His face turns serious.
Shower?
My smile falls. I'm all good. I emptied the drains earlier today, and I can't take a shower until they're out. Plus, even if I could, you'd be the last person I'd call. No offense. The last thing I needed was for Nixon to help me with the bathroom. He's already treating me like I'm a helpless child. Nope, I'll deal with the bathroom all on my own, no matter if it takes hours.
You wound me, Smalls.
Yeah, well, now that you've done your brotherly duty, you can go back to your apartment where your wife is waiting for you with dinner.
You want to come eat with us?
I give him an unamused smile that has him lifting his hands in defeat.
Okay, I'm leaving.
He gets to his feet. He interlocks his fingers in front of him, stretching.
Need me to get you anything before I leave? Pain meds, ice pack?
I'm good. Seriously, you
Can leave.
Nixon finishes.
I know.
We can go with that one, too.
Tomorrow afternoon we're going away for a game, but if you text me before I leave, I can bring you anything you need.
I'm sure I'll be fine. The girls are here. It's not like I'm alone. These days, between everybody fussing about me, it was hard to get a few minutes of alone time to go to the bathroom, much less anything else.
I know, but they're not me.
Nixon leans down, pressing a kiss to the top of my head.
I'll see you later.
I'll see you later. I watch as Nixon walks toward the door. Nixon? My brother looks at me over his shoulder. Kick some ass, will ya? The corner of his mouth lifts in a half smile.
You know it.
Once my brother is gone, I pull out the ice packs since they've long stopped doing their purpose. But since I'm too lazy to get up, I just snuggle into the covers and turn on Netflix, my best friend these past few days. At some point, I must doze off, because the next thing I hear is my window being pushed open. I look up to find Prescott climbing inside my room. You seriously need to start using the door, I whisper, pushing into a sitting position.
Where's the fun in that?
Oh, I don't know, not breaking your neck.
That's for pussies. Besides, if it were that dangerous, I would have already fallen at least a dozen times.
Prescott lets his duffel bag drop on the floor by my desk before he joins me on the bed. He cups my cheek, pushing away a strand of hair behind my ear.
How are you feeling?
As good as I look?
So awful.
I gently shove him away, but not gently enough because a jab of pain goes through me.
Fuck, Jade. You're in pain.
Prescott's gaze shifts to my nightstand.
When was the last time you put on an ice pack?
A few hours ago. I didn't feel like getting up.
And pain meds?
I don't like them. They make me feel dizzy and sleepy.
That's the point of pain meds.
He grabs the bottle and slides 2 tablets into his palm. He looks at them for a moment before giving them to me along with the bottle of water.
Now take them like a good girl.
Here you go again. I look at the bottle of water, noticing the intact seal. But before I can even try to open it, Prescott grabs it and opens it for me. First, you want to tie me to the bed. Now you want me to be a good girl? Prescott gives me a warning look.
Jade.
What? I bat my eyelashes innocently. I'm just repeating what you said. He opens his mouth to protest, but before he can say anything, the door opens, and Grace's head appears in the doorway. Hey, are you hung? The words die on her lips when she notices Prescott sitting on the bed next to me. I see the moment of confusion for a split second before her gaze darts toward the open window and then back to us. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were here. I give Prescott a pointed look. I keep telling him he should use the door.
But this is closer to where I usually park my car.
Okay, Grace drawls. You guys want to eat? I was just about to order some pizza. I'm not really, I start, but Prescott interrupts me.
Food sounds great.
Good. Grace smiles and disappears before I can contradict her. I'm really not hungry, I protest.
You have to eat. Maybe you'll feel less dizzy if you put some food in you.
I glare at him. You're extremely bossy.
Takes one to know one. I'll put these away and come back.
Not waiting for an answer, Prescott gets to his feet, ice pack in hand, and goes out of the room. Sighing, I down the pills he gave me before lying down in time for Prescott to appear with a fresh set of ice packs. I try to take them from him, but he brushes my hands out of his way and does it himself. I smell, I protest, suddenly feeling self-conscious.
So what?
Slipping off his shoes, Prescott climbs into my bed and pulls me to his chest.
You want me to come straight after practice next time? We can smell together.
I tilt my head back to glare at him. Don't you dare.
You sure?
He wiggles his brows.
I think it would be fun.
I'm not accepting your smelly ass in my bed, Wentworth.
It's funny you think you can stop me.
His arms tighten around me.
Now stop moving, and let's watch Netflix before the pizza gets here.
Okay, I whisper, trying to relax against him, but it's so hard when he's near me. My mind turns to mush, and it's so difficult to concentrate with his arms around me. What are we doing here, really? Prescott's been around every day since I woke up in the hospital, but a part of me still worried that something was going to happen and he'd leave. And as much as I wanted him here now, I wasn't sure I'd be able to let him go again when he changed his mind. Watching him leave once was unbearable. Watching him leave twice? I'm pretty sure it'll shatter something inside of me. But do I tell him to go? No. Like a glutton for punishment, I hold on tighter. Chapter 16. Jade.
That incision is healing nicely.
Dr. Hendricks says as she finishes, well, whatever the hell she's doing.
How are you feeling? Still sore?
Not as much as in the beginning, but my arms still hurt when I try to move them too much or make any sudden moves. Like there's tugging and the itching. I shudder at the very thought. Since I couldn't take a shower so far, I had to make do the best I could, and let me tell you, it's barely enough. At this point, my stench was the only thing keeping me cooped up in my apartment.
That's normal. Your wound is still healing, and the area where the incision is very dense. You should try gently massaging it with some oil. It should help soften the tissue. I also want you to start PT to help with your mobility and regain strength in your arms. The pain?
It's there, but it's manageable.
You don't need to manage it. There is nothing wrong with needing some extra help to relieve the pain.
And risk getting dependent on pain meds? I think not. I'm doing good, really. If the pain becomes too much, I'll take some more.
Okay.
Dr. Hendricks steps back.
All done.
Thank you. Grabbing the hoodie, I slip it back on and pull the zipper. I've learned early on that if I want to keep some dignity and not call others for help every time I need to get dressed, oversized zip-up hoodies are the way to go. Please tell me I can finally take a shower. I'm not above getting on my knees and begging. My whole body is one big itching mess, and I'm lucky I haven't clawed my skin off yet.
You can take a shower. The drains are out and your incision looks good.
Finally.
I'll write down those oils we talked about and recommend a physical therapist who specializes in mastectomy patients.
Sounds good. I nod my head and hop off the bed.
I still don't want you to drive or lift anything heavy until the PT clears you. But apart from that, you can slowly get back to normal life.
Normal life. I huff. The idea seems laughable. My life will never be normal again. Is there even such a thing? Dr. Hendricks places her hand on my shoulder.
It might not seem that way, but things will get better.
She gives me a reassuring squeeze.
The next time we see each other will be for chemo.
And just like that, she shattered any semblance of normal with 11 words. Because one day things might get back there, but that day isn't today. Because first, things are about to get much, much worse. You've been awfully quiet, Grace says, glancing at me from the driver's seat. Did something happen at the doctor's office? Just thinking, that's all. About? Life? I let out a soft chuckle. I'm fine, really. You keep saying that, but I'm not sure who you're trying to convince, yourself or us. I guess she's right about that. It's okay not to be fine, Jade. Grace places a hand over mine, giving it a firm squeeze. Hell, nothing about this is fine. Young people shouldn't get cancer. You're just 20. How the fuck is that fair? It's not. But we live in a world that is far from perfect. I know, but still, I'm just so angry on your behalf. After everything that has happened with your mom, you deserve some peace and happiness. Peace and happiness. I'm not sure I know what those two are anymore. I'm sorry, Grace sighs. Here I'm raging when you're the one who actually has to go through it all. But I'm scared. Scared for you, scared of what this all means. Me too. I lean my head on her shoulder. Turning my hand, I interlock our fingers. I know I might seem calm, but I'm not. I can't concentrate on that fear because if I do, it'll overwhelm me and I won't be able to breathe. And with chemo a few weeks away, we'll get through it. Grace nods decisively. But enough about that. We're almost home and I have some time before my class. So how about some coffee and scones? My treat? I let out a soft chuckle. How can I say no to scones? Damn it. I mutter as the pain slices through me. I drop my hands, closing my eyes to fight the angry tears threatening to come up. I will not cry. I will not cry. I will not.
Jade?
My whole body freezes at the sound of the familiar voice. I stop, trying to hear over the sound of the shower, hoping I only imagined it when...
Jade, where are you?
Shit.
Jade.
Even through the foggy glass, I can see the doorknob turn. Don't come in, I say quickly before he can push the door open. I can't have him see me like this. Not...
What do you mean, don't come in?
Just like I said, don't come in. I bite out, the irritation, fear, and unease making me snappy.
What are you doing? I can hear the shower.
That's because I'm in the shower. Please, just...
I'm coming inside.
Quickly, I turn my back to the door, placing my hands over my chest the best I can.
Jade?
Prescott asks softly.
What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing? I ask, my eyes glued to the shower wall. I know you're used to smelly locker rooms, Wentworth, but I figured even you're familiar with the concept of a shower.
I mean, what are you doing taking a shower all on your own, not even a couple of weeks after surgery?
My doctor gave me the all clear.
That's not what I mean, and you know it.
Prescott sighs. I don't care. Can you just go? I'll be out in a few. The door rattles, making me jump out of my skin. Prescott, I told...
You'll be out with half of your hair shampooed?
He asks from right behind me. What? Goosebumps rise on my skin from his nearness. My tongue darts out, sliding over my lower lip. I peek over my shoulder, seeing the top of his naked chest. I can feel his warmth pressing into me from behind. What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
He grabs the shampoo from the shelf, squeezing a little bit into his palm.
Tilt your head back.
Too tired to fight him, I do as he says. Soon enough, his expert fingers are massaging my scalp. I let out a soft moan as he shampoos my hair. It feels so nice, I want to cry. Or maybe that's my hormones that are all over the place.
Rinse.
Prescott whispers, breaking the quiet. I step under the spray, tilting my head back and letting the water wash over me. Then he repeats the process once again as if he knows how much I need this. His body brushes against mine as he grabs the body wash next. I can... Prescott wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me to him. His lips press against the crook of my neck. A shiver runs through me, making my knees buckle underneath. I swear that if Prescott weren't holding on to me, I'd have fallen on my ass right then and there.
You don't have to hide from me.
My throat bobs as I swallow the knot stuck inside, my words coming out raspy. I don't think I can.
You've seen my scars, doll.
I shake my head. That's not the same.
Why not?
These are ugly.
Have you even seen them?
He challenges. Another shake of my head. Can't. It's too soon. Too fast, too soon, too much, just too freaking much.
Then how can you know they're ugly? You're alive because of these scars.
We don't know that yet. Not for sure. He starts to turn me so I'm facing him. I try to resist, but he doesn't let me. So I give in, closing my eyes so I don't have to see the look on his face when he sees my scars. Fingers caress my cheekbone. His touch is so tender, I think I almost imagined it.
Open those pretty baby blues, doll.
Prescott whispers. I shake my head, refusing to give in. He wants to see me like this. He can suit himself, but I don't have to watch the devastation and pity in his eyes.
Come on. I never thought you were a coward.
This game won't work. Not this time. Prescott presses his forehead against mine.
I'm not playing games. Never with this.
A promise. Slowly, I blink my eyes open to find him staring at me.
Was that so hard?
My throat bobs, but no words come out. Prescott cups my cheeks with both hands.
You've seen my scars, Jade. You don't ever have to be afraid to show me yours. Ever.
He presses his mouth against my forehead. This kiss is hard, almost bruising.
When you're ready, okay? Whenever you're ready, I'll be here to show you just how beautiful you are. Scars or no scars.
He takes a step back, his gaze holding mine, not moving an inch.
I'll be in your room, so yell if you need anything.
Prescott starts to turn around, but I grab his wrist. My heart is beating a mile a minute as he turns around, surprise flashing on his face.
Jade?
Together. I whisper quickly before I change my mind. Let's look at them together. Prescott shakes his head.
If you're not ready.
I clasp my fingers tighter around his wrist, not allowing him to pull back. That's the thing. I don't think I'll ever be ready, so I might as well get it over with. Prescott watches me for a long moment, so long that the water starts to turn cold. Still, not once does he lower his gaze. Unclenching my fingers, I let my hand drop. Turning my back to him, I turn off the shower. Prescott? I ask weakly, unable to turn to face him. If he changed his mind... But of course he hadn't. Those strong arms slip around my waist and pull me to his chest.
Together.
He turns us toward the door. The glass is still foggy, so he places his hand on it.
Last chance.
I put my hand over his, my heart beating so loudly I could hear the echo of it in my eardrums. We stand like that for a few moments, and then I slide our joined hands over the glass, wiping the condensation and facing the mirror. My gaze meets Prescott's in the reflection, neither of us looking away. God, he's beautiful in that masculine, rough around the edges way. That's all him. His chin leans against my shoulder, that stubble of his tickling my skin as he presses his lips against my ear.
Look at how beautiful you are.
You didn't even look at them.
I don't have to see them to know how beautiful you are.
His words. They're my undoing. He is my undoing. So I look. My gaze slides down slowly, taking in this new body I never thought I'd have to face. I suck in a sharp breath when I get to the scars. Matching twin lines are going from my sternum parallel toward my armpits. Red and rugged lines stick out against my otherwise pale skin. Prescott's arms tighten around me. Shh, he whispers soothingly, making me realize I let out a loud sob. They look awful. I try to raise my hands to cover myself, but Prescott doesn't let me.
They don't. They're telling the story of a survivor.
They look like a kid took a knife to them.
A surgeon. And it won't always stay like that. The wound is still pretty fresh. They'll fade away. And you can always choose to have reconstruction after, if you want to.
Unable to look at my reflection any longer, I turn in his arms. Would you want me to? I stare at his face, looking for a sign of... I'm not even sure what, disgust, pity, but it's not there. Prescott's thumbs slide over my cheekbones, wiping away the tears.
It's your body, your choice. But whatever you decide, you'll always be the most beautiful woman I've ever known.
Then his lips press against mine. Soft and gentle at the beginning, but the kiss soon turns hard. His tongue presses against my lips, demanding entrance, which I happily give. I didn't even realize how much I needed this. His hands on my body, his mouth on mine, and this fire burning between us. Prescott kisses me strong and hard, his tongue swirling around mine, making me moan softly. For one blissful moment, nothing else matters. Nothing except the feel of his body brushing against mine, his lips devouring me like this is the only chance we'll have. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Right now, I don't have it in me to care, because right now, he's mine. All of our broken pieces fall together in a kaleidoscope of light. And for a split second, I feel like me again. Beautiful in my brokenness. Pushing the door open, I break the kiss. I need you, I whisper, pulling him out of the shower. Prescott blinks his eyes open, those impossibly dark eyes of his softening around the edges as he watches me.
Jade, I'm not sure this is the best idea. You're still healed.
Raising on the tips of my toes, I press my mouth against his, stopping him from finishing. I don't care. I need you. I need you to make it all go away. I need to feel like me once again. Gently, he cups my cheeks, his forehead pressing against mine.
You'll tell me if it's too much. If I'm doing something that you're not comfortable with. Or if I hurt you.
You'd never hurt me. The words are out instantly, with no doubt in my mind whatsoever. Prescott wouldn't do anything to hurt me. Not now. Not when it comes to this. There might be a lot of uncertainties about my life and future, but this isn't one of them.
No.
He rasps, his voice tight.
I'd never hurt you. Not intentionally. But that doesn't mean I won't do it by accident.
For some reason, it feels like his words have a deeper meaning than just about the physical. But I don't have it in me to care. Not right now.
Promise me, doll, you won't let me hurt you.
Slowly, I nod. I promise. Before the last syllable is out, his mouth meets mine in a slow kiss. Prescott crouches down, his arms wrapping around me as he lifts me in the air. What are you doing? I yelp, bracing my hands against his shoulders.
I'm taking you to bed.
He crosses the short distance to my bedroom, laying me gently on the bed before he joins me too.
So damn beautiful.
Prescott traces kisses over my body, down my neck and over my chest, making sure not to touch the sensitive flesh as his fingers and lips skim over every inch of my body.
Once these heal completely, I'm going to kiss every freaking inch of your body to show you just how fucking beautiful you are. Erase every ounce of worry still brewing in your mind.
Prescott. He licks at my navel, my hips buckling underneath his touch as my fingers sink into his hair, and he moves lower, kissing my belly and making his way to my Shit, I hiss as his tongue slips between my lips, my legs spreading to accommodate his wide shoulders. His hands slide under my ass, lifting me off the mattress as his tongue dips deeper, slipping inside me teasingly. The tip of his nose rubbing against my aching clit. My hands clasp his hair, holding onto the soft strands. Prescott, I need... Sliding his tongue out, he sucks at my clit and plunges 2 fingers inside me. The orgasm builds in the pit of my belly as he slowly thrusts, and then his teeth graze over my clit. My walls tighten around him, and I'm coming so hard I swear I can see stars. I'm not sure how long I lie like that when Prescott pulls back and makes his way up my body. His mouth brushes against mine in a long, gentle kiss.
Good.
The corner of my mouth tilts upward. Better than good.
Good. 'Cause I'm not done just yet.
His fingers intertwine with mine, and he slides into me in one long thrust. My breath hitches at the sudden fullness.
You okay?
He whispers, his fingers brushing a strand of my hair behind my ear. Perfect. I turn my head to the side, my mouth brushing against his. Make love to me, Prescott. And that's precisely what he does. He pulls back gently before gliding inside once again. Each movement he makes is slow and measured as we continue kissing like we have all the time in the world. At this moment, we do. There's no rush, just eternal tenderness. The orgasm builds slowly inside me as I meet him thrust for thrust.
Jade, fuck.
He presses his forehead against mine, his warm breath tickling my skin as he tries to hold back. I slip my leg around his waist, pulling him closer to me. This time, when he sinks deeper, he hits just the right spot, and I feel my pussy tighten around him. Together. Our mouths clash, fingers entwining, as he thrusts once, twice, and then we're both falling. If I weren't already in love with him, this would have been the moment that I'd finally cave.
Chapter 17. Prescott. I never took you for a geek. Finishing the equation I've been working on, I look up to find Jade watching me from the bed. My bed. It's strange to have her here, in my space. Not only do I not bring girls to my apartment, but it's even stranger since we don't need to sneak around like we've done something wrong. She pulls her legs to her chest and leans her head against her knees. It's kind of sexy. Do you have glasses? The corner of my mouth tips upward. Who's the one with the kinks now? Hey, you started it. Jade grabs a pillow and tosses it at me, but I catch it before it can hit me in the face. Oh, seriously? Can't you even let me have this little victory? I rub at the scruff on my jaw. Can't have you damaging this pretty face. Of course not. What would your fans say? She rolls her eyes. So, glasses? I don't have any fans. I shake my head. And no to the glasses. Sorry to disappoint. She purses her lips. Shame. I think they'd look good on you. Actually, let's try it out. Jade jumps to her feet and grabs her phone. She's scrolling through and almost bumps into the edge of the desk, but I catch her at the last moment, pulling her onto my lap. What do you mean, try it out? I ask, looking over her shoulder. Just like I said, try it out. She lifts her arm in the air, her phone still clasped in her hand, the camera focusing on us, when some kind of filter pops on the screen. Seriously? I scowl at her as matching pairs of glasses appear on our faces. I knew it. It's totally not fair how good you look. I look ridiculous. You look hot. She presses the button, capturing the image and bringing the phone closer for better inspection. So hot. I think this will go to my private collection. Like hell it will. I grab the phone out of her hand. Hey, gimme that. My phone, my photo. I quickly type over the image and post it before returning the phone. What did you do? She opens the story just as the picture uploads. My scowling and Jade's smiling faces appear on the screen. She looks small, sitting on my lap, with my hand sprawled over her stomach as I hold her close. The caption, "Check out the hunk that's my boyfriend," written below. A hunk! Ha! She snorts. Thinking highly of yourself, are we? You're the one who said I was hot, I remind her. Also territorial. I don't even bother denying it. You ashamed to call me your boyfriend in front of your friends? No way. Although these are hardly my friends. Besides, you shared it on the wrong Instagram, buddy. Rolling my eyes at her, I grab my phone. I made sure to tag myself, so when I open the app, it's the first message waiting for me, making it easy to repost. Better? Chuckling, I shake my head. I thought we were studying. We are, but I'm so bored. I swear, I'm half tempted to throw this book out the window. Not a fan of the classics? If it doesn't have smut in it, I'm out. A smirk appears on her face as she turns to me. I can totally see my professor's face if I gave her one of the books I read. She'd probably have a coronary. My brow quirks up. Smut, you say? Of course you'd get stuck on that part. Hey, can't blame a guy for being interested. The most I've read recently are chemistry and biology, which are not nearly as interesting. So tell me more about these books you're reading in your spare time. No way. She gets to her feet. Come on, let's go out. We're studying, I remind her, but I don't try to resist when she grabs my hand and tugs me upward. We studied enough. Didn't they teach you in that fancy doctor school of yours that studying requires substance? I'm technically not in med school. Not yet, which is why I have to study in the first place. You know, so I don't fail my MCATs and can apply to said med schools. We can study later, after a coffee. I have coffee here. That rusty old thing that filters mud? I think not. Fine. Letting out a sigh, I get up. But we're taking our books with us. Jade shakes her head at me, tisking. Prescott Wentworth is going all responsible on me. I don't think I ever saw this day coming. If you want that coffee, grab your books, Cole, and get your ass moving. With another roll of her eyes, she starts to turn around, but at the last moment, I pull her back to me, crushing my lips to hers in a hard kiss. I thought you said we were going to study, she breathes, her cheeks flushed. We are. I slip her hair behind her ears. This is just an incentive to be a good girl. Here we go again with you and your kinks. She places a hand on my chest, giving me a shove strong enough so I fall back on the mattress. Get your head out of the gutter and grab your books. We've got work to do. Work. Right. I run my hand over my face, rubbing at my forehead. Letting out a sigh, I push from the bed and quickly gather my stuff, just in time to catch Jade grabbing her bag off the floor. No heavy lifting, I chastise, tugging her bag from her hand and throwing it over my shoulder. Seriously? Jade props her hands on her hips, and even though she tries, I can see the slight flinch passing over her face at the motion. She tries to act strong, but she's still hurting. Seriously. I look around the room, my eyes falling on my chair. Bingo. Grabbing the hoodie I took off earlier, I pull the zipper down and open it for her. Arms. You have to be joking. Arms, I repeat, putting on my no-nonsense face that has her shaking her head. You're crazy. Still, she slides her hands into the sleeves, and I pull the zipper up to her chin. You can't get sick with your chemo so close. I take her hand in mine and pull her toward the door. We're going out. Need something? I ask Spencer. He and Xander had gotten home a little while ago and sat their asses in front of the TV. We're good, he mutters, barely glancing at us as his hockey player skates over the screen, only to turn around and do a double take. Well, hello, Jade. Fancy seeing you here. Shut up, Spence. I pull Jade closer to me. Let's get out of here. We say goodbye before grabbing our jackets and heading into the chilly, early November afternoon. I still think this was a bad idea. I can smell the snow in the air. She tilts her head back, looking up at the darkening sky. You think we'll have snow for Thanksgiving? Possibly, I murmur, my thoughts going to all the unanswered calls waiting for me on my phone. My dad tried calling me a few times in the last couple of weeks, but I've managed to avoid him so far. What was the point of talking? I knew what he'd say, and there was no way I'd agree to go home. I have too much on my plate without dealing with Dad. Which is even more of a reason for you to stay home where it's warm. Jade lets out a loud groan. Can we not? She pushes open the door to cup it up, the warm air hitting us in the face as we enter. I'm just saying. What happened to you taking it easy and staying home? For God's sake! Jade turns around and glares at her brother, who's leaning against the bar. Don't you start. Maybe if you weren't as stubborn as a mule. Takes one to know one, big brother. She looks at Yasmin, who's standing behind the counter. Can't you please control your husband? Yasmin lifts her hands in the air. I'm not getting in the middle of you two. Jade sticks her tongue out at her. Chicken. Maybe, but I've learned my lesson the hard way. I'm not doing it again. Callie glances up from her phone, where she's furiously typing. One good thing about being an only child. Nixon huffs. Have you heard you and Yasmin get into it? Callie and Yasmin exchange a look, matching smiles on their faces. I don't know what you're talking about, Callie says, returning her attention to the phone. Of course not, Nixon says dryly. Hayden coming home for the holidays? Callie's face lights up immediately. He is. They have another game, so it'll be a while, but he should meet us at his grandmother's place. While on the topic of holidays, Jade turns to Nixon. When are we driving back home? You've got an exam on Tuesday, right? Nixon glances at his wife, waiting for her confirmation. Yeah. Yas nods, placing 2 coffee cups on the counter in front of us. After that, we're good to go. Sounds like a plan. I only hope I won't feel like shit by then. Jade turns to me. When are you going back home? The sip I took suddenly turns sour in my mouth. I swallow it down, feeling my stomach roll. Unease, guilt, and relief all mixed together. I'm not going back home. Surprise flashes on her face. You're not? So what are you going to do? Stay here, I guess. I shrug. It's not like it would be the first time. Jade's mouth opens, the understanding flashing on her face. She knows more about my family situation than anybody else sitting at this table. About my parents, their crazy expectations, and our dysfunctional relationship. About Gabriel. Sadness flashes on her face, so I slide my hand into hers under the table, forcing out a smile. Don't look at me like that. I could take many things, but I couldn't take her sadness, especially not her sadness because of me. I know. It's just... Why don't you come with us? Both Jade and I turned toward Nixon to find him watching us. What? He smirks. Don't look so shocked right now. A crinkle appears between Jade's brows. Did you just invite him over? Hey, just because I'm open to the idea of you two together doesn't mean shit. He's sleeping on the couch. Like hell he is, Jade protests. You can either take it or leave it, Smalls. You're being an asshole. If I remember correctly, Yasmin slept in your bed when she was visiting. That's different. Jade crosses her arms over her chest. Sexist isn't a good color on you, big brother. Couch. Nixon points his finger at us. Take it or leave it. If possible, Jade's eyes narrow even further. We'll see about that.
Chapter 18. Jade. I tap my foot, anxious to get this over with. The wait is always the worst. A hand covers my knee. I watch it for a while, that big, steady hand that's been my lifeline for the last few weeks. So similar to another one, but not the one I want. Not really. No offense to my brother.
Calm down, or you'll make a hole in the floor,
Nixon says quietly.
It's going to be okay.
Easy for you to say. You're not the one who will have a deadly medicine injected into your veins in hopes it'll fight off the deadlier disease running in your DNA. I tilt my head back, letting it bang against the wall. Sorry. I let out a heavy sigh. I'm just nervous. I want this done with.
I know, but try to calm down, okay?
Biting my lower lip, I nod and pull out my phone, checking for any messages. The corner of my mouth twitches upward, my chest relaxing slightly when I see a familiar name written on the screen. Hotshot.
Good luck today. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you.
He's not the only one. I want him to be here too. But he had a lab he couldn't miss that starts in a few minutes. Just because I was excused from going to classes didn't mean I could destroy his future. Prescott wants to be a doctor, for fuck's sake. And not just any doctor. He wants to be an oncologist, so he can try and save little boys like Gabriel and make up for not saving him. Not that there is anything he needs to make up for. He was just a boy himself, and cancer is an ugly, unpredictable disease. Me. It's okay. I'll see you at home. Just as I hit send, I hear footsteps coming down the hall. I look up, noticing Dr. Hendricks walking next to a nurse. They're whispering quietly as they come closer. I jump to my feet just as the nurse nods, sliding into one of the rooms and leaving us alone. Dr. Hendricks, is it time?
I'm sorry, Jade.
She stops me before I can even finish. Her words are gentle, but something about the way she looks at me makes my stomach clench. What's going on? I ask, my voice breaking with uncertainty. Did something happen? Are my lab results that bad? It has to be. Why else would she be looking at me with pity in her eyes? Why would...
We can't start chemo today.
I blink, unsure if I heard her correctly. My heart starts to beat faster, sweat coating my palms. No. I shake my head, refusing to believe this is happening. It can't be happening. I might not want to do this, but I need it. I need it to beat this thing and live.
What do you mean you can't start the chemo?
Nixon asks, his arm wrapping around me protectively. Dr. Hendricks looks at him before returning her attention to me. And for the second time in a matter of weeks, this woman shatters my heart.
We can't start chemo because you're pregnant.
Chapter 19. Prescott. The icy air is beating my face as I hurry across the campus to my car. There's a bite to it, signaling more snow should fall soon, which will make our afternoon practice hell on earth. Not that the coach will care. We had 4 more games, and if we won... I shake my head, not daring to even think about it so I don't jinx it. Giving up now. Hell, losing wasn't an option. 4 more games. That's what it all comes down to. I thought I'd feel different, more unsettled, sad that the end is so near. Maybe I still will. Maybe it hasn't hit me yet. But somehow, I doubt it. Not with everything happening with Jade. Hell, I was rushing across the campus so I could see her for a few minutes, and then I'll have to hurry back to make it in time for practice. But it'll be worth it. Today was her first chemo session, and I remember how damn well terrifying that is, and how shitty Gabriel felt afterward. His pale, washed-out skin, his hollow eyes, the puking, the shivers. The idea of Jade going through all that alone makes the bile rise up my throat. My gut squeezes at the mere thought of it, so I hurry my steps. I get to the parking lot in record time and slide into my car. My fingers grip the steering wheel as I try to drive calmly and responsibly. The last thing I need is to get in a fricking accident. 10 minutes later, I'm parking in the first open spot in front of Jade's building. Thankfully, an older lady is just leaving the building with her dogs, so I hold the door open for her before slipping inside. Bypassing the elevators, I go to the stairs, taking 2 at a time. Shouting greets me the moment I get to Jade's floor. Not giving it much thought, I hurry to her door, only to realize the yelling is coming from her apartment. It's muffled enough so I don't hear the exact words, but loud enough to be heard through the walls. What the? Grabbing the doorknob, I twist it, expecting some resistance, only to find it open. Shaking my head at the idiot who left it unlocked, I push inside, the voices growing louder. "You don't have a choice," Nixon yells. "Says who?" Jade asks, her voice much lower.
Me! Says me and everybody else who's thinking rationally. You can't... I step into the doorway, finding Nixon and Jade standing in the middle of the living room. Jade's arms are crossed over her chest defensively as her brother hulks over her, his face red from yelling. My whole body tenses at the image, fingers clenching into fists by my sides. Somebody care to explain what the hell is going on in here? I ask, my voice deadly low. What the fuck does he think he's doing, yelling at her like that? As if Jade isn't going through enough as it is. As if... My best friend turns those murderous eyes toward me. Good. Better to have his anger focused on me than on her. You fucking son of a bitch! His words are the only warning as he leaps toward me. Before I can blink, his hands are gripping my jacket and he has me pressed against the wall. Those blue eyes the color of a storm throwing daggers at me. "Nixon!" Jade yells, but Nixon doesn't spare her a glance as he pushes me against the wall again. "Give me one fucking reason why I shouldn't kill you right this instant." "Me? I should kill you for the way you were talking to your sister just now." Jade appears behind Nixon, trying to pull him off me, but it's useless. He's not budging. "Nixon, let him go this minute." "No way in hell. This is between Wentworth and me." "Nixon." I grip his forearm, trying to push him off me. "You'll have to be more specific than that, Cole." "More specific? Fine. You want specific?" His forearm digs deeper into my windpipe. "Don't you You got her pregnant, you bastard!" My head snaps up, my eyes landing on Jade's tear-stained ones as she still tries to pull her brother off me. "What?" I croak out. "It can't be. It's impossible. It's..." All fight leaves me as tears spill down Jade's face, telling me what Nixon said is true. A part of me is glad that he's holding me, because I'd have fallen to my knees right here and now. Pregnant. I close my eyes, letting my head bang against the wall. Jade's pregnant. How the fuck did that happen? When? We were so careful. So freaking... "You had no right!" Jade yells. Nixon lets go suddenly, and I fall to the ground. Jade shoves her brother away. "That was my truth to tell him." "Jade," Nixon says tentatively, taking a step forward, but she pushes him back. "Mine!" Wiping away the tears, she glares at him. "Get the hell out!" "Smalls, Get the hell out, Nixon!" Nixon looks at her for a moment longer, but does as she asks. Silence settles over the room, nothing filling it except the sound of our heavy breathing, but it's soon broken by a sob. Taking a step forward, I wrap her into my arms as she cries loudly. Her fingers clasp around me as she buries her head into the crook of my arm and bawls uncontrollably. It's like all the walls that she's been building around herself in the last few weeks have crumbled to the ground, completely shattered. I did this. Just one more person I broke in the end with my carelessness. Fuck. Tilting my head back, I close my eyes to fight the burning behind my eyelids. "I'm so sorry, Jade," I whisper, soothing my hand down her back. "So freaking sorry. If only I'd been there. If only..." If only what? If only I hadn't fucked her? If only I hadn't touched her? If only I never gave in that first time? If only I hadn't loved her? You kill everyone you love. My dad's brutal words come back like a wrecking ball. I tighten my arms around her. "I'm so sorry, baby." Jade shakes her head, pushing back so she can look at me. Her eyes are watery and red-rimmed, but she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. "It's not your fault." "How is it not my fault? If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened.
If it weren't for me, Jade grabs my cheeks, forcing me to look at her. If it weren't for you, I'd still have cancer. There is no running away from it. You didn't do this. I got you pregnant. The bile rises in my throat at the mere mention of the words, at their implication. This would be fucked up even if she wasn't sick, but now it's 10 times worse. The last I checked, it takes 2 people to make a baby. It should have been me who told you. I'm never going to forgive Nixon for doing this. He's just worried about you. I rub my hand over my face, pushing my hair back. She might blame him, but I couldn't. Not when I knew he was right. This is my fault. I fucked up. If she wasn't pregnant... I let my hand drop down as the realization hits me. What happened with chemo? Jade looks away, her throat bobbing. No. Jade, I say softly, what happened with chemo? I can't do it, not as long as I'm pregnant. Fuck! I ball my fingers into fists, turning around, the need to punch something, to let out all this anger overwhelming me. Please tell me you got us an appointment to take care of it. She opens her mouth, but closes it swiftly, shaking her head. Damn it, Jade! What? What do you want me to do, Prescott? I'm so happy that you and Nixon can jump into solution mode, but I can't. I just found out that I'm pregnant. I can't just unknow it. I can't just wave my hand and schedule the abortion in the next heartbeat. She can't be serious. She needs chemo. She needs it to live. I'm not saying you should do it right now. Oh, no? Those blue eyes shine with unshed tears and anger. Because it damn well seems like you don't have a problem doing just that. I'm studying to be a doctor, Jade. I know the risks. You said it yourself. They're not going to do the chemo if you're pregnant, and you need the chemo to live. Don't you think I know that? But what if this is my only chance? Jade, I try to grab her hand, try to have her listen to me, try to make her see the risks, but she pulls back. No, you're the doctor, so tell me, Dr. Wentworth, what are my chances of ever having a family of my own after chemo? I press my lips into a tight line, refusing to give in. We both knew what her chances were. There was no sense in lying to her. There were other ways for her to have a family, but there was only one way for her to survive this. See? Jade offers me a sad smile. It's not that easy. I know it's not easy, but we're talking about life and death here, Jade. Your life. I want to put my hands on her shoulders and shake some sense into her. The longer you put off chemo, the fewer chances... I shake my head, unable to finish it, unable to even entertain the possibility. She's not going to die. I won't watch another person I love die. You have to do it. What I have to do is think. Jade, please, you have to... No. Her lips press in a stubborn line I know so well before she turns her back on me. I'm done listening and having you and Nixon manhandle me like I'm a child. I'm sick, Prescott. I'm sick, not stupid, and definitely not dead. Well, if you don't make a decision soon, you might as well be as good as dead. But don't expect me to stay around and watch it all play out. I yell right back at her, the anger, the frustration, and the fear seeping right out of me. Before she can answer, or I can do or say anything else, I turn on the balls of my feet and walk away. I shut the door behind me, the echo following me all the way out, as do Nixon's words. You got her pregnant, you bastard. I move on autopilot, barely noticing that I have less than 20 minutes to make it to practice. Maybe that's exactly what I need. A beating so brutal I won't be able to think, be able to feel. Pressing my foot on the gas pedal, I drive like the devil's at my heels, making it to the locker room just as the last of my teammates are exiting in full equipment. But not Nixon. He's sitting there, waiting. As if he can feel me, he looks up, a tortured expression on his face. I storm to my locker, tossing the duffel bag in front of it as I rip my shirt over my head. "Did you—" "No," I bite back, grabbing my pads and jersey and quickly putting them on. "Shit. Prescott, Don't!" Closing the locker, I turn to face my best friend. "Just because I agree with you doesn't mean I'm okay with you treating her the way you did today." Nixon runs his fingers through his hair, his hand shaking. "She won't listen. I told her—" I shake my head. "I can't do this. Not right now." I look away, finishing putting the last of my equipment on, but I can still feel Nixon's gaze on mine. "What do you need?" I run my fingers through my hair, chuckling humorlessly at the question. What do I need? Not to feel. With that, I grab my helmet and go toward the door.
Jade. "You sure you don't want to eat anything?" Ray asks once again, startling me out of my thoughts. I force out a smile. I'm not really hungry. The last thing I want is to worry my friends. I've done enough of that already, but damn, I'm worried that if I eat anything, I'll throw up right here and now. "Are you okay? You seem off." "Is it the whole cancellation thing?" Grace asks, joining us from the kitchen and sitting in the armchair next to mine. "No," I shake my head. "It was just a misunderstanding. She'll call me with another appointment soon. If I ever make a decision on what to do with this pregnancy." Fucking pregnancy. I guess it wasn't strange I missed the signs, not with everything else going on right now. But it still surprised the hell out of me. I'm pregnant with Prescott Wentworth's baby. The irony of it isn't lost on me. I thought about telling my friends what had happened today, but what would be the point? So I came up with a silly excuse about a mix-up and my treatment being postponed. I had 2 people already looking at me like I was crazy, and maybe, just maybe, they were right. But I couldn't add more people and opinions to the mix. I couldn't give more reasons for my friends to look at me with pity in their eyes. I just couldn't. "Yeah, I know." I rubbed the back of my head. "I'm just tired, and it's been a long day. I think I might go and lie down early." "Okay." Ray places her hand on my knee and gives it a quick squeeze before letting go. "But if you need anything, just holler." I nod, pushing to my feet and wishing them good night before making my escape. Back in my room, I slide into my bed and look up at the ceiling, unblinking. How did I get myself in a mess like this? My fingers itch to slide them down to my stomach, but I resist the pull. Instead, I grip the sheets as the tears gather in my eyes.
Well, if you don't make a decision soon, you might as well be as good as dead. But don't expect me to stay around and watch it all play out.
He's right. I know he is. I know they both are, but how didn't they see it? How didn't they see how much I'd already lost? How couldn't they see how broken I already was? And taking this little piece, I knew it would leave a wound I wasn't sure would ever heal. I've given so much already, so freaking much. When will it be enough? Sniffling, I raise my arm, covering my eyes with the back of my hand. When will it be enough? When I'm completely broken? When there are no pieces left of me to give? When? When I'm 6 feet underground, buried alongside my mother? The window creaks open, startling me out of my thoughts. The next thing I know, the bed dips as strong arms wrap around me, and the familiar pine and citrus scent surrounds me. I turn to my side, burying my head into his firm chest and letting him hold me.
I'm so sorry, Jade. Sorry for yelling. Sorry for leaving the way I did. Sorry for making you go through this.
I let out a shaky breath, moving closer to him. Like if he holds me close enough, he can protect me from everything that's coming our way. Like he can keep me together, mend my broken pieces, and make me whole again. It's fine.
It's not fine. I shouldn't have yelled at you. I should have given you time. I should have held you. I should have just been here. We should have talked about it, but damn it, Jade. I'm scared. I'm scared shitless of losing you. I can't lose you, Jade. I will lie and cheat and kill. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you alive, to keep you safe. Because the thought of living in a world in which you don't exist is unimaginable for me.
I squeeze my eyes shut as more tears threaten to fall. His words break me. He breaks me. And he doesn't even know it. That's why I should have stayed away. I knew how this would affect him. I knew it. And I selfishly stayed because I couldn't do this on my own. And now if something happened to me, he would be left completely broken. It was one thing for me to break, but Prescott? Never him. Closing my arms around Prescott, I cling to him for dear life. I know you're right, I whisper softly, my voice muffled by the soft cotton of his shirt. Prescott's body stiffens under my touch, but he doesn't try to move, so I continue. I know I have to do it, but it was all just so unexpected. Prescott smooths his hands down my back, rubbing at my tense muscles.
I know, doll. I know.
And I know I'm not ready. We're not ready. Even if things were different, I don't think we would be, but for one moment... My throat closes and I have to work to swallow the lump that has formed. For one moment, I could see it. I could see us, and I could see our future. I could see our family. And then it all fell apart like a tower of cards.
Nobody says we can't have that later on.
I shake my head. We both know the chances of that are really slim. I tilt my head back, looking at him through my tear-stained eyes. Why does life have to be so cruel?
I don't know, doll.
I hate this. I hate feeling this weak. I hate everything that's happening. Can't we get a break? Can't we just be happy?
I wish I had the answer. I wish...
Prescott lets out a long breath.
I wish I could take this pain away from you so you didn't have to go through it. I really do. I'd do anything for you, Jade.
I close my eyes, a lone tear slipping away as the fight drains out of me. I guess it just wasn't meant to be. Prescott grabs my hand, our fingers interlocking together as his lips brush away my tears.
I'm so sorry.
I shake my head. There is no reason for him to apologize. None of this is his fault. Will you go with me? I don't think I'll be able to do it on my own. I'm not strong enough to do it on my own.
Of course.
His lips brush against the top of my head, making shivers run down my spine.
I'm not letting you do this on your own. We're in this together.
The relief spreads through me like a wave. He's here. He's here, and we're doing this together. Everything is going to be fine. At least, that's what I keep telling myself as I cry myself to sleep in the arms of the man I love.
If the situation was any different,
Prescott whispers, tightening his grip on me.
I swear to you, Jade,
I burrow my head into the crook of his neck. I know. Tears start to fall, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. I don't have it in me to stop them, so I surrender to them, letting them pull me under like a wave. It feels like we're always in the wrong place at the wrong time, doesn't it? Our paths keep colliding for a split second, long enough to cause a wreck, but not long enough to last before we're pulled in different directions.
No, that's not.
But it is, and we both know it. So I cry. I cry for him and for me, for our baby that will never be, for a hope given and hope cruelly taken away from us. I cry for everything that has been stolen, hoping this is finally it, the last piece. But I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Nothing in my life is. Chapter 20. Jade. Here you go. You have to take these 2 pills. First, you take this pill, mifepristone, which will stop the fetus from growing. The second one is misoprostol. It causes cramping and bleeding. It should start in the next few hours. The bleeding can be on the heavy side. It's normal, so don't get upset by it. Don't get upset by it? Is this woman for real? I bite my tongue, reminding myself that this is what I came for and she's trying to help me. If you don't start bleeding within the next 24 hours, you'll need to come back in.
How long will it last?
Prescott asks. His clammy fingers are holding onto mine, my lifeline, my safe harbor in the middle of the tempestuous sea. It's usually done within 4 or 5 hours, but it could be longer. The cramping could also happen on and off for the next day or two. I suggest you wear pads so you can keep an eye on the bleeding. Other symptoms are also possible. What kind of symptoms? The doctor looks from me to Prescott, obviously realizing she'll get more from him than from me. Mild fever, belly aches, tiredness, dizziness, and diarrhea are some of the more common symptoms. His hold on me tightens, brows pulling together. He's clearly not happy.
What can she take for the pain?
Any pain medicine will work. I don't want pain medicine. What I want is to go back home and crawl into bed. I suggest you book an appointment in a few days so we can make sure everything went in order, since I understand that time is of the essence. And then there it is, the pity look. I stand up abruptly, making the chair sway behind me. Are we done? The doctor blinks, clearly surprised by my outburst. But I'm finished. I need to get out of here. I need to breathe. Yes, I grab the tablets, popping one and then the other into my mouth, swallowing them down. Okay, thank you. Not waiting for an answer, I grab my bag and leave the room. Air. I need air. I can feel curious glances on me as I make my way down the hallway and out of the building, but I ignore them until I'm out sucking in gulps of cold November air. It was done. 2 pills and it was all done. Prescott joins me shortly after, his arms wrapping around me from behind as he pulls me into his warm body. I want to go home, I whisper softly.
Okay.
He agrees readily.
Do you have pain meds back home?
I nod, not wanting to get into a discussion with him right now. Just take me home.
Prescott. Just take me home. The look of complete emptiness on her face was like a kick to my gut. There was nothing that I could do to take away this pain, nothing that I could do to make it better. Hell, I would have taken the damn pills for her. I would have gone through this for her if only I could. If only I could. But I couldn't. It didn't work that way. All I could do was stay here, hold her, and watch. I was closed off in my own personal hell while she went through the physical and emotional pain that I couldn't take away. I was powerless, and it was eating at me from the inside out. Glancing down at my lap, I find Jade staring at the TV, her eyes unblinking. It's the same expression she's been wearing since we woke up this morning. I smooth her hair back gently, watching her stare into nothingness. It's been an hour since we got back home from the doctor's, an hour since she took the pills and ran out of that office. How are you feeling? I ask softly. Jade stiffens in my arms. I hold my breath, but don't stop the gentle stroking motion. Fine, she finally answers, her voice all raspy. It's one of the only things she's said today. Besides, take me home, that is. It was driving me crazy, and I couldn't do anything about it. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but I didn't know what to do to make it better. Not if she didn't want to tell me. Do you need... Before I can finish, my phone buzzes on the coffee table. I watch it vibrate, not making an attempt to answer it. The screen goes black, but shortly after, whoever it is calls again. You should get that. Reluctantly, I grab the phone, seeing Nixon's name flash on the screen. I glance at Jade, but her attention is back on the TV, looking but unseeing. "Hey man, what's up?" "Dude, where are you?" Nixon hisses from the other side of the line. "Home. Why?" "Because you should be in the strategy meeting in 15 minutes. Or did you forget that? Coach wants to go over the plays before the game tomorrow." Shit. Shit. I totally forgot about that. "Talk about shit, all right. Get your ass over here or he will bench you." I'm shaking my head even before he can finish. "I can't." My eyes fall down, only to find Jade watching me. "I'm with—" "Don't." Jade stops me, her voice harsh. I asked her if she wanted to have anybody else go with us today, but she just shook her head and said she didn't want anybody else to know. I get it. I really do. I was the first person who kept quiet about my past so people wouldn't look at me differently. So if somebody understands, it's me. But this is too much for one person to take on by themselves. "Is that Jade?" Nixon asks. "Yes, just wait." I hit the mute button, letting the phone drop down as Jade sits upright. "You should be resting." "I'm resting." She glances at the phone before looking up at me. "Go." "What? No." She can't be serious now, can she? There is no way in hell. "They need you. You should go." "It's just a strategy meeting." I wave it off. "We've already discussed it, but the coach is obsessing for—" "Because just a few games separate you from playing in the playoffs, and you have to win them in order to do that. You have to go." "I'm not leaving you alone. Not right now. Not when you're—" "I'm fine. I still haven't started bleeding. Besides, you heard the doctor. It could take hours. Just go do your thing. The last thing I want is for you to be benched because of me." "Screw football." I grab her face between my palms, pressing my forehead to hers. "This is more important. You're more important." "We both know that's a lie. I'm not going to be the reason you don't keep your promise to Gabriel Prescott. Go." She places her hands against mine. "Do your thing, and then come back to me." Damn it, Jade. She's not playing fair, and she knows it, pulling the Gabriel card out, of all things. "Go. I can't carry this on my soul too, Prescott." Her words are just a whisper, pain flashing over her face. "I just can't." You call me. My fingers sink into her hair, holding her close to me. The moment it starts, you call me and I'll come back. Promise me, Jade, I'm not letting you do this alone. Hell, I'm half tempted to take you with me. She lets out a soft chuckle. "I'm sure Coach Davies would be amused by that." Fuck him. The only person I care about is you. Promise me, Jade. There is a beat of silence before she finally nods. "I promise. Now go before you're late." I sit there, watching her. The need to stay here with her is fighting with the promise I'd made to my brother ages ago, with the promise I made to my team. Reluctantly, I let go and push to my feet, grabbing my backpack from the floor where I had dropped it earlier. I stand there in the doorway and watch her, a nagging feeling telling me this is wrong, so wrong. But she watches me with a small smile as she mouths, "Go." With one final nod, I push from the doorway. "Call me." I should have known better. I should have seen through the mask. Because although I pay more attention to my phone, waiting for Jade's text, than I do to whatever strategy Coach is outlining on the whiteboard, her text never comes. The moment he dismisses us with the instructions to rest and be there bright and early for a light early morning practice, I rush out the door and back to her place. Grace opens the door, and I move inside without waiting to be invited.
Where's Jade?
Her room. What?
Her voice trails off as I walk down the hallway. Opening the door, I met with darkness and a small, curled form lying in the middle of the bed. Jade. My voice breaks as I close the door, walking through the darkness until I get to her bed. Reaching out, I flip the small light on her nightstand and am met with Jade's tear-stained face. The need to scream and punch something is strong, but I push it back. She's in pain. It's written all over her face. Her legs are pulled to her chest, arms wrapped around them, and I can see a red stain on her leggings. Blood. Clenching my teeth, I place my knee on the mattress, wrap my arms around Jade, and pull her to my chest before I get to my feet with her in my arms.
I know you're angry, but...
Angry? More like livid, but not at her, at myself. Shh. I've got you, I whisper, brushing my lips against her temple. I should have stayed. I should have been here. I should have held her as the cramps started. I should have brushed away her tears as we lost something that could have never been. Just another sin to add to the long list I'll carry to my grave. I'm here now, and I've got you. I whisper those words over and over again as I carry her to the bathroom. I sit her down on the toilet, turning on the water before gently pulling off her clothes, and then do the same to mine before carrying her to the tub. As the warm water cascades over us, washing away the blood from her, I hold her in my arms, slowly rocking her as she cries.
Why does it hurt so much? It shouldn't hurt so much.
I wish I had an answer, doll. And if I hadn't hated myself up to this point, I do now.
Chapter 21. Jade. The early morning sun is peeking through the window as I'm startled awake. My eyes are all puffy from crying, and it takes me a while to realize I'm in my bed, the memories of yesterday flashing in my head. Going to my doctor to get the abortion pills, pushing Prescott away, and the pain. So much pain. I'm not even sure which one was worse, the physical pain or the emotional one. It was all one big blur. The moment I felt it, I went back to my bedroom and curled into myself. I didn't want to talk with anybody, and for once the girls actually listened. But then he was back. For a split second, I could see the anger flash on his face. I deserved it. I gave him a broken promise. I never planned to call him because I couldn't take his love. Because that's what it was. Love. Prescott might have never said the words, but I saw it. I felt it. I didn't deserve it. After the shower, he helped me dry up and put on some clothes before we slipped into bed together, where he held me all night long. We didn't say a word. What was really there to say? Now I watch the muscles of his back move as he pulls his pants over his hips. Prescott turns around, his hollow eyes meeting mine. This is what I've done to him. Seriously, how selfish can I be? I should let him go. I should let him return to his life, to be happy, to live.
How are you feeling?
He asks, sitting down on the bed and gently smoothing my hair away. Sore? I whisper, my throat raspy from unuse. He slides his hand over my forehead and cheeks as if he's testing me for a temperature.
Any more cramping?
Are you going all doctor on me, Wentworth? He gives me a pointed glare, making me sigh. A little bit, but nothing like yesterday. That anger that's been simmering under the surface flashes on his face for a split second before he pushes it back.
Good.
He brushes his lips over the top of my head.
You should rest. It's still early.
Where are you going? The question slips out of my mouth before I can stop it, and I don't miss the neediness in my tone. So much for letting him go.
I have to go home and grab my things. The bus is leaving in less than an hour for our game.
The away game. Shit. I wish I could go with you.
There is always the next one.
But we both know that's not true. There wasn't a next one. If they lost today, that would be it. Then you better bring it home so I can come and watch. I try to push upright, but the pain shoots through my stomach, making me lie back down. Prescott curses softly.
You really need to rest.
I'll rest when... I catch myself before finishing that sentence. I'll rest, but first... I beckon him closer. He leans in, and I press my mouth against his. Good luck today.
I'll see you soon. Did you call Dr. Hendricks?
My throat bobs as I swallow. Yeah. She wants me to come back in a few days. They'll redo the blood tests, and if everything looks good, I should get my first round of chemo before we go home for Thanksgiving. So, yay me.
It'll be yay the day she tells us you're cancer-free. I really should go.
With one more kiss, he gets to his feet.
Talk later?
Prescott. One good thing about the football field, it's the one place where I can battle my demons out in the open, and nobody will blink an eye. In fact, they'd relish it. They'll applaud me for pushing harder, running faster. I bounce on the balls of my feet as the clock ticks down in the final quarter. Just a few more minutes, and it'll all be done. We were leading by 2 touchdowns already, so the chances of our opponents winning were slim. But the game has to be played, and nothing was final until that timer ran out. The referee blows the whistle. Let's go and wrap this up, boys. I drop my water bottle in the bin, pulling on my helmet as we run out on the field and line up on the 50-yard line. Once again, I come face to face with Collins's ugly mug. The dude and I played in middle and high school together, and he was the worst kind of tool, even back then. Nothing has changed much since. Dude cracks his neck and puffs out his chest like a damn peacock. You going down, Wentworth? You mean down to the end zone, like I did the last 3 times? I smirk at him, knowing it'll irritate the hell out of him. Yeah, that sounds about right. Collins narrows his eyes at me, an evil gleam shining in their depths. How's that brother of yours doing again? Oh, right. He's dead. My fingers clenched into fists, and I'm about to take a step forward to connect my fists with his irritating face when the play is called. It takes me a second to react, a freaking second, but it's enough for Collins to read me and get in my way long enough for Nixon to have to look for an opening. He throws the ball to one of our running backs instead, but the dude is tackled before he passes 10 yards. The officiant blows a whistle, signaling end of play. Nixon curses behind me and gives me a what the hell look, but I just give an imperceptible shake of my head. You were saying? The smug smile Collins gives me makes my teeth clench. The second time we line up, I don't let him affect me. The moment the play is called, I'm slipping away from him and conquering 20 yards before I'm stopped. You think you're the shit? Collins spits, his cheeks red. I've heard some interesting things about you, Wentworth. The fine hairs at my nape start to rise. Just ignore him. He doesn't know shit. He's just trying to get a rise out of you. I'm sure you did. Oh, I did. Very interesting things. Like the fact your tastes lean toward flat-chested boys. I always knew you were fucked up. I just never understood to what point. Brother issues, Wentworth? His words make me see red. This time I step toward him, my fingers wrapping around his jersey, but a hand braces around my wrist. Nixon pulls me back. He's not worth it. Oh, I'm not so sure. He isn't worth it. Nixon hisses once again. Crush him on the field. I still hold on to Collins, his heavy breaths ringing in my ears. Wentworth! Nixon growls, his grip tightening, until I let go of Collins. Fucking asshole. I go to our side of the line, inhaling deeply to rein in the rage boiling inside of me. There are just a few more minutes on the clock. Get a grip. I line up with the rest of my teammates, tuning out everything except for the sound of Nixon's voice. The moment he calls out the play, I'm running. Collins tries to stop me, but this time I'm faster. I'm angrier, so I do what Nixon told me. I channel it all into this play. Then you better bring it home so I can come and watch. Jade's earlier words push me to run faster. One damn win. We only need one damn win. I turn around just in time to catch the ball. The defensive player is there waiting. I duck under him, slipping out of his grasp by mere inches, only to notice another player right at my feet. Completely screwed, I look around for an opening, and that's why I don't see the sack coming. Not until I'm already falling, my leg twisting underneath me. The fall kicks all the air out of my lungs as my body connects to the ground. And then pain. Hot, searing pain as a 250-pound body falls over mine.
Chapter 22. Jade. Nixon.
Almost there.
I slide the phone back into my pocket, rocking on the balls of my feet as I look up, just in time to notice the bus pulling into the parking lot. Biting into my lower lip, I wait for the bus to come to a stop, my gaze zeroing in on the door and all the people coming out until I see him. Then I run. Prescott notices me almost instantly. I all but throw myself at him, wrapping my arms around his neck. "You're back!" Strong arms curl around my middle as he pulls me closer.
I'm back.
He's here. He's fine.
The better question is, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I pull back so I can glare at him. Where the hell should I be?
Back in your apartment, in bed.
He gives me a pointed look.
Somewhere where you're not freezing and risking catching pneumonia? That's what I told her, but she wouldn't listen.
Nixon mutters. I wanted to make sure you were okay. More like I needed to make sure he was okay. Watching him fall during that game, the utter silence as the players were pulled back, and Prescott's limp body was sprawled on the grass. Those few heartbeats where I was waiting for him to get back to his feet and brush it off. The look of pain when they turned him around before he was swept away.
What about my warm welcome, Smalls?
I turned to my brother. I'm still angry you didn't call me right away.
I don't exactly wear my phone in my junk cup during the game. I called you as soon as I got to the phone.
I know he's right, but it didn't help with my anxiety. Watching Prescott be tackled to the ground, waiting for him to get up while I'm miles away and unable to do anything, wrecked me. And not hearing any news for hours didn't help either. I turn to Prescott and take him in, my gaze falling on the brace holding his leg in place. Your leg, is it? My words trail off, not even sure how to form the question. What if he's not okay? What if his leg is damaged beyond repair? What if he won't be able to keep his promise to Gabriel and win that title? And most damning of all, what if all of this is my fault?
It's fine. The doc put my knee back in place after the game.
Then why are you wearing a brace?
Just a precaution.
Prescott cups my face, rubbing over my cheekbones before pulling my hood on.
You're all cold. We need to get you inside.
Fine. Nixon grabs their duffel bags, and together we make our way to Nixon's car. Technically, I still wasn't cleared to drive, but there wasn't anybody else who could come and pick them up. A loud whistle ripples through the air.
Yo, assholes!
We turn around to see one of their teammates standing with his hands on his narrow hips. Sammy? No, it was something else. Scott, maybe?
Party in my place. Don't make me drag your asses.
Nixon lets out a loud groan.
I mean it, Cole. You come or I'm coming for you.
From the corner of my eye, I see Prescott stumble. I grab his hand, trying to steady him. Are you okay?
Fine.
He pulls his hand out of my reach, anger flashing on his face. I suck in a breath, not used to seeing it directed at me. But he lets out a shaky breath and schools his features, extending his hand toward me.
Sorry, I just tripped over something.
I slide my hand in his, moving closer to his side. You sure?
I'm sure. The same goes for you, Wentworth,
the Scott guy says, making our heads snap in his direction.
Yeah.
Prescott rolls his eyes. I look skeptically at the brace on his leg. Are you sure you're up for a party?
Yeah, I'll manage.
I open the passenger side door and Prescott slides into the car looking up at me.
The better question is, how are you feeling? Are you ready for tomorrow?
I shrug. As ready as I'll ever be. After my failed first attempt at chemo, my stomach was all in knots about tomorrow. A part of me was anxious to get this over with, but the other part? It was terrified of all the things that it entailed. Prescott grabs my hand, bringing it to his lips.
I'll be there.
My heart does a little flip at the gentle touch. He's fine. Prescott is back home and he's fine.
And who's going to drive your asses?
I drove myself here just fine. Nixon narrows his eyes at me.
And when were you cleared to drive? Oh, right. You haven't been.
You can't miss the sarcasm dripping from the tone.
I could strangle you, you know.
It's only a 10-minute drive. With one lingering squeeze, I let go of Prescott's hand and closed the door before slipping in the back seat.
I don't care. You shouldn't have driven.
Nixon continues the moment we're inside. And how would you get home then? Yaz is working.
One of the guys could have given us a ride.
Well, I came to pick you up. Can you let it go now? Nixon's matching blue eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror.
How you feeling, Smalls?
That knot in my throat grows tighter. We haven't talked about what happened, about what I did. I just told him it was done and that Dr. Hendricks made me a new appointment for chemo. I knew he wanted to discuss it, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I couldn't think about it, much less anything else. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I look out of the window, refusing to meet his gaze. I'm fine. There's a beat of silence.
If you want.
I'm fine. Can we go home now, please? Nixon lets out a sigh but starts the car, and the radio turns on automatically, filling in the silence. From the corner of my eye, I can see Prescott slide his phone into his pocket before extending his hand toward me. The gap is too small for his hand, but he doesn't budge. So I lock my fingers with his as I catch his gaze in the rearview mirror. So that's how we stay. Eyes locked, fingers entwined, all the way back home.
Prescott. You sure you're up for this? Jade asks, brushing her hand over the small of my back. Yeah, we don't have to stay long, just enough so they don't bitch about me not coming. My phone buzzes in my pocket, so I slide my hand inside, pulling it out to see the screen. Unknown. 10:30, the last room on the second floor. Rereading the message, I close it and return my phone to my pocket as we make our way through the crowd. Considering it's just a few days before Thanksgiving and exams were already done, the party was pretty big. Then again, Blairwood loves its football team, and now that we're so close to the playoffs, all eyes are on us, waiting to see if we'll succeed or fail. Pain shoots through my leg, my muscles twitching with every step, reminding me of the price I paid to get us here. I'm all sweaty from the exertion, my shirt sticking to my back, but I try to keep my face neutral. The doc popped my knee back in place. They wanted to do a scan to make sure everything was all right, but I convinced them I was feeling fine, so they let me go with just the brace and the instructions to take it easy and come in after the holidays to have the doc check it once more before they decide on how they'll proceed. But I won't make it until then. Hell, even if I do, I won't be able to run for the whole game. Not if I can't manage the pain somehow, and the pain meds, they're just not cutting it. Checking the time, I look down at Jade. Want to go and grab something to drink? Water is fine. Nodding at a few people, we make our way to the kitchen, where I get a Jack and Coke for myself and a bottle of water for Jade before going to the game room. When some of my teammates see us, they make room for us on the couch. I sit down, breathing a sigh of relief the moment my ass hits the cushion. Jade gives me a worried glance, her fingers tracing my face. I really think we should have stayed home. I take her hand in mine, pulling her onto my lap. She tries to protest, but I'm not budging. I'll take all the pain, as long as it means I get to hold her close. I take a sip of my drink. I'm fine. She grabs my chin and turns me to face her. Your face is pale, and you're sweating. I quirk my brow at her, smirking. You want to tell me something, doll? Don't joke about this. She slaps me on the shoulder half-heartedly. I was so damn worried. You were down, and everybody was moving so freaking slow, and when they finally got up, you didn't. I know. I'm sorry for worrying you. What happened anyway? I saw you guys talking for a split second, but the camera focused on the play. Oh, I did. Very interesting things, like the fact your tastes lean toward flat-chested boys. I always knew you were fucked up. I just never understood to what point. Brother issues, Wentworth? I pull my brows together, my fingers clenching into fists. The rage that simmered inside me yesterday is as hot as ever. Nothing, just him talking shit like usual. Jade shakes her head. What he did was stupid and reckless. He could have ruined your leg forever. You're here! Yasmin joins us before I can say anything, which I'm grateful for. Seriously, what's there to say? The last thing I want to do is openly lie to her. For a few more weeks. I have to get through a few more weeks, and it'll be over. This place is crazy! Nixon hands Yasmin a drink before looking at me. How's that leg doing? Fine. He shakes his head. Seriously, if either of you says that word one more time, I might be tempted to strangle you. Don't ask stupid questions if you don't want stupid answers. I take a decent swig of my drink, cursing myself for not going for straight Jack. Thankfully, they get the memo, so Yasmin starts chatting about all the things that she has planned for Thanksgiving dinner. My stomach perks at the idea because the girl knows how to cook, and I haven't had a home-cooked meal in forever. Finishing off my drink, I notice the time. I'm off to the bathroom. Jade slides off my lap, and I get to my feet, my legs screaming in protest. I get out in the hallway, and the house seems more crowded than before. Somebody calls out my name, and I wave at them, not stopping to chat as I make my way up the stairs, bypassing all the couples making out or those sitting and drinking. I glance back to make sure nobody is following me, but only emptiness greets me. I look at the doors as I make my way down the hallway. The music isn't as loud here, so I can hear the noises coming from behind the closed doors, until I finally get to the last one. With my hand on the doorknob, I check the hallway once more before slipping inside and coming to a stop. Well, hello, handsome. A voice purrs softly as the girl takes me in from head to toe. Are you shitting me? I hiss at Manolo, who's sitting on the bed, the girl sprawled over his lap. Even in the dim light, I can see her cheeks are pink and pupils dilated. She's drunk or high. Hell, maybe both. Don't worry, Wentworth. Judy's lips are sealed. Right, babe? The girl nods her head, her tongue peeking out to slide over her lips. I thought you were all about secrecy. This doesn't seem secret to me. And to me, it's a perfect ruse. He tilts his chin at me. What do you need? More of those pain meds you love? My gaze shifts to the girl, but she's busy nuzzling her face in the guy's neck. No. Manolo lifts his brows, clearly interested. I need something stronger. As my words sink in, a smile slowly works its way onto his lips. He shoves the girl from him as he gets to his feet. What are we talking about? 5 minutes later, walking down the stairs, the bag Manolo gave me is sitting heavy in my pocket. I'm so spaced out that I almost bump into Jade. Hey, I was worried, so I came looking for you. Sorry, there was a line, so I went upstairs. You ready to go home? Jade watches me a moment before nodding. Yeah, sure, let's go. Nixon and Yasmin decide to join us, so they drop us off at our building. Hand in hand, Jade and I make our way up to my apartment. Spencer's probably at one party or another because the place is quiet. Want to use the bathroom first? I asked Jade, handing her my shirt. I'll be back in a few. I watch her leave the room. My breath is stuck in my lungs as I wait to hear the sound of the door closing. My heart starts beating a mile a minute as I slip my hand into my pocket, pulling out the package Manolo gave me. Little bottles clink together as I get them out along with the syringe. My gaze darts to the door. I can hear the water running in the bathroom. Quickly, I undo the brace and remove my pants, shoving them away with my foot. My muscles are quivering with pain, and I hiss softly as I work to lift my leg onto the mattress. Opening the syringe, I stick it into the bottle, pulling the liquid into it. Gritting my teeth, I jab it into my thigh and inject it. My heartbeat is the only sound I can hear as I pull it out and stare at my leg. My stomach recoils, the bile rising in my throat, but I push it back. I wasn't sure what to expect, but this was the only solution I could come up with. If I come back after Thanksgiving and my leg isn't doing better, Coach won't let me play, and I have to play. I have to. The sound of footsteps nearing snaps me out of my head. Fuck. Panicked, I look around, spotting my duffel bag peeking from under the bed, opened. I drop the bottles and syringe inside, shoving them under the mattress, just as Jade appears in the doorway. Hey. She watches me for a moment, and I feel the sweat coat my palms. Did she see something? The corner of her mouth lifts in a sad smile as her gaze drops to my leg. You need any help with that? I run my shaky fingers through my hair and shake my head. Nah, I'm good. Jade moves closer, sitting on the bed next to me. Does it hurt? Want me to get you an ice pack? Pain meds? It's nothing I haven't experienced before. I grab the brace, slide it on, and secure the straps as I get up and go to my nightstand, picking up the pain med bottle from the drawer. Sliding 2 pills out, I pop them into my mouth. I'm all good. Are you sure I can? I move closer to her, pressing my fingers against her lips. I'm sure. The only thing I need is you.
Chapter 23. Jade.
I see you've brought more company,
Dr. Hendricks says as she joins us in the hallway. I don't even bother looking over my shoulder. The hulking presence of my brother and my boyfriend? Yeah, that one will take some getting used to. Is too hard to miss. Yeah, well, at this point we can run our own hospital, I say, only half joking. Dr. Hendricks takes in Prescott, her gaze stopping on his leg brace.
I can see that. I'm fine.
Prescott waves me off.
I'll be back in the game in no time.
He seems to be doing better today. Not as tense as he was last night, but there are still deep circles under his eyes.
Well, as long as you didn't get it on my watch.
Dr. Hendricks scans the papers in her hands.
Your results look normal and we're all set to go. How are you feeling, Jade?
Good. I bounce on the balls of my feet. Anxious to get this over with?
Okay, let's do this.
Dr. Hendricks leads the way into a room. The space is wide open with dozens of leather armchairs lined up along the wall, each accompanied by a pole with some kind of machine attached. A few people are already seated inside. Some look up at us, and some continue to carry on with their own business. Men and women, all different ages, different skin colors, and diverse backgrounds. All of us are fighting some variation of the same nasty disease. A warm hand touches my waist, startling me.
You good?
Prescott whispers, his warm breath brushing the shell of my ear and making me shiver. Yeah. I force one foot in front of the other as I follow Dr. Hendricks to one of the available chairs.
Sit down and get comfortable. As we discussed, you're getting chemo and an IV, and the procedure itself will take a few hours. Every person reacts differently, but there are some side effects. Dizziness, vomiting, a spike in temperature, fatigue.
Appetite loss, weight loss, retching, weakened immune system, hair loss. The list goes on and on and on. Makes you wonder if all of it is worth it in the end. Brown eyes meet mine, and Prescott gives me an encouraging smile. It's worth it. It has to be. Yay me, I say dryly, pulling the sleeve of my hoodie up to reveal my arm.
I want to do 3 cycles, each one 4 weeks long. We'll do 3 rounds with a 1-week break. After 3 cycles, we'll run some tests to see how you're doing.
3 cycles, 3 months. My throat bobs as I swallow.
Followed by another 3 cycles?
Nixon asks, saving me from having to do it myself.
If the results aren't what we're hoping for.
Dr. Hendricks nods, her attention turning to me.
But I don't want you thinking about that. I need you to focus on the right here, right now, okay? Today is what matters. We're taking 1 day at a time.
Just then, an older nurse joins us, pulling a cart with neatly organized bags.
This is Judy. She'll be your nurse today. I have to go right now, but if you have any questions or don't feel well, you can always call the hospital.
Thank you, Dr. Hendricks. Nurse Judy picks up one of the bags and hangs it on the pole by my chair.
How we doing, Jade?
I'll be doing better once this is over.
We'll see if you think that once you're done,
she says, pulling out the needle. I try to keep a serious face, but she must see me flinch.
You afraid of needles?
I'm not a fan, I admit. I've been poked and prodded so much in the last few weeks, you'd think it wouldn't matter at this point. What's one more needle, right? Tell that to my body that freezes every time I see one. The corner of her mouth lifts.
How about you concentrate on one of those gorgeous men you brought with you today to take your mind off this?
Don't say it too loud, it'll go to their heads. I turn to my left where Prescott is already seated in the chair next to mine.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he says, placing his hand over mine, his thumb rubbing circles over my wrist. Of course you don't. I roll my eyes. You should have seriously stayed back home. This can't be good for your leg.
My leg is just fine the way it is. Besides, this is good for me. I can watch and learn firsthand.
All done, Nurse Judy says, her attention shifting to Prescott.
You a med student, handsome? Pre-med.
He wants to be an oncologist. I turn my attention to the nurse. He's studying for his MCAT, so I'll get to quiz him. Her brows rise in surprise.
Does he now? Well, if you have any questions, let me know.
She places her hand on my shoulder.
I'll come back to check on you in a bit. In the meantime, if you need anything, just press this button and I'll come.
Thank you.
You'll quiz me?
Prescott asks the moment she's gone. Not like I have anything better to do for the next few hours. And you need to get all the studying in that you can. I extend my hand. Gimme.
Or you could try and rest,
Nixon suggests as he brings another chair closer. I shake my head. I'm too anxious to rest, so gimme. Let's see what you've got, Dr. Wentworth. This isn't my first rodeo with chemo. I drove my mom to countless appointments. I sat next to her those first few rounds when they still thought there was something they could do to help her, when she still wanted to fight. I thought I was ready. I thought I knew what to prepare for. I didn't know shit. At first, I was fine. Nixon and I cross-examined Prescott to help him prep for his MCATs. It was fun, and for a while I actually forgot where and what I was doing. Nurse Judy came and went, making sure that I was okay. And then before you knew it, it was done, and I could go home. Halfway to our house, the chills started. Nixon cranked the heat, and I pulled the blanket out of the duffel bag, wrapping it around myself like a cocoon. But I was still shaking. And then, as we were pulling in front of the house, the bile started to rise up my throat. Nixon didn't even have the chance to stop properly before I unbuckled my seatbelt and stumbled out of the car in time to throw up the little that I had for breakfast. There was cursing behind me as both men joined me.
You okay, Smalls?
Nixon asks, crouching down next to me.
She's not okay,
Prescott hisses. A warm hand touches the back of my neck, the goosebumps rising on my skin and making me shiver.
Let's get you to bed, okay?
Bathroom? I croak, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. My stomach feels too queasy, and the last thing I want is to puke in my room. I try to push to my feet, but the wave of dizziness makes my knees quake. I'd probably fall if steady hands didn't wrap around me.
I've gotcha,
Prescott whispers softly.
Let's get you inside, okay?
I shake my head. Your leg.
Fuck my leg. She's right, you can't mess up your leg, dude.
Prescott starts to protest, but Nixon is already picking me up and carrying me up the stairs just as the door opens. I thought I heard a car. Yasmin's voice falters as her eyes fall on me. Jade, what's wrong?
Chemo finally hit her.
Nixon says as we get inside the house. The smell of food from the kitchen hits me as soon as we enter, and my stomach rolls uncomfortably. I gulp down, trying to hold it at bay. I think I'm gonna be sick again. Nixon curses but takes 2 steps at a time, carrying me up to my room. I cover my mouth with my hands as the bile burns my throat.
Just a bit more, Smalls.
The moment we're in the bathroom, I push open the toilet seat and start throwing up again. Hurried footsteps come from down the hallway. I hear them talking, but the sound of my vomiting muffles their voices. The awful stench isn't helping because the more I throw up, the worse I feel. The next thing I know, my hair is pulled out of my face and a wet cloth is pressed on my neck.
There. It's going to be okay.
Prescott whispers, gently rubbing circles against the small of my back. I don't... My words are interrupted by a loud retching sound. I don't want you to see me like this, I whisper, pressing my forehead against the toilet seat. Right now, I don't even have it in me to care how gross this is. I'm all sweaty, I'm hot, I'm cold, and I'm not sure if I threw up everything I had in me or not.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
You're lucky I don't have it in me to throw you out.
You care about me too much to do that.
His words echo in the small space as we stare at one another for what feels like an eternity. No, I don't just care about him. I love him. That's why I know he shouldn't have to watch me like this. Nixon clears his throat.
You think you can go to bed?
I need to brush my teeth first. There's no way I'm going to bed with this rancid taste in my mouth. Bracing my palms against the toilet seat, I push to my feet. Somehow, Prescott, his brace and all, gets up faster and helps steady me.
I've got you.
I let myself lean against him, enjoying his strength, his warmth, just for a moment. My throat bobs as I swallow. The bitter taste lingers on my tongue, so I take a few steps toward the sink, where I quickly brush my teeth and splash some water on my face. Even that little thing makes me feel half human again. Nixon's head appears in the doorway.
I've got you some Gatorade.
My nose furrows at the mention of the drink. No, I shake my head.
You need to drink something, doll.
Prescott turns me to face him, his fingers tipping my chin back. My eyes meet his worried ones.
We can't risk you getting dehydrated.
Water. I croak, giving in. I can't drink anything that smells or tastes funny. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to stomach that, but I could at least try. What's the worst that can happen? I end up throwing up again? It wouldn't be the first or the last time. His brows pull together, but he lets out a sigh.
Fine. Water. Let's get you to bed now.
I force out a smirk. You're way too eager to get me to bed, Wentworth. I'm really not a good lay right now.
Seriously?
Nixon groans.
Jade.
Prescott growls, the warning note evident in his voice. Hey, I just say it as I see it.
Bed. Now.
Chuckling, I let him help me into my room. The covers are already pulled away, so I slide into the soft fabric. Prescott pulls the covers over me before sitting next to me and grabs the bottle of water someone left on the nightstand.
Water first.
I wrap my fingers around the bottle tentatively, taking a sip. When it glides down easily, I take a few more. Happy?
It'll do for now.
I don't like it when you're bossy. Putting the bottle on the nightstand, I lean back. My eyelids feel heavy the moment my head touches the pillow.
I don't like to see you weak, so I guess we're even.
He pushes my hair gently from my face.
Try to get some rest, okay?
I hum sleepily. You'll be here with me?
I'm not going anywhere.
Prescott promises. Soft footsteps move around the room, and finally I can hear the familiar creak of the door as it's pulled closed, signaling we're finally alone. Was it the same? I ask Prescott. With Gabriel? The silence stretches between us, and for a moment I think he won't answer me, but after a while he does.
Yeah.
I nod, pulling the covers tighter around me as another shiver runs through me. This is just the first one. Things are going to get worse. I don't know why I expect him to lie to me, but he doesn't.
They are. That's why you need to rest. Gather all your strength. I need you strong, Jade.
His voice grows deeper, rougher.
I need you to fight.
I turn my head to the side, brushing my lips against the fingers still playing in my hair. For you, I whisper as the darkness slowly starts to claim me. I love you. Startling, I blink my eyes open. I'm not sure how long I've been out of it, but my body is still fighting the chills. The room is clouded in the dim light, the darkness the only thing I can see through the windows. I must have been out of it for a while. Sliding my hand out of the covers, I reach for Prescott, only to find his side of the bed empty. What the? I turn to the side, finding him standing by my desk. No, not standing, more like crouched, his leg propped on the chair. He's here. He hasn't left. He isn't like my dad. My heart slows down as the realization sets in. I slide my tongue over my dry lips, feeling the chopped skin. My throat is raw from all the throwing up. I should probably get... A glimmer of something flashes in Prescott's hand. I narrow my eyes, trying to see what he's holding. But Prescott? He turns around almost instantly, his eyes finding mine. Relief, and something else, something that looks a lot like guilt flashing on his face. But what would he have to feel guilty for?
Hey, you're up.
Yeah, what time is it? I ask as I try to sit up. Prescott joins me on the bed, adding a pillow behind my back.
Almost midnight. You've been out for a while.
He touches my forehead.
It doesn't seem like you have a fever any longer, which is good. How are you feeling?
Thirsty. Prescott unclasps a bottle of water and hands it to me. I take a few long sips, letting the cool liquid slide down my throat.
Better?
Yeah, better.
Want to try and eat something? Yasmin made some homemade soup earlier.
My nose furrows at the mere mention of food. I don't think I'll be able to hold it down.
You have to try. You need as much energy as you can.
I know, but maybe tomorrow? Prescott watches me for a moment before reluctantly nodding.
Fine, but tomorrow you're eating something.
You know it, Doc. Let's go to sleep. I couldn't believe I was ready to go back to sleep when I barely woke up, but it was true. Prescott grabs the bottle and puts it back on the nightstand. What were you doing up anyway? His back stiffens at my question.
What do you mean?
You were standing at my desk when I woke up.
Oh, that. I just got out of the shower and was putting on some clothes. My bag's there.
I look at my desk, and sure enough, I can see the dark shape of his duffel bag on the ground. It makes sense, only I still remember a flash. Or did I imagine it? He pulls away the covers and slides into the bed.
Come here,
he whispers, opening his arms. Letting go of all the worries, I turn my back to him. Prescott's arms pull me into his chest as his familiar scent lulls me back to sleep. Chapter 24. Jade. Don't leave me. I tighten my arms around Mom's frail body. Her familiar scent is gone, overpowered by the smell of disease, medicine, and antiseptic. The mix makes my stomach roll, but even that doesn't stop me from clinging to my mother tighter. You can't leave me. Not yet. I'm not ready. It's too soon. Too damn soon to lose the woman who has raised me and loved me, the woman who has turned into my whole world. It's going to be okay. Mom wheezes softly, her voice so low I have to strain to hear it. I shake my head, refusing to believe it, refusing to give in. It's not okay. It'll never be okay. I need you. Nixon needs you. This can't be happening. This can't be our life, not yet. You. She sucks in a sharp breath. Fine. We won't be fine. We need you. I need you. I thought I was ready. I thought I'd be able to do this without falling apart. I thought I'd be able to make it easy on her, but I can't. She's slipping away, and there's nothing that I can do about it. Nothing that I can do to make her stay. Mom. I try to reach for her, but she's slipping through my fingers. Mom! I startle awake, sucking in a breath. My heart is beating furiously against my ribcage, sweat covering my body. Running my trembling fingers through my messy hair, I slowly take in my surroundings. Home. I'm back home, sleeping in my room. I rub my sweaty forehead, feeling the throbbing at the back of my skull. It was just a bad dream. Just that. A bad dream. I haven't had one of those in a while. It could be that after everything that has happened lately, being home after so long brings the memories of those last few weeks with Mom back to life. Turning to the left, I see Prescott's sleeping face on the pillow beside mine. His hair is a mess. A frown is etched between his brows as he sleeps. He's still here. Prescott has barely left my side since we got home after my chemo. Well, except when I woke up and he wasn't there. What the hell was with that? I try to remember, but everything about yesterday is clouded by pain. Thankfully, today I'm feeling better. My stomach doesn't seem like it'll jump out of my mouth and the shivers have stopped, although I still feel the ache in my muscles, almost like I have a cold. The soft light peeking through the blinds falls over Prescott's head, making the gold strands stand out. It's early. Too damn early from the looks of it, but there is no way I'll fall asleep again. So I slide my legs over the mattress and get up. The house is quiet as I make my way downstairs, the clock on the oven showing it's barely past 5 in the morning. I flick on the small light over the sink and go straight to the coffee machine. There is a soft buzzing sound as the device comes to life, and soon enough the smell of the dark brew fills the air. Grabbing the cup in my hands, I take a sip, letting the caffeine enter my bloodstream as I look around the kitchen. Since I had to reschedule the chemo, Yasmin ended up getting here before us, so everything was already clean and the house had been aired out since nobody had been here for months. A few pans and bowls were waiting in the fridge, ready to be put in the oven for today's dinner. Leaning against the counter, my gaze falls on Mom's cookbook. Nixon and I might have been failures in the kitchen department, but Mom was amazing. I gently pull the notebook out. The pang of longing hits me at the sight of Mom's handwriting filling the pages. Biting the inside of my cheek, I skim the page with my finger, tracing the lines and curves. I flip the page and then another, each new recipe bringing back memories. Blueberry scones, my favorite. The words blur on the page as the memory hits me. Sitting on the bar stool, watching Mom work. The smell of blueberries and sugar as we watched the scones bake. The burning of my tongue as I tried to eat one straight out of the oven. Mom's laughter. Damn, I forgot the sound of Mom's laughter until this very moment, and I hadn't even realized it. Tears gather in my eyes, but I blink them away. Determined, I scan the recipe before pulling out all I'll need. Putting the bowl on the counter, I add flour, sugar, baking powder, a little bit of salt and cinnamon, mixing it all together. Then I pull a stick of butter from the fridge and grate it into the bowl before I dip my fingers into the ingredients and start to knead. Or at least I tried to. Damn it. I squeeze my fingers trying to mix all the ingredients together, but my grip is too weak. I'm so busy cursing that I don't hear the footsteps approaching until bulky arms wrap around my middle. My body stiffens until the familiar smell of pine surrounds me, and I can feel my muscles relax against Prescott's hard chest.
What are you doing up?
Prescott asks, burrowing his head into the crook of my neck. The nightmare I had flashes before my eyes, a shiver running through me. How can the same house bring so much good, but at the same time so much bad? With a shake of my head, I push the memories away. Couldn't sleep, so I went to get some coffee. Figured I might get some work done since I'm already up. I rub the back of my hand against my cheek and tilt my head back so I can look at him.
I mean, what are you doing up? You should be resting.
I'm feeling better today. I shrug. How did you sleep?
Good.
Liar. Sleepiness still clings to his face, and there are dark circles under his eyes.
The bed felt empty when you left.
He cups my face, rubbing his thumb over my cheekbone.
There. You had flour on it. What are you trying to make anyway?
Scones? Now, if I could only make this dough. I try to squeeze the butter, hoping it'll turn into something, but curse my luck. Ugh, I hate this.
How about you make me coffee, and I'll make scones?
I turn around, narrowing my eyes at Prescott. You'll make scones?
Yeah.
He shrugs. Have you ever made scones? He raises his brows.
Have you?
Well, no.
Then we're in the same boat.
His hands slide down my back, giving my ass a squeeze before he brushes his lips against the corner of my mouth.
I'll need. You get coffee and whatever else you need.
Okay. I agree reluctantly. I guess we'll see if those muscles of yours are of any use. Slipping out of his hold, I go toward the sink. Wash your hands and get to work, Wentworth. While I wait for his coffee to be made, I mix some heavy cream, an egg, and vanilla extract to add to the flour, along with chocolate chips and blueberries. Then Prescott starts to knead it all together. Grabbing his coffee cup, I take a seat at the counter and watch him work. Although I don't think he's cooked a day in his life, he's not half bad at it. I watch his biceps flex as he kneads the dough, a look of concentration on his face. And if it isn't one of the sexiest things I've seen. Suddenly he looks up.
What?
Nothing.
So you're just enjoying the view, doll?
Oh, yeah. Just imagining all the other things I'll have you cook for me. Prescott chuckles.
If I were you, I wouldn't get my hopes up.
He looks down at the dough.
How about this? Good enough?
I give the mass a critical look, trying to remember how it looked when Mom made it the last time. I guess so. Hopping off the stool, I grab the knife and cut it into pieces, putting them on the tray and adding a glaze over it before popping them into the oven and setting the timer. Now we wait, I say, turning around. Prescott is sitting in the chair I vacated, a coffee mug in his hand. He extends his hand toward me, and I place mine in his, letting him tug me closer. He spreads his legs so that I can settle between them. Placing my hand over the one holding the mug, I lift it so I can take a sip.
Why were you really up at the crack of dawn?
Prescott asks, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I should have figured out he wouldn't let it go just like that. I told you I couldn't sleep.
Bad dreams?
I look away. It was unnerving how well he knew me, how easily he could read me, my emotions, my fears, everything. Prescott slides his fingers under my chin and turns me to face him. It's hard, being back here, especially after everything that has happened recently. Prescott nods.
It's the same for me. The moment I step into the house, it's like I'm flooded with memories.
I cover his hand with mine, rubbing my thumb over his knuckles. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's not all bad. More bittersweet in a way. Sometimes a memory would sneak up on me, a memory I forgot. Yes, the blow is brutal that first moment, overwhelming in so many ways, but there is also some solace in it. I don't ever want to forget Gabriel, so I'll take any pain I have to in order to keep his memory alive, no matter how hard it might be for me.
His expression turns distant as he retreats in his head, lost in his memories.
I wish I could go home more, but my parents, it's just not worth it, you know?
Yeah, I knew what he meant. There was no way I'd forget the way his parents treated him anytime soon. His dad was a piece of work, and his mom didn't do anything to stop him from bashing Prescott. How can you just stand by and let your husband treat your son so poorly? They don't deserve you.
I didn't make it easy on them.
I shake my head. I'll be damned if I let him talk about himself that way. The way they treat you isn't your burden to bear. You didn't do anything wrong. You're their child, just like Gabriel was.
That's the problem, doll. I survived while he didn't. I exist. I should have been the one who died. And everybody would be happier.
I shake my head. You're wrong. I wouldn't be happier. Moving closer, I cup his cheeks and press my forehead against his. You're worthy of love, Prescott Wentworth. Don't you ever doubt that. Before he can protest, I press my mouth against his, kissing him softly. I move closer, snuggling into his heat as my mouth slides over his. A low rumble comes from deep in his chest as his hands glide down my sides, fingers digging into my hips as he pulls me closer, deepening the kiss. There is nothing like kissing Prescott Wentworth. It's sweetness and heat, an exciting new adventure, and coming home all wrapped up in one. I run my fingers through his hair, feeling its softness as I tug his head back, my tongue demanding entrance into his mouth. Shivers run down my spine as our tongues swirl together, the need pooling between my thighs. The doorbell rings just as the timer goes off on the oven. Groaning, I pull back. I'll get the door. You get the scones?
It can wait.
I don't think you want to eat burnt scones, mister. He shakes his head, his grip on me tightening.
I don't give a crap about scones.
Well, I do. Don't be a baby, Wentworth. It doesn't look cute on you.
Where's your brother when one needs him?
Prescott grumbles, but he lets me go. Chuckling, I go toward the front door just as the bell rings again. Coming! Damn, I really hope it's not one of those annoying sales. Grace? I frown at my best friend standing on the other side of the door. What are you doing here? Surprise! She throws her arms around me, making me stumble a step back. Instinctively, I wrap my arms around her to steady myself, my gaze darting over her shoulder. I don't understand. Her SUV is parked and more people are coming out. Mason, Penny, Henry, and there in the distance is another car driving up the driveway. Weren't you on your way to New York? Well, about that. She pulls back, giving me a sheepish smile. We thought it would be best to celebrate here, with you guys. I whip my head toward her. What? Chapter 25. Jade. You didn't have to change your plans because of me, you know, I say to Grace as I place another ornament on the Christmas tree. Nonsense, she waves me off. We didn't change plans because of you. Taking a step back, I give the tree a critical look before I turn and silently raise my brow at her. She shrugs as her only response. We didn't, she insists. It made more sense. We decided we'll stay here for Thanksgiving and visit our families between Christmas and New Year. I know she's lying. Ever since I told them about the cancer, they've been around more. Not that my friends haven't been around to begin with, but I knew they could see it too. That subconscious what if. What if I don't make it to the end? What if cutting myself open and injecting deathly medicine won't be enough to fight my cancer? What if we're living on borrowed time? People always think they'll have time. They'll see the people they love. They'll visit that one place they always dreamed about. They'll spend the next Christmas with their loved ones. But the sad truth is we can't know that because there are simply no guarantees. This moment you have right now, it might be your last, so you must embrace it with both hands and cling to it as if it were. I know that because I've been that person. After Mom told me that the cancer was back, even before we knew it was terminal, we've clung to the moments, hours, minutes, seconds, living them as if those were our last. But it still wasn't enough. Clearing my throat, I look down at Penny, who's waiting with another ornament ready to be put on the tree. What about you, Pens? I figured you'd want to visit Kate and Emmett. I've seen them recently. Penny smiles, her platinum curls bouncing as she tilts her head, her hand gently touching the box until her fingers wrap around the next ornament in line. Besides, I think they're excited to celebrate their first Thanksgiving alone. They would be happy to have you there. Oh, I know that. Her face lights up as she looks down. Oh, this is pretty, she whispers, her fingers slowly tracing the ornament in her palm. I blink, the crystal ball coming into focus. It's completely see-through with different-sized glittery snowflakes etched into the glass. Daddy, you're home! I run into my father's arms the moment he steps through the door. Wrapping my arms around his legs, I bury my face into his thigh. We missed you. He had a meeting across the world and couldn't make it back home in time for the holidays because of the snowstorm.
I missed you too, princess.
Dad rubs my back, pulling me back so he can get to my level.
Were you a good girl?
I roll my eyes at him, with all the sass I can muster. I'm always a good girl. Dad chuckles.
Of course you are, and that's why Santa left you a present with me too.
I purse my lips. I wish Santa brought you home on time.
Me too, baby, me too.
He lifts a brow.
So I should throw the present away?
No, I giggle. Gimme. He hands me a small shimmering bag that I grab out of his hands and open immediately. Wow. I breathe as my eyes fall on the ornament in my hands. The snowflakes shimmer as I tilt it this way and that. So pretty.
You like it?
I love it. I'm going to put it on the tree right now. The door snaps closed somewhere in the house, yanking me out of my thoughts just as the guys enter the living room.
Damn, it's freezing outside.
Nixon mutters, rubbing his palms together, as he and the boys join us in the living room.
Why are we taking these off anyway? They should stay up all year long.
We spent the early morning preparing the Thanksgiving meal while the guys left to get a Christmas tree. Why did that simple job require all of the guys, well, except Maddox, to go? I'll never understand. Now the boys were out, putting the lights on the house, while Yasmin and Alyssa were in the kitchen baking cookies, which left Grace, Penny, and me to decorate the tree. It was weird having the house filled with so many people and so much laughter after all this time. And it's not even all of us, because Yasmin's parents were supposed to come in a few hours. Yasmin pinches him. They most certainly will not. What will the neighbors say?
Our closest neighbors aren't in seeing distance,
Nixon points out. I don't care. That's not how it's done. Once again, the doors open, and a few moments later, Prescott is standing in the doorway, his hair disheveled, a few snowflakes clinging to his hair. His eyes find mine across the room almost instantly and hold as he joins me.
You okay?
He asks softly. I force out a small smile. Yeah, I just got lost in the memories. If he wants to ask more, he doesn't get a chance. You want to put this on the tree? Penny asks, returning my attention to the ornament in her hand. I watch it for a second before shaking my head. Nah, I think we'll skip it this year. Okay. I glance at the tree and Grace joins me by my side as we both look at our handiwork. It looks really pretty. Yeah, it does. It's still missing one thing, Penny says, holding out a star in her hand. You want to do it? Sure. I take the star from her hand, looking down at it for a moment before rising on my tiptoes. But even that's not enough, since I still have a hard time lifting my arms in the air. Just recently, I've started PT. Thanks to Nixon and Coach Davies, I didn't even have to leave campus to do so. Dr. Snow agreed to work with me so I didn't have to lose time on travel and nag people to drive me to my appointments, since I still wasn't cleared to drive on my own. But even so, I was a far cry from being back at 100%. Prescott must see me struggling, because the next thing I know, his hands are on my waist and he's hauling me up. I let out a little shriek in surprise, making my friends laugh.
Try not to kick down the tree, Smalls,
Nixon teases. Well, you could have done this, you know. I'd love to see your expertise.
Oh, no,
Nixon shakes his head.
I've done my job. I bought the tree, got it here, and put on the lights.
I stick my tongue at him. Poor baby.
Can you put that star on and then get back to fighting with your brother?
Prescott asks. Fine. Letting out a sigh, I turn my attention to the tree, ensuring I don't kick anything as I place the star on top. My body brushes against Prescott's as he gently places me on the ground. I suck in a breath, feeling each hard line of his body pressing against me. He opens his mouth, but before he can say anything, Nixon asks,
So, about those scones?
Prescott. Laughter spreads through the backyard as Nixon throws another log into the pit, stirring the fire. Scoot up. Jade tilts her head back, her big blue eyes focusing on me before they drop on the blanket in my hand. I'm not that cold. Stubborn woman. Seriously, what did I do to deserve this? Putting the blanket over her shoulders, I wrap my arms around her middle and lift her up, Jade lets out a little yelp of surprise, but I'm already sitting in the chair with her tightly snuggled into my lap. You could have warned me, you know. I did, but you wanted to fight. Jade tilts her head back so I can see her roll her eyes at me. I hardly call that a fight. She glances at my arms. Aren't you cold now? I run hot all the time. A lazy smile spreads over her lips. That you do. She shifts in my lap, her ass brushing against my dick and making it hard. Jade notices it too, because she just smirks at me. Thank God for the blanket, because otherwise, if you weren't moving so much, there wouldn't be a problem. Jade! Prescott! We hold our gaze for a moment longer before shifting our attention to Mason, who's standing in front of the pit, a wooden stick with marshmallows in his hand. Want some? Yes! Jade bounces in my seat as she reaches for the stick. I swear she's doing it on purpose. The little witch. Wentworth? I shake my head. I'm good. Jade turns to sit sideways so she can watch me. You look a little tense. I tighten my grip around her to stop her from wiggling. She raises her brow at me, taking a bite of her marshmallow, all innocence and whatnot. Moving closer, I press my lips against her ear. You'll pay for that later. Promises, promises. Oh, trust me, this is one I'll make sure to keep. Noticing a little bit of white in the corner of her mouth, I lean in and swipe my tongue over it, licking the marshmallow from her lip. Yummy, I murmur, starting to pull back, but Jade's hand cups my face and she presses her lips to mine, her tongue swiping into my mouth. Sugar and chocolate overwhelm my senses as her tongue twists with mine. Find a room already! Somebody yells, and from the corner of my eye, I can see something fly toward us. At the last second, I lift my hand, stopping the pillow from hitting us. Sounds good to me. Jade gets up. I'll take him. No, Nixon says almost instantly. Jade glares at him. You're lucky I can't throw for shit now, because you'd have that pillow in your face. How about we try not to burn anything down? Yasmin asks calmly. Hey, don't look at me. I'm not the one who has a shitty aim, Nixon says, his teeth flashing in the light of the fire. Jade grabs the pillow out of my hand, but before she can throw it, I take it from her and toss it right at Nixon's head. Who has a shitty aim now, Cole? Everybody bursts into laughter. That still won't change my mind. Last night was an exception. Don't be a shitty loser, Cole, Mason yells, still chuckling. The front door opens, and Alyssa joins us, her daughter Edie in her arms, dressed in a puffy pink jacket. What happened? Yasmin asks. Alyssa looks down at her daughter. Somebody's fussy. She wouldn't fall asleep? Maddox asks as the girls join him on the swing. No, I think it's her teeth, Allie sighs. Poor little princess, Maddox says in a gentle voice. Edie looks up from the crook of Allie's neck, her face lighting up as soon as she sets her sight on him. Who's Daddy's best girl? Maddox nuzzles her cheek as he takes her out of Allie's arms and transfers her into his lap. Allie grabs the blanket and puts it over Edie, who's already dozing off on Maddox's lap. I swear, you have some kind of magic touch or something. Allie shakes her head and takes a cup of hot chocolate Yaz offers her. Right? It amazes me every time. I shift my attention to Jade to find tears glistening in her eyes. Silently, she blinks them away, her gaze meeting mine. No words are said, but I don't need her to say them out loud to know what she's thinking, who she's thinking about. A vice grip squeezes around my heart as I brush one lone tear that slipped away. This could have been us, in a different world, but that world isn't ours to have. Brushing my lips against the top of her head, I pull her to me, wishing I could take her pain away. The conversation shifts, people dividing into smaller groups while I sit here holding Jade in my arms. She relaxes into me, her head leaning into the crook of my neck, and she listens to Grace talk about her dance students from the center. Penny tells her about her music classes, and then they shift to their plans for the rest of the year. "Anything you want to do for the new year?" I ask, so only she can hear me, my lips brushing against her temple. Jade shakes her head. "As long as we're together, I don't care." We all stay out for a little while longer, but soon the snow starts to fall stronger, so we gather our things and get back in the house, everybody retreating to their rooms. Just when I think everybody's gone, I hear soft footsteps padding over the wooden floor before Jade appears in the doorway, 2 mugs in hand. "I thought you went to sleep," I say, rising to a sitting position so she can sit next to me on the couch. "I figured I'd have some hot chocolate to warm up." She hands me a mug, her eyes going to the tree. The lights are blinking softly, making light and shadow play across her serious face. "That last year, we got some hot chocolate, sat here, and watched Christmas movies." She glances at me, the sadness radiating off of her. "I miss her." My throat closes as I grasp her hand in mine, our fingers locking together. It's okay to miss them. "I know." Jade leans her head on my shoulder. "What was something you and Gabriel did for the holidays?" Taking a sip of my hot chocolate, I give myself a moment to think about it. These days, I rarely allow myself to go back to the past. Remembering hurt too much. So did the realization of all the memories that I've lost. But for her, I wanted to try. "We used to compete to see who'd be the one to catch Santa." I smirk as the memory flashes in my mind, so vivid you'd think it happened yesterday. All these years, I tried to suppress my memories of Gabriel because I thought it would hurt too much. It does hurt, but it feels good, too, remembering him. "Did you ever catch him?" "Hell no," I chuckle. "One year, we thought we got close. We were probably 9 or 10. I managed to stay up until midnight. I remember because we had one of those old big-ass clocks in the hallway, and I remember it rang 12 times. I thought that must be it, midnight. It's Christmas. Gabriel must have had the same thought because the next thing I knew, we were both in the hallway." "What happened then?" "Mom." She must have heard the floorboard creak, or more likely, she was getting ready to put the presents out, because the next thing I knew, she was out in the hallway, glaring at us, and silently pointing back to our rooms. "Caught red-handed." "We totally were," I chuckle softly. As the sound dies, we settle into a companionable silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts. I almost forgot how Mom used to be before Gabriel died, before our life shattered into pieces, before we were irrevocably damaged. How fun and quirky and loving she used to be. She might not have died, but the part of her that made her the woman she was, it was buried along with Gabriel. I look down at her to find her already watching me. "That's a beautiful memory." "It is," I rasp. Cupping her cheek, I press my mouth to hers, kissing her fiercely. "Take me to bed, Prescott." She breathes against my mouth, her warm breath tickling my skin. "Make love to me." How is a guy supposed to say no when she looks at you like you just hung the moon in the fricking sky? Maybe a better guy could, but I'm not that man. I don't want to be that man. I let out a shaky breath and nod. Intertwining my fingers with Jade's, I pull her upright. We don't say anything as we make our way up the stairs and into her room. The moment the lock is in place, we reach for each other, pulling our clothes off. Maybe it's the memories we just shared. Maybe it's the reality that nothing is guaranteed, not this moment and certainly not tomorrow. Maybe it's Jade, plain and simple. Probably a little bit of everything. I carefully lay her on the bed, my body looming over hers as I show her exactly what she means to me, with my hands, my mouth, my tongue. I love her in the only way I know how. I give her my all and hope it's enough. I hope like hell that we're not living on borrowed time. Chapter 26. Prescott. Your knee looks good. Dr. Snow frowns at the scan of my leg as she observes it for a few seconds longer. That's good, right? I ask, my fingers intertwined together to stop them from jittering. Let me see your knee first, and then we'll talk. Hopping onto the table, I remove my brace so she can examine my leg. Oh, the swelling went down, and it seems your mobility is okay. Any pain? Before or after the pain pills and steroids? The bitter question pops into my mind, but I push it back, keeping my face neutral. Not any more than usual, I mutter, evading. It's not a lie, per se. It doesn't hurt more than usual. What she doesn't know is that I've been managing the pain myself for months now. But seriously, what was I supposed to do? We have 3 more games, the 3 most important games of the season, and we have to win them if we want to enter the playoffs. I couldn't let this take away everything I've worked for all this time. Except I was almost caught. Jade saw me. I thought she was sleeping, which is the only reason why I even attempted to inject the steroids. If I knew, I shake my head. I'll have to be more careful, because if anybody were to find out, if I were caught, just a few more weeks. That's how long I have to survive. A few weeks, and then it's done. So, what's the verdict, Doc? Although we're just a few weeks away from the finals, the gym is buzzing with activity when I get there. I greet a few people as I make my way to the weight benches to find Nixon working with Zane on his arms. How's she doing? I ask, dropping my things on the floor. Zane glares at me before returning his attention to the bar. Nixon's face is red, his muscles straining as he lifts the weights. 2 more. Come on. You can do it. Zane coaches, his hands steadily following the bar, ready to catch it if it falls. But Nixon pushes through, his arms shaking as he finally puts the bar back in place. Nixon sits upright, and I throw him a bottle of water. He drains half of it first, and I'm tempted to deck him if he doesn't tell me something soon. Jade had her 2nd chemo session yesterday, and it wiped her out even more than the first one. It's not anything unusual. I know that firsthand. It sucked watching Gabriel suffer round after round, cycle after cycle, and not being able to do anything about it. But somehow watching Jade do it now left me feeling even more helpless. I'm not sure if it's Jade or if it's me. All these years, all the medical advancements, and there were still too many diseases out there that we couldn't do anything about. Yaz went to check in on her and told me she woke up for a little bit, tried to eat, but... His words trail off as a dark expression flashes on his face. Damn it. I run my fingers through my hair. I should be there with her. I keep telling her that she should move in with us, but she's so damn stubborn. As if that's going to change anything. Well, at least she'll have somebody to look after her, Nixon yells. Her roommates are there. I'm there. And that should make me feel better? Screw you, Cole. Grabbing my duffel bag from the floor, I go to the other side of the gym. Tucking my earbuds in, I turn on my playlist before hopping on the treadmill. I know I should start slow, but I'm too damn angry for it. I go through my exercises, pushing until the sweat is dripping off of me and my muscles are trembling. Zane appears in my line of vision, his arms crossed over his chest as he glares me down. Sighing, I put the dumbbell in place and pull my earbuds out. "You have to cut him some slack. He's hurting," Zane says, his face grim. "He's hurting?" "Well, he's not the only one," I bite out. With a shake of my head, I grab my things and go to the locker room to change. I check my phone, although I'd have gotten a notification on my watch if Jade tried to text or call me. Nothing. The locker room is blessedly quiet. I make my way to my locker, pulling out my duffel. I've wholly overworked myself, and my knee is feeling it. I grab my pain meds, tossing 2 back, just as the door opens. Swallowing, I look over my shoulder to find Nixon watching me from the doorway. He closes the door and makes his way to his locker. "I'm just so worried about her," he says, breaking the silence. "You don't know what it's like. We lost our mother to breast cancer not even 2 years ago, and now all of this." "You think you're the only one who lost somebody to cancer?" I ask, still pissed at him. "Grow the fuck up, Nixon. People lose their loved ones to cancer all the fricking time." "As if you know anything about losing people you love." My brother's lifeless body flashes in my mind. You kill everybody you love. Dad's hateful words ring in my head. I shut the locker, the loud bang echoing in the otherwise quiet room. "The person who doesn't know shit is you." With a shake of my head, I grab my things. "I'm going to check in on Jade." My mind is reeling all the way to Jade's apartment. As I pull my car into the parking lot, I'm playing with the idea of going to my place and taking a shower, but I'm too anxious to see Jade, too worried about making sure she's okay to delay this even for a shower. So instead, I go straight to her place. Jade's given me a key, so I don't bother knocking. The TV is on in the living room, and I can hear voices. Peeking inside, I find Grace and her boyfriend lying on the couch. She looks up. "Hey." Grace sits upright, a small smile on her lips. "Hey." I glance down the dark hallway. "How is she doing?" "Still in her room. The last time I checked, she was sleeping." "Thanks." I glance back at her, nodding my head. "I'm going to go check in on her." "Sure thing." I start to turn around when Grace calls out, "Prescott?" Reluctantly, I look over my shoulder. "Yeah?" "We're here for you. If you need anything, you know that, right?" "Yeah, thanks." The door to Jade's room is cracked open. I slide inside, my eyes needing a moment to adjust to the dim lighting. Closing the door, I make my way to her bed. She looks so small, curled in the middle of the queen-size bed. The covers are pulled up to her chin. Her face is pale, and dark circles are visible under her eyes. Gently, so as not to wake her, I touch her face, noting that her skin is dry, but she doesn't have a fever. Gabriel used to get so sick and would stay that way for days after the chemo was over. Each round was harder. Each round he needed more time to recover, until he didn't. "Jade's not Gabriel," I chastise. I couldn't go down that road, because if I did, there would be no coming back from it. Losing her wasn't an option, not after everything we've been through. "You'll be okay," I whisper, brushing her hair away. Just as I pull back, her eyes flutter open, the blue of her irises seeming more intense against her pale skin. She blinks a few times, and I can't help the smile that spreads over my lips. "Good morning, gorgeous." "I quite doubt that." she rasps, her hand covering mine. "How was your appointment? Are you cleared to play?" She's the one lying in bed, fighting cancer, and still she's worried about me. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I press my mouth against her forehead. "Yeah, I'm all cleared to play, and you're wrong. You're the most gorgeous woman I know." "Maybe I'd be more eager to agree if I didn't taste the puke in my mouth. You'd think after brushing my teeth twice I wouldn't feel it any longer, but..." Leaning down, I press my mouth against hers. I have every intention of keeping the kiss soft, but her hand slides to the back of my neck, pulling me closer, and I give in. Cupping her cheeks, I kiss her harder, pouring every twisted emotion that I've been shoving back for weeks into it. My fears, my anger, and my love, as tainted as it might be. I give it all to her. I give her my all. She tilts her head back, her lips parting and allowing me entrance as my fingers sink into her hair. A soft moan comes from the back of her throat, and I can feel it in every inch of my body. Changing the angle, I dive deeper, my tongue twisting with hers. I kiss her until she's the only thing I taste, smell, feel. Breaking the kiss, I press my forehead against hers. We're both panting, our labored breaths mingling together. Jade slowly blinks her eyes open. Her cheeks are flushed a healthy pink, lips slightly parted, those gorgeous blues staring back at me in all their intensity. If everything else changes, that one thing will always stay the same. "You taste like home to me," I whisper, sliding my thumbs over her cheekbones. She raises her hand, her fingers tracing over my lips. "I missed this. I missed feeling this close to you." Guilt slams into me, but I push it back. She doesn't need my guilt. She needs me to be normal, to give her normalcy. Plastering a smile on my face, I brush my mouth over hers once again. "I'm not really good at the whole boyfriend thing." "You're better than you give yourself credit for. I know things have been different." I shake my head. "You make me want to be better. Only you." With one last kiss, I pull back, disentangling my fingers from her hair. "I should get a shower. I'm pretty sure I stink." I look down at my hand, noticing a strand of hair stuck to my fingers. My heart skips a beat as I try to brush it off before Jade notices it, but it's already too late. Her eyes are glued to my hands, unblinking. "Jade," I start slowly, not sure how to handle this, not sure what to say. Yes, we've both known this would probably happen, but knowing something and seeing it happen, experiencing it firsthand, are two completely different things. Her throat bobs as she swallows, blinking quickly a few times to chase away the tears. "It's fine." She looks away from me. "You were saying something about a shower?" "Jade, we should "No." She shakes her head. "Not now. I can't deal with this now." I watch her for a moment, unsure of what to do or what to say to make this better. Too soon. It's all happening too soon. But she's looking at everything but me. Time. She needs time. Placing my hand on hers, I give it a firm squeeze. "I'll be in the bathroom if you need me, okay?" "Yeah, sure." I open my mouth, hating to leave her like this, but no words come. You kill everyone you love. Pressing my lips together, I settle for another reassuring squeeze before I get up. Grabbing a change of clothes from her closet, I go to the bathroom, leaving the door open as I quickly wash up, the smell of her shampoo filling the space. Once done, I returned to her bedroom to find her lying down, her eyes closed. Carefully, I lay next to her and pull her into my arms. Her body is stiff under my touch, signaling she's awake. It's going to be okay, Jade. She doesn't say anything, not that I expect her to. I don't let go, and eventually she relaxes against me. But as I'm drifting to sleep, I'm pretty sure I hear her whisper, "I'm not so sure about that."
Chapter 27, Jade. Pulling the hoodie over my head, I hear my phone buzz on the nightstand. I grab it, checking the message. Hotshot.
You don't have to go if you don't feel well.
I roll my eyes and type back. I feel fine. That's why I'm coming. Some days, I swear, if you were to ask Prescott and Nixon, they would put me in a protective bubble and never let me out. But I couldn't just lay in bed and do nothing for the next few months between chemo sessions. It was already driving me crazy, and it hadn't even been a full month. Me. I'll see you after the game. Good luck. XX. I'm just about to exit my phone so I can finish getting ready when an email catches my attention. I open it, scanning the message before my gaze flies to the date in the corner of my phone. Shit. Between throwing up and studying for finals, I almost forgot I had less than a week to submit the images for the gallery exhibition. In the end, I decided to go with the couple's photo. Although I wasn't completely happy with it, I had to submit something. And it wasn't like I could go around campus and try to shoot something better anyhow. Setting the alarm with the reminder to send the photos to my professor later tonight, I go to the bathroom where I put a little bit of makeup on to try and cover the dark circles under my eyes. Not that I'm really successful, but it'll have to do. My gaze falls on the hairbrush. Letting out a long breath, I take it in my hand and look up at the mirror. For a moment, I stare at my reflection, hating the suffocating feeling tightening my chest the longer I watch. Slowly, I lift my hand and glide my brush through my hair, my eyes fixed on the mirror as I move my hand in gentle, even strokes. Glide, glide, glide. My hair has grown thinner recently, more fragile. I would have been a fool not to notice. I would have been a fool not to notice the amount of hair in the drain after a shower. Too soon. It's all happening way too soon. I'm not ready. A knock startles me out of my thoughts as the door pushes open and Grace peeks inside. Hey, you ready? Just about. Reluctantly, I put the brush down, turning my back to the counter to ignore the number of strands that have fallen off. You don't have to go with me, you know. Yasmin will be there. I didn't like feeling like an obligation to my friends, which is precisely what has happened since I started the treatment. My worst nightmare had come true, and there was nothing that I could do about it. It was the reason why I hid it for so long, why I'm still hiding so many things. Are you kidding me? Do you know who my brother is? She huffs and puffs air at her bangs to get them out of her line of sight. They've grown longer since the last time we cut them, but with everything else, I didn't get a chance to do it. I know who your brother is. I roll my eyes at her, my gaze falling to her bangs once again as she moves them aside. We should really trim those, I comment, my fingers tugging at my own strands. I'm ready whenever you are. If I'm being honest, they've been annoying me lately, but I've been too lazy to cut them myself. Yeah, how about you don't do that? Why do you think I kept pushing it off? I don't have time to let them grow if I mess something up. Besides, it's like you have a magic touch for them or something. Remember when I went to that salon in New York and they cut my bangs too short? I'd like to not repeat that. We could do it now if you want. I look around, trying to remember where I put the scissors. Later. Grace waves her hand at me. We have a game to go to. Jack said he'll come if the Ravens play in the bowl game, so they better win. Are we going? From the corner of my eye, I catch my reflection in the mirror. My stomach clenches, and for a second, I think I might actually throw up. But I've been feeling fine the last couple of days. Exhausted, but fine. Get a grip, Jade. It's just hair. Give me a minute. I want to grab a hat. I see a frown appear between Grace's brows as I move past her and into my room. You hate hats. I do. I really do. But what I hate even more is seeing all the thinning and bald spots on my head. It's cold outside. I shrug, changing the subject. What's up with Mason? Is he ready to go back home for Christmas? I'm not sure. You know how he is. He doesn't like to talk about it. I think he still feels weird about going back there, so we'll spend most of the time at my place. Is that wise? I can't imagine JD being too happy about it. Jack Daniel Shelton is Grace's older brother. I've spent some time with him since Grace and I started to hang out, and he brought being protective to a whole other level. I rummaged through my closet, pushing away some of my clothes. Seriously, where is that thing? I'm pretty sure. He still makes him sleep in the living room? Can you imagine that? Oh, I can imagine, I say absent-mindedly as my fingers wrap around the soft material and pull it out. Got it. Finally. I slip the hat on, frowning at my reflection. The hat looks hideous. Not as hideous as going around half bald. I chastise myself. Deal with it. Like, what year is it? Grace continues, clearly on a roll. Just because he puts him in the study doesn't mean we're not having sex. Or that I'd want to have sex with my brother sleeping a few doors down from me. A visible shudder goes through her. Nope, definitely not happening. Besides, it's not like we can even be indecent if we wanted to, since you never know when Nikki or Ren might barge into my room. I swear, I think JD put them up to it. Knowing your brother, quite possibly. I turn around to face her. How do I look? Her green eyes narrow on the hat. Pom-pom, seriously? Yes, seriously. Now are we going or what? Not giving her time to protest, I head out of the room, leaving her to follow after me. At least it's yellowish. Thanks. The campus is a pandemonium of black and gold. This was it. The game that'll decide if the Ravens are going to the playoffs or not. And people didn't disappoint. We opted to walk to the stadium to avoid getting stuck in the traffic, and most of the students had similar thoughts because it took us twice as long to make our way there. At least we're in the family section. Yasmin is already seated and chatting with a couple of girls sitting next to her when we arrive. This is insanity, I say, as I slide into a seat next to her, the cool chair making me wish I had my blanket with me. Tell me about it. It's the only thing everybody's been talking about these days. Yasmin gives me a long look, the worry clear in her gaze. Are you sure you should be here? This game is make or break. Where the hell would I be? I ask, my eyes trained on the football field in full stands. You look pale, and after everything that's been going on lately. Great. So much for the freaking foundation and the time I spent putting on makeup just to avoid these kinds of questions. I'm fine. I'm not missing their last few college games. Nixon's sophomore year, when the team had made it this far, Mom wanted to go so badly to support him, but she'd already been too sick at that point. We watched it online, but I could see the longing on her face, hear it in her voice when we talked. I wasn't about to put him through that again, no matter how annoying he might occasionally be. Do you want to talk about it? Don't even try. She's fine, Grace says, her tone mocking as she says the last word. That's because I am fine. Can we just watch the game? Just then, the music changes and our opponents are announced. There's some cheering as they run out on the field, but it's nothing compared to the roar of the crowd as the Ravens come out of the tunnel. It's game time, baby.
Prescott.
Listen up, boys.
Coach Davies bellows, loud enough to be heard over the roaring crowd.
I know you're all tired by now, but we're tied with less than 5 minutes on the clock. 5 minutes. That's all you have. 300 seconds are standing between you and glory.
His serious gaze takes us in one by one, making sure to meet everybody's eyes.
This is it. the final push, our last stand to show them what we're made of. No matter what happens in these last 300 seconds, I'm proud of the men you've become, and it's been my honor to train you.
It's been our honor too, Coach, but can we all agree to give our best to win? Scotty asks, cracking his fingers. I don't know about you, but I really want this W. He isn't the only one. Guys nod their heads, faces serious as they wait for the game plan.
Okay then, let's do this.
Coach pulls out his little whiteboard and draws the play. The silence falls over us as we listen to him explain what he wants us to do. The referee blows a whistle, signaling the timeout is over. Ravens on 3, Nixon calls out, placing his hand in the middle of our little circle. More hands join in. 1, 2, 3, Ravens! Everybody chants as we break apart. My gaze darts to the clock as we run back on the field. Nixon slaps me on the shoulder as he jogs next to me. Run like the wind. The team's counting on you. A knot forms in my throat as the expectations of all my teammates and all we've worked for falls on my shoulders, making my stomach roll. No pressure at all. No fucking pressure at all. I look up at the stands. Thousands of fans all standing up and waiting anxiously for the last play to be made. Ignoring them all, I let my gaze slide past them to the only person that matters. Jade. She's sitting in the family and friends section, her yellow hat sticking out in the mostly black and gold attire. Her hair's been thinning out, and although she refused to talk about it, I knew she hated every second of it. Shaking my head, I shift my attention back to the field, coming to a stop in my spot. Nixon and I exchange a quick glance before we get into place. Both teams are even, meaning everything's on the line, and I mean everything. There was enough time for the game to go either way, and we all knew it. I face the guy opposite me, the fire burning in his eyes as he cracks his neck and crouches down in front of me. I narrow my eyes at him. Every muscle in my body tense to the point of bursting. Nixon calls out the play, and the lines crash in a series of grunts and curses. I try to break through the defense, but they know I'm Nixon's go-to guy, so they're guarding me better than Fort Knox. The game is brutal, with neither of the teams budging. Every yard won is a war in its own right. In the third play, I finally find a hole in their defense and win us 20 yards before I'm tackled to the ground. I shove the guy that's on me away, spitting to the ground as my gaze goes to the clock. 1 minute, 38 seconds. We move the line, getting in position. I don't dare meet the gazes of any of my teammates, knowing we're running out of time. We're playing to win. They're playing for more time, and that can't happen. The buzzing in my ears starts to grow louder, dulling the sound of Nixon's words. But I don't need to hear them. I know them by heart. I pretend to go right as offense and defense crash together. Then I shift left, shoving through the mass of bodies. Gritting my teeth, I grip the ball tighter to my chest and run for all that I'm worth. The roar of the crowd matches the pounding of the blood echoing in my ears as I push myself to my breaking point. I can feel the defense running after me, the distance between us lowering with every yard I cross. I don't dare look back, just forward, toward the end zone, toward the win. The guy behind me grunts, and I know he's there, just a few inches away, but so is the end zone. So I brace myself as I extend my hand and leap forward. It's like all the air is sucked out of space, the voices falling back, or maybe everything just stopped for a moment. I know my heart did as my body crashed into the ground, another one falling on top of me and kicking all the air out of my lungs. Groaning, I tighten my grip on the ball. As I look up, my heart stuck in my chest. I blink, my vision slightly blurry from the pain, so it takes me a moment to realize the ball is across the white line in the end zone. But even if I didn't,
the roar of the crowd would be a dead giveaway. We won. Dude! Scotty slaps me on the back, laughing. We're going to Moore's to celebrate. You coming? Yeah, I'll be there in a bit, I say, barely lifting my head. With a slap on the shoulder, he leaves, a few of our teammates in tow. Letting out a shaky breath, I look up. My leg has finally stopped shaking, and the pain somewhat dulled, although still present, always present. Slowly, I push to my feet and take off my clothes before making my way to the showers. Pain shoots through my leg with every step I take, my leg dragging behind me. As quickly as possible, I rinse off the sweat, grass, and dirt and return to the locker room, towel wrapped around my waist. The room has finally emptied out, leaving only the blessed quiet. Finally. Limping back to my spot, I roam around my bag until I find the little bottle I have stashed inside. Taking a glance around the room to make sure I'm indeed alone, I grab the needle, stick it into the bottle, and pull the liquid out before injecting it into my thigh. I feel the sting as the needle pierces the skin, pushing the liquid inside. It's worth it. The team has made it to the playoffs. Just a few more weeks. I only have to survive a few more weeks, a few games, for Gabriel and the promise I made him. Prescott? My body freezes at the sound of my name. Shit. My heart thunders in my chest as I slowly